What happens when death himself comes to collect? Welcome back to my cozy audiobook channel where I write and narrate the dark, the thrilling, and the terrifying. So today we're going to begin a haunting story called Death Comes Knocking, brought to us by Kate Seeger, recorded with her permission. So grab a blanket, your favorite drink, and cozy up, get comfortable. Let's settle in. And if you enjoy this haunting tale, don't forget to subscribe to my channel. That way you never miss a scare. All right, here we go. Chapter 1. The roses in the parlor had died weeks ago, but Florence left them where they were. Let the house smell of what it was built for. Through the front window, Mrs. Brennan's funeral procession wound down Maple Street, past the shuttered mill that had lost half its men to the war. 3 carriages instead of 6. Even death no longer drew a proper crowd. The bells of St. Mary's tolled their bronze notes, marking another departure from a town that seemed to bleed people like a wound that would not close. "Mamma, my stomach is making hungry noises." Mary appeared at her elbow, strawberry jam smeared across her chin, her cowlick stubborn at the same angle as Frederick's had been. At 6, she still believed problems could be solved if you asked the right way. "Hungry, are you?" Florence dabbed the jam with her handkerchief. "It looks as if you've already been into the jam. Help me with these flowers first. Mrs. Peterson wants everything beautiful for her husband." "Why do dead people need pretty flowers?" "Because beauty is all we can give them now." Florence guided her daughter's hands to strip the stems. "Sometimes that has to be enough." Mary worked with grave concentration. "Papa said white flowers mean heaven. Is Mr. Peterson going to heaven?" The casual mention chilled her, like a draft beneath a door jamb. 8 months since Frederick's passing, and Mary still spoke as though her father might walk in with his leather satchel at any moment. "I hope so, little bird." The screen door slammed in the back hall, followed by the quick shuffle of boots. James and William came tumbling in, cheeks flushed from the chill, smelling faintly of wood smoke and the muddy thaw outside. "You two wash up before you touch anything," Florence said without looking up. "And hang your coats properly this time." William groaned. "We were playing soldiers. I'm starving." James dropped his cap on the peg and shot his brother a look. "You're always starving." Florence had a smile and reached for another stem. "Then you'll both want clean hands, or else you won't be having supper." William wandered closer, inspecting the vase. "Who's that for?" "Mr. Peterson," she said. "Mrs. Peterson wants everything to look beautiful." "Oh," he hesitated, glancing at his sister. "Like when we took flowers to Papa's grave?" "Exactly like that," Florence said softly, though it wasn't quite true. Frederick's body remained in France. Only his dog tags lay entombed beneath the wooden cross at St. Mary's. It was the best she could do. For a moment, the 3 of them were quiet. The house felt almost peaceful, as though grief were just another part of the day's work. The bells faded. Late afternoon bled toward dusk, the light thinning like breath. Florence sent the children to wash their hands and set about finishing supper. A loaf to slice, butter to stretch, the kettle to coax into a boil. When everything was in its place, she returned the vase to the front room, where twilight glowed weakly through the window panes. Shadows lengthened across the parlor, draping themselves over the polished casket, the chairs arranged for mourners who might never come. The door chime broke her thoughts. When she opened it, Mrs. O'Sullivan from the bakery stood in the threshold, flour dusting her black dress, eyes wild with fresh grief. "Mrs. Harrow," she began, clutching a brown paper bundle, "I don't know where else to turn. It's Tommy. The fever took him this morning." Florence pressed a hand to her mouth, fighting the urge to cry out. Tommy O'Sullivan, 16, strong and smiling. Last week he had carried her grocery basket, refusing payment with a grin. My mamma says we help folks who are hurting, Mrs. Harrow. Catherine, Florence took her trembling hands. I'm so sorry. I was hoping I'd heard, she faltered, but Florence understood the implication. The quiet talk that passed after Sunday Mass, the way her name traveled through grief like a secret. Of course, my friend. Catherine O'Sullivan's voice wavered. I brought his good clothes, the ones for his wedding. Wedding clothes for a boy who would never marry. Florence's throat tightened. He was a fine young man. I can't pay what it's worth, Catherine said quickly. The bakery's barely surviving, and the cost of medicine. Stop. Florence's voice carried gentle authority. Tommy helped this whole town. Now we help him. Still, Catherine pressed a few copper coins into her hand, wrapped in a bit of paper torn from a flour sack. Then take it for flowers, she whispered. Florence hesitated, then nodded. For flowers, then. Mrs. O'Sullivan gave a trembling smile, eyes wet, and slipped out. A moment later, the back door creaked. Two neighbor boys entered, carrying the wicker bier between them. Florence met them at the threshold, keeping her voice steady. This way, she said, leading them down the hall. The floorboards groaned beneath their careful steps. When they reached the cellar door, she lifted the latch and nodded toward the narrow stairs. Set him gently, she murmured. They obeyed without a word, lowering the bier onto the waiting dark. The smell of damp stone and formalin drifted up to meet them. Thank you, boys, she said once they'd straightened. Go on home now. Your mothers will worry. They hesitated, one looking back, hat twisting in his hands, before vanishing into the gray dusk. When the door shut behind them, the house fell silent. Florence stood for a moment with her hand on the latch and took a deep breath. Then she lifted her lamp and descended the steps. In the cellar preparation room, she stared at the bundle of clothes laid neatly beside the bier. Washing and dressing. Those tasks were acceptable enough for a woman. But the preservation that would allow Catherine to see her son at peace, instead of ravaged by fever, required Frederick's locked tools. Her fingers touched the key at her neck. Tonight, when the house slept, she would give Tommy the dignity he deserved. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts had clear opinions about women practicing mortuary science, but the Commonwealth had never watched a mother weep over her child's fever-wasted face. Florence drew a steadying breath, slipped the key back under her collar, and blew out the lamp. There would be time for courage later. For now, there were flowers to arrange, linens to wash, children to feed, life's small disguises for what waited below. Chapter 2. The preparation room felt different in the small hours. Shadows deeper. Silence more complete, save for the whistle of March wind through the foundation stones, and the occasional crack of settling timbers as the old house braced against the cold. She had learned to move quietly since Frederick's death, stepping around floorboards that creaked, avoiding spots where sound carried to the children's room above. Tommy O'Sullivan lay on the zinc-lined table, pale beneath the lamplight. His wedding suit waited, folded beside him, a promise that would never be kept. Now came the true work. Sometimes, late at night, she imagined she could still feel the warmth of Frederick's hand closing hers around it, teaching her the proper angle, the careful pressure. You have to let them go gently, he'd whispered. Don't hold on. He'd meant more than the bodies. Florence had always seen more than she should. Her mother had too. In their family, sight ran like a recessive sin, something inherited but never spoken of. As a child, she'd been warned to keep quiet about it, to mind her tongue if she saw what others could not. People don't take kindly to that sort of talk, her mother used to whisper, pressing a finger to her lips. So Florence learned silence early. She stopped mentioning the shadows that lingered in corners, or the figures who stood at the edges of funerals, watching their own burials. Her mother called it imagination for anyone listening, but when the lamps were low, she'd cross herself and murmur, "Best to let the dead pass unnoticed, love." Frederick had been the first to call it a gift. "You see them because they need to be seen," he'd told her once, late at night after they'd prepared old Mrs. Henley. "Most people look through the dead. You look at them. That's a gift, and it's why you're good at this work." She'd learned to live with it long ago. The movements where nothing stood, the feeling of eyes in an empty room, the whispers that might have been wind. They never stayed long. A prayer, a blessing, and they'd fade. Until recently. Lately, the air itself seemed troubled. Too many bodies lowered into the earth too quickly, perhaps. Too many names carved before their time. Sometimes she felt the veil stretch thin, like skin drawn too tight to heal. The dead no longer went quietly. But there was nothing she could do about that. Nothing except bring what comfort she could and treat their remains with dignity enough to soothe whatever unrest lingered. She unlocked the cabinet and lifted the latch. The tools gleamed. The long aspirating needle with its sharpened point, arterial tubes of India rubber, glass bottles of formalin sharp as winter air. She had already set Tommy's features and raised the artery as Frederick had taught her. Now came the cavity work, the part that demanded a steady hand and absolute secrecy. She drew the trocar from its case, the metal cool against her palm, and set to work. The cellar filled with the small, purposeful sounds of the living tending the dead. When she finished, Tommy looked almost peaceful. The air beside the table rippled, like heat rising from summer stone. For a moment, she thought she saw him there, not lying on the table, but standing beside it, looking at his own body with confusion. "Tommy," she whispered. The shimmer faded. She was alone. But that had been happening more and more lately. The dead lingered, restless, waiting for something she could not give them. So, when the knock came, it felt less like the living calling and more like the dead demanding to be heard. A single, deliberate rap. Florence froze. Another knock followed, more insistent. If anyone found her here, with Frederick's tools, with a body. The knock again. Then a voice she knew too well. "Mrs. Harrow? It's Father McKenna. I saw light in your windows." Dear Lord! The kitchen lamp! She'd forgotten to put it out. She cursed under her breath and extinguished the cellar lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Tommy's form loomed on the table, still, accusing. Groping her way to the stairs, her fingers found the banister. "Coming, Father," she called, her voice pitched too high. She climbed on unsteady legs, smoothing her hair, forcing her face into composure. In the kitchen, the oil lamp still glowed, foolish, careless, and she caught her breath before lifting it to the door. A faint tang of carbolic lingered on her hands, the scent sharp enough to cut through the sweetness of the flowers drying in the corner. When she opened the door, Father McKenna stood there in his black cassock, nearly invisible against the night. A small man with silver hair and kind eyes. He had blessed their marriage, christened her children, held her hand when grief was unspeakable. "Father McKenna," she widened the door, "what brings you at such an hour?" "I was returning from the Donnellys. Little Patrick's taken a bad turn, poor lad. I noticed your light and feared one of the children might have taken ill too." His eyes softened as they found her face. "You look pale yourself, my dear. Have you been eating?" Florence forced a smile. The warmth in his voice only made the lie waiting on her tongue taste more bitter. She hated the deceit, but there was no other choice. "Just sleeplessness," she said. I miss Frederick most at night. He nodded, stepping inside at her gesture, the chill following him in. Grief keeps its own hours, he said gently. You've borne so much. I worry for you. His gaze drifted around the kitchen, not prying so much as noticing. The folded linens, the half-empty tin of tea, the stack of notices at the corner of the table. You must be busy yourself, father, she said, trying to fill the silence. The town's had no shortage of sorrow. He gave a small nod. You speak the truth. His voice stayed mild, though his gaze had sharpened. Still, a few families have spoken of your kindness, how the departed you wash and clothe seem at peace in a way the other women's do not. They mean it as praise, of course. Florence felt heat rise in her cheeks. Praise could be as dangerous as condemnation. He smiled again, kind, but knowing. You remind me of my sister. Stubborn as the saints and twice as fearless. I'd hate to see your good name caught up in idle talk. I appreciate your concern, she said, keeping her tone even, but unable to meet his eyes. What the women speak of is only tenderness, nothing more than a wish to ease the passing for those they love. Her hands tightened around the teacup. There's no harm in that. For a moment neither spoke. The lantern between them shivered, casting faint ripples of gold across his collar and her hands. Then he drew his coat close, preparing to leave. Bolt your door, Florence. Too many folk wander in darkness these days, and darkness tempts even the best of us. The words struck too close to be comfort. She stood in the doorway watching him disappear into the dark, his lantern bobbing like a tiny soul adrift. Only when his footsteps had faded and the night swallowed the last glimmer of light did she turn the bolt, listening. The children were still asleep upstairs, the boys snoring softly, Mary murmuring in a dream. Thank heavens Father McKenna was gone and his visit hadn't woken them. Cradling the lamp to dull its glow, she moved through the house. The stairs complained beneath her careful steps, and she paused on each one. Still, no sound from above. When she reached the cellar door, she finally let herself breathe. Relief came first, then guilt followed hard behind it. What kind of woman thanked God for being spared a good man's kindness? The lamp trembled in her hand, the flame fluttering with her breath. When she finally closed the door, the light seemed suddenly too bright, spilling over the walls and revealing everything she'd meant to hide. But there was no one here to see it, she told herself. Only her and Tommy O'Sullivan, who lay on the table as she'd left him, patient as only the dead could be. She reached to smooth his features once more. The lids she'd set earlier shifted beneath her touch, opening the faintest seam of white. She tried to press them closed again, but nervousness turned her hands clumsy. Frederick would have steadied her wrist. He would have known how to hide the error. By the time she set the needle and thread aside, a fine seam showed where the eyelids met, just enough to catch the light if someone looked too long. Catherine O'Sullivan might see her boy at peace, but a sharp eye would know. She stepped back, rubbing her hands together, and let out a slow breath. As she backed away from the table, she thought she heard a faint sigh, barely sound at all, as though Tommy forgave her clumsy hand. Rest easy, lad, she murmured. The air stilled, leaving only the quiet hum of the lamp and the faint sweetness of embalming fluid. She stood a moment longer before blowing out the light. They'd hold his wake quietly, after nightfall. No procession, no church bells. What she'd done for the boy could not be spoken of. Chapter 3. And yet it was. The town had begun talking about her again. Catherine O'Sullivan couldn't stop praising the work she'd done for little Tommy, and Florence had tended 2 more families since, each one grateful enough to pay her coin and promise their silence. Now, a week later, She stood outside Morrison and Sons, the wind lifting her veil and whispering through the boarded windows with the thin patience of a mourner left behind. The sight unsettled her. For years this had been where grief went to be made respectable. Polished coffins, marble floors, the scent of camphor and wax, mourning scrubbed clean for polite society. Frederick had called it the gentleman's trade. Let Morrison bury the bankers and doctors, he'd said once. We'll see to the rest. Now the grand building stood empty, shuttered at noon, after influenza took the last of the Morrison men in the night. 3 generations gone in a season, and the town's black ribbon pinned to a locked door. Terrible shame, isn't it? Mrs. Hartford had a gift for appearing where sorrow was freshest. She stood at Florence's elbow now, breath quick, eyes alight as if grief itself were a kind of spectacle. In another century she might have burned a witch herself, then wept for the soul she'd saved. Bradley and Son closed last month, and now the Morrisons? Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, though her eyes shone with the thrill of it. They say there are several still inside. The health office means to send for a man from Boston, but if he doesn't come soon, well. She leaned closer. They'll be taken to Potter's Field, I expect. Or the crematory. She gave a delicate shudder. Burned. Can you imagine? Good Christian souls, consigned to smoke like heathens. It's dreadful, truly, but what else can be done? Florence kept her gaze on the boards. The sight of those bodies sealed in darkness made her stomach twist. Souls with nowhere to go. She'd seen what happened when the dead weren't properly tended. It isn't right, she said quietly, to leave them that way. Mrs. Hartford lowered her voice, though no one stood near enough to overhear her. No, it isn't. And yet, well, people do talk. They say you've a special touch, that the ones you prepare look almost alive. She gave a soft laugh, quick to wave the notion away. But I said, surely not our Florence, doing unlicensed work? A young mother wouldn't take such risks. Still, one never knows what grief may lead a woman to, does one? Florence forced a polite smile she didn't feel. Mrs. Hartford's perfume, violets and mothballs, lingered long after she moved on down the street. When the sound of her heels on cobbles faded, the hush returned, deeper than before. Florence looked once more at the abandoned building. If the dead were waiting, someone would have to answer. But it could not be her. Chapter 4. The clatter of small feet broke the hush before Florence had even reached the step. The front door flew open, light spilling across the porch. "Mama!" Mary barreled into her skirts, arms tight around her waist. Behind her, William skidded to a stop, hair rumpled, face bright with relief. "You were gone so long," he said breathlessly. "James said maybe you went to the church again." Florence bent to smooth Mary's hair. "Just visiting with Mrs. Hartford, little bird." She hung her coat and tried to smile. "How was your morning?" "James made me practice my letters, but I don't like the letter Q. It's ugly and has a tail like a rat," Mary whined. Despite everything, Florence chuckled. "All letters are important, little bird, even the ugly ones with tails." "James said I have to do his chores because he's older, but that's not fair." William's complaint joined his sister's. Florence slipped back into the rhythm of motherhood, mediating quarrels, mending seams, stirring a pot of thin soup from what little remained in the pantry. She dipped the wooden spoon, tasted, and added a little more salt. The ordinary tasks wrapped around her like a fragile charm. For a little while she could almost forget unpaid bills and boarded windows and what waited behind them. Evening settled early that day, carrying the kind of cold that dug into one's bones. She was banking the fire when the knock came. a single, polite rap that sounded too composed for the hour. For a beat she did not move. Then she wiped her hands on her apron, blew a strand of stray hair from her face, and crossed the dark parlor with the lamp she'd left on the hob. The children fell silent at the sound. James rose from his chair without being asked, stepping between his siblings and the door. He wasn't tall yet, but there was something of Frederick in the set of his shoulders, the way he seemed to brace against the world without knowing why. "Mrs. Harrow?" The voice was small, uncertain. Florence opened the door to find Mrs. Finch on the step, her veil half lifted, eyes swollen from crying, gloved hands clenched around one another. They'd lived only 2 houses apart for the better part of a decade. The younger woman had brought over bread when Mary was born. "Mrs. Finch," the name came softly. "What is it?" "My husband," the woman said at once, the words tumbling out. "He was taken by the fever. They've sealed Morrison's. He's still inside." The air seemed to thin. Florence didn't need to hear the rest. She already knew what would follow, the same plea she'd heard in whispers for months. "I'm so sorry," she managed. Mrs. Finch blotted her eyes with a handkerchief. "If you could help, lend your skill as I know you've done with others. I'll pay you," she whispered, "more than Morrison ever charged. I'll see that the others do the same." Florence felt heat rise in her cheeks at the offer. Payment and secrecy wrapped together like a dangerous gift. But this wasn't a single body laid out in her cellar, hidden from watchful eyes. This was a sealed house, full of the dead, marked with quarantine notices, and watched by half the town from behind their curtains. To step inside would risk being seen, and if seen, she could lose everything. She glanced over her shoulder toward the children, then back at Mrs. Finch, searching the woman's face for something she could use. Assurance? Shame? Charity? None of it fit. If someone might come later," she began, buying time as if a delay could make the choice lighter. "Mrs. Hartford mentioned a man from Boston." "My sister writes that he won't be coming any time soon," Mrs. Finch cut in, her voice thin with desperation. "The city's worse off than we are. They need every hand there." Florence swallowed. "You must understand," she said at last, the words forced out. "Even if I wish to help you, the law forbids it. They could jail me, and if I'm taken, what becomes of the children?" Mrs. Finch's face crumpled. "You'd not leave your own to such an end," she whispered. The words struck deep. Florence saw Frederick as he'd been that last summer, his uniform too large on his narrow shoulders, promising to be home by Christmas. Not even his body had returned from France. But what if he had made it back across the sea, only to die of the flu in Mill Brook and be left in that shuttered house, waiting for someone to grant him dignity? Her throat tightened. I, she pressed her fingers to her temple. "I'm sorry, truly, Mrs. Finch." For a moment, neither woman moved. From the kitchen came a sudden peal of Mary's laughter, bright and unguarded. Mrs. Finch's gaze flickered past Florence's shoulder toward the sound, then back again. Some of the tension left her face. "I know you are," she said quietly. "You've always been kind. I did not mean to impose more hardship on you." Florence stepped aside, and Mrs. Finch paused on the threshold, looking as though she meant to say more, then only nodded. "God keep you, Mrs. Harrow," she murmured, and turned into the night. "And you," Florence whispered, closing the door behind her. She lingered with her back pressed against the door, long after Mrs. Finch's footsteps faded down the walk. The smell of soup still hung in the air. Through the archway to the kitchen, the children sat clustered around the table. Mary humming to herself, William teasing her with a spoon, James watching them both with that too-grown stillness. She studied their faces until her heart ached, a fierce rush of love and protectiveness rising sharp enough to hurt. Refusing tonight would keep them safe. She had done the right thing. She was almost sure of it. Chapter 5. The next day rose under a crust of ice, the world refrozen overnight, as if to remind her that thaw was a mercy easily revoked. Bad news arrived at Florence's front door before breakfast. She was beginning to dread the brass knocker as much as the rumble of the covered carts that came for the dead. At the door stood Mr. Patterson from Mill Brook Savings and Trust, his dark coat crested with sleet pellets, a younger clerk beside him holding a leather portfolio. He looked older than she remembered, drawn, as if the last months had thinned more than just his patience. "Mrs. Harrow," he said with a nod in greeting. "Morning. I'm afraid this isn't a pleasant call." "I gathered as much." She forced a smile. "Won't you come in?" She led them into the front parlor where Frederick had once met grieving families. The same chairs, now occupied by men come to speak of a different sort of loss. The air still held the faint sweetness of the lilies she and Mary had been arranging. Patterson set his hat on his knee and took a paper from the clerk's folio. "You're several months behind. The sum owed stands at $54.18. The number made her wince. She'd known the arrears were bad, but hearing it aloud made the room tilt. He cleared his throat. "I'm sorry for it. We've had too many visits like this since the war and the fever started. You're not alone in it, Mrs. Harrow, but the bank can't carry accounts indefinitely." "I thought I had until Friday," she managed. "Friday for payment, yes," he said gently, "but we're obliged to give advance notice when foreclosure's likely." His gaze softened. "You've always kept a tidy home. Frederick's books were a model of order." Mary's small voice drifted from the doorway. "Mama, who are they?" Florence turned. "Business visitors, sweetheart. Go on now. Play with your brothers." Mary hesitated, and William appeared behind her. James swooped in last, ushering them away. Patterson gave Florence a tired smile. "Fine children," he said quietly. "It's never pleasant bringing this sort of news into a house." Florence's cheeks flushed. "There must be some alternative." He sighed, rubbing at his temple. "You might sell the property yourself, if a buyer can be found. But the town's bled dry, Mrs. Harrow. Families can't pay for proper burials anymore, and the licensed men in the city are drowning in their own work. They don't need another property to manage." "I can't leave anyway," she said softly. "This is our home." "I know." His voice gentled further. "But Friday afternoon is the deadline. If payment can't be made, foreclosure begins Monday. You'll have 30 days to settle your affairs." He rose, adjusting his gloves. "I wish there were better news. God help us all in these times." Florence nodded, unable to find words as he and the clerk took their leave, the cold spilling briefly in after them. When they were gone, the faint scent of his cologne lingered after the door shut, foreign and unwanted. Florence sat in the parlor, staring at the bare patch of wall where Frederick's license had once hung. She had tucked it away when her husband passed. She couldn't bear to look at what she could never legally claim. $54, due Friday. She opened her account book. $14 in the tin box. Perhaps 3 more if she sold Frederick's good suit and her own wedding ring. It might as well have been 500 she owed. "Mama?" James stood in the doorway, paled. "I heard what they said. About the house." "Oh, sweetheart." She motioned him closer. He perched stiffly on the edge of the chair. "Is it true? Are we going to lose it?" She hesitated, then nodded. Difficult as it was, he was old enough to know the truth. "Unless I find money by Friday." James's fingers twisted in his lap. Couldn't you help the families at Morrison's? Maybe they'd give you something, even just a little. The word struck like flint. He'd heard Mrs. Finch. That work is dangerous, she murmured. But you know how. This is different, she said quickly. If I were caught. She stopped short as William's laughter echoed from the kitchen, followed by Mary's small voice calling his name. James flinched. Don't tell them yet, he whispered. I won't. She pressed his hand. Go help your brother with your sister, all right? When he was gone, Florence sat in the dim parlor, listening to their muffled voices down the hall. 3 children, laughing, arguing, alive. She thought of Mrs. Finch's trembling hands, of the black ribbon still nailed to Morrison's door. The bank would take her house come Monday. The health office might burn the dead by then, too. If she did nothing, both would be lost, home and dignity alike. She rose and stared at the cupboard where Frederick's apron hung. Just one more time, she whispered. For them. For us. And somewhere inside the silence, the decision settled like a stone. Chapter 6. All through the next day, Florence's thoughts circled the same truth. By nightfall, she would have to act. Every tick of the clock carried her closer to it. When her needle slipped and pricked her finger, a bead of blood rose bright against the cloth. She stared at it a moment before blotting it away. Get control of yourself. By the time the school bell rang and the sun slanted red across the windows, her resolve had hardened. When the children came home, she reheated the morning's oatmeal for supper, adding honey to sweeten it. The smell of ash clung to the air. Somewhere down the street, a chimney burned unchecked. The afternoon faded slowly. Florence helped Mary with her letters, mended the tear in William's sleeve, listened half-heartedly as James read from his school primer. By the time the church bells marked 6, the light outside had gone the color of tarnished silver. She lit the lamp and set the table. Mama, why are you dressed like that? It's bedtime, Mary asked, legs swinging beneath her chair. Mrs. Callahan's daughter is poorly, Florence said, hating how easily the lie came. They asked if I might sit with her a few hours, help nurse her through the night. William frowned. You mean like when you watched over old Mr. Dunn? Something like that, yes. James studied her closely. You'll be gone all night? Not all night, she said gently, but you'll look after your brother and sister until I get back. You're old enough now. He didn't argue, but his silence lingered longer than was comfortable. When the meal was done, she tucked Mary into bed, kissed William's brow, and paused at James's door. He was still awake, sitting cross-legged on the quilt. Lock the door behind me, she said. If anyone asks, you tell them your mother's tending the sick. Yes, Mama. Florence lingered a moment, studying the outline of his face, so like Frederick's when he was worried. I'll be home before you know it. Then she went downstairs and packed gloves and an apron. Nothing more. Morrison's would have the rest. When she stepped into the night, the air smelled of smoke and thawing earth. She drew her shawl tight and started down the road, keeping close to the hedge where moonlight couldn't find her. The lamps along Maple Street burned low, their wicks guttering in the wind. Every sound felt magnified. The scrape of her boot on gravel, the faint click of the key and ring she wore at her throat, the distant cough from a house half a block away. She told herself no one would question her. A widow, walking to tend the sick. That was all. Still, she shielded her lantern with her hand and avoided the pools of light spilling from windows, the tavern corner where men might linger late. Her heart counted the steps like beads on a rosary. By the time she reached the edge of town, her hands were stiff from gripping her lantern. Morrison's loomed ahead, darker than the street around it. The air carried a sharp tang of carbolic and dust. the ghost of sickness rather than its stench. A notice flapped on the door. By order of the Mill Brook Health Office, premises sealed until further inspection. Entry forbidden under penalty of law. The letters blurred as she read them. No more delays. No more prayers left unanswered. Only this chance to save her home and family. She turned into the alley. The single unboarded cellar window was barely wide enough for her shoulders. Florence lowered herself, feet first, lantern trembling in her grip. Shadows crawled over the stone walls as she descended. The air rose to meet her, cold, still, and too clean. Her boot struck the floor with a thud, and her skirt caught on the sill, holding her fast until she wrenched it free. Careful now. A memory flickered. Frederick beside her on one of their night calls, his hand firm on hers as she lit the lamp in some stranger's front room. Nothing to fear of the dead, he told her once. Only the living make it so. But this wasn't his kind of darkness. His work had felt sacred. This felt like trespass. She crossed the cellar, each step echoing through the hush, and pushed open the door to the preparation room. Lantern light carved trembling circles across a row of tables, no more than half a dozen, each draped with a clean sheet. The air carried a faint chemical tang, sharp with carbolic and damp linen, undercut by the sour trace of wood that had soaked up years of use. She pressed a peppermint-scented handkerchief to her face and forced herself forward, threading between the shrouded forms. At the back of the room, a cabinet door hung ajar. She paused, heart thudding, then eased it open. Inside waited the tools: scalpels, forceps, glass bottles, tubes coiled like veins. Morrison's instruments. Dust filmed the metal. She laid them out on a cloth, arranging them by touch more than sight. Her fingers shook. She turned to the nearest table and drew back the sheet. Mr. Finch's face stared up, gray and drawn, features slack. She'd prepared dozens of bodies, and had learned to sense when a spirit lingered nearby. Usually they were faint, distant, like voices heard through water. A whisper, a sigh, a shadow at the edge of vision. But this time the air pressed close, damp and trembling, as if the room itself were breathing against her skin. Not one soul waiting to cross, but many, crowding her. Their grief beat against her ribs like trapped wings, frantic and panicked, seeking a way out. Something's wrong, she thought. They can't find the way. She pressed a hand to her chest, as if she could still them through sheer will. They only need to be tended, she thought. Set right. That was what Frederick had always said, that the dead craved order, and the small rituals that eased their leaving. If she worked carefully, if she gave them the rites he'd taught her, perhaps they would settle. She uncorked a bottle marked preservative solution and measured it carefully into the reservoir. The odor struck her throat like frostbite. She connected the rubber tube and pump, testing the valve. A bead of fluid spilled onto her glove, cold at first, then biting through the thin cotton. Don't be careless. You've done this before, she told herself. Just work quickly. She leaned close to locate the artery below the jaw, where Frederick had shown her. Her hand hesitated. The lantern hissed, its glass rattling faintly in the frame. Then, a sigh. Not hers, not the wind. A sound as soft as breath leaving lungs that hadn't drawn one in days. Florence froze. The lantern guttered low, shadows swelling in its wake. A draft lifted the corner of another sheet. The scent of carbolic deepened, then shifted, sweetening into something wrong. Lilies, faint and distant, like a church after service. Steady, she whispered, but her voice shook. She backed away from the table. The bottle tipped, splashing against her skirt, blooming dark where the liquid struck. The hiss of the lantern grew thin. She set the bottle down, hands trembling. Then came the weeping, not loud enough to be human, but too sorrowful to be wind. Florence turned, breath caught. The air shimmered faintly above one of the tables, just enough that she thought she saw movement. Then more, the outline of a small boy beginning to form, his face emerging pale as frost, eyes wide and hollow. But he wasn't simply standing there. He was straining, like someone caught beneath ice, his mouth open in a sound she couldn't hear, his limbs jerking as if fighting to cross a barrier she couldn't see. "Michael," she whispered. Mr. Morrison's grandson's name had barely left her lips when the other souls began to stir. Faces flickered in the trembling light, shapes rising and collapsing again, as though the air itself rejected them. "Something's holding them here." The whispers came again, no longer one voice but many, fragments of prayer, half-remembered hymns, names spoken like questions. Florence stumbled backward, the lantern tilting in her grasp. Light swung wildly across the covered forms, catching fragments of faces, hands, the dull glint of buttons. "No," she whispered. "Please, no." The sound swelled, not louder, but nearer. The boy's outline flashed red, and with it others, crimson shadows crowding the edges of the room, their faces blurred as if the veil itself were tearing. She fled, skirts catching on a table leg, tearing fabric. She didn't feel it. The window gaped above her. She dropped the lantern, heard it shatter behind her, and clawed for the sill, hauling herself upward. Only when the night air struck her face did she realize she'd made it outside. The street was empty, the world hushed. Somewhere a dog whimpered, and the sound nearly undid her. Pressing her back against the wall, she gulped the cold air. Behind her, Morrison's stood silent again, window boards unbroken. Yet, through the seams of the wood a dull crimson shimmered, and from within came the muffled chorus of the dead. She didn't remember the walk back, only the echo of her own footsteps chasing her through the dark. When she reached the house, the windows were black, the street silent. Inside, the air felt too still. She sank into Frederick's chair, gloves still on, her skirts dusty and damp with spilled disinfectant. The scent of pipe tobacco drifted past, so faint she might have imagined it. She didn't turn to look. If she looked and Frederick wasn't there, she'd break. And if she looked and he was... She pressed her palms to her eyes. Had she truly seen them? The boy? The others? Or had exhaustion twisted her senses? Perhaps it was the smell, the strain, the long weeks of worry. Yet when she closed her eyes, the murmurs returned like a hymn sung through water. Not imagination, she was sure of it. Florence clamped her hands over her ears. "Please," she whispered, "let me rest." But the house only creaked in answer, and somewhere in the stillness between her heartbeats, in that space where the living meets the dead, the prayers and the pleas continued. Chapter 7. The house was too quiet. From upstairs came the soft rhythm of sleep, Mary murmuring in her dreams, William turning in his bed, James sighing through his nose the way Frederick once did. The sound soothed her for a while. It meant they were safe. Florence stood at the kitchen basin, scrubbing her hands until the skin reddened. Her palms still stung faintly from the carbolic she used to clean them. The water had long gone cold, but the sharp scent clung to her fingers. A brownish stain marked her hem where the preservation fluid had splashed, a bloom that would never quite wash out. She stripped off her apron, hung it by the stove, and opened Frederick's Bible from the cupboard. The pages stuck together near the Psalms. the print blurred from years of his touch. She searched the verses for something steady to cling to, but the words slipped through her mind like water through cracked glass. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, her voice faltered. The rest would not come. She sank into the chair by the table. The lamp burned low, light barely reaching the walls. Every sound in the house, the clock's slow ticking, the groan of settling beams, the faint drip somewhere beneath the floorboards, seemed newly alive. When the whisper came, it was soft enough she almost missed it. A breath, then her name, drawn out and doubled, one tone low, one high. Florence. Or maybe it was only the wind. She froze. The quill on the table rolled into the shadow. Above her, the floorboards creaked. Then silence. Then Mary's small voice, faint and wondering. Papa? Florence's pulse stopped. For a heartbeat, she thought she heard another voice answer. A man's murmur outside her daughter's door. Her knees weakened. She gripped the table edge to keep from falling. She dared not climb the stairs, dared not confirm what she'd heard. The Bible still lay open before her. She sank to her knees, wood biting through her skirt, and pressed her forehead to the page. Lord, she whispered, if this is punishment, let it fall on me alone. Only spare the children. A draft cut through the kitchen, sharp enough to make her teeth clack. The lamp sputtered, shadows crawling up the walls like water rising. Then stillness. Her breath came ragged. She stayed kneeling until ache became numbness. At last, she rose. The lamp burned low. She turned it all the way down and climbed the stairs, one careful step at a time, the boards moaning beneath her weight. In her room, the air felt colder than it should have been. She undressed, slid beneath the quilt, and drew it to her chin, but the chill would not leave her. It had settled deep, as if the cold of Morrison's cellar had followed her home, seeping into her bones. Sleep came only in fragments. In one dream, she walked Morrison's rows again. In another, her children stood at the foot of her bed, silent and pale. Each time she woke, whispers brushed her ears, too faint to understand, too steady to dismiss. Hours dragged. Once, she thought she smelled that same chemical odor again, sudden and sour, as though it had followed her home. The clock struck the witching hour, and 3 knocks rolled through the front door, spaced so evenly that each seemed to wait for her heartbeat before the next. Florence sat upright. No neighbor would call at such an hour, not even the priest. The sound reached through her ribs to seize her heart. She listened. The silence afterward was almost worse. Then, perfectly timed, came a second set, 3 more knocks. She rose, each step across the floorboards loud enough to betray her. At the door she hesitated, one hand hovering over the latch. Who's there? No answer, only her own pulse in her ears. The stillness that followed was worse than the knocking. Then, I'm looking for F. Harrow, a voice said. Low, cultured, patient, perfectly calm. Not the rasp of something unearthly, not the whisper she'd feared, but a man's voice, touched with an accent she couldn't place. The words didn't echo, they replaced the silence. I believe we have business to discuss, he went on. Business. The word landed strange, too ordinary to belong after a night like this. Her fingers twitched toward the latch, then froze. After what she'd seen at Morrison's, she wasn't sure she could bear another test. What sort of business? She managed, her voice cracking in the stillness. The profitable sort, the voice replied. Might I come in? The matter is both urgent and delicate. Against her better judgment, she opened the door. Cold air pressed inward, carrying the sharp, clean scent of winter rivers, meltwater over stone. The man who stood there was the tallest Florence had ever seen. close to 7 feet, wrapped in a long coat that brushed his ankles. His face was gaunt, but not unkind, the skin bloodless as old bone, his eyes steady and somehow old in a way she could not quite explain. He removed his hat with a formality that belonged to another century. In one gloved hand he held a leather portfolio worn soft at the corners. Mr. Thanatos. He inclined his head slightly. My apologies for the late hour. My work keeps irregular schedules. I am here to speak with Florence Harrow regarding a position recently come open. The name struck like a pin driven straight through her chest. For an instant she could only stare. The sound of Frederick in another man's mouth was unbearable. Too casual, too alive. A breath caught in her throat, sharp enough to hurt. Upstairs she thought she heard the faint echo of Mary's dream voice again. Papa? Florence gripped the doorframe. You've been misinformed, she managed. My husband died in France 9 months ago. Thanatos consulted the papers in his hand, his brow furrowing as if she'd told him the weather was wrong. Florence Harrow, mortician, of this address. I'm his widow, she said. Florence Harrow. She gestured toward her black dress, the creased fabric, the faint stains that refused to wash out. Whatever business you had died with him. Your husband died in France? Thanatos frowned. And the body? Buried there, Bellew Wood. The words still caught in her throat after all this time. I see. Something shifted in his expression. Not sympathy exactly, but understanding. Far from home, no one to ease his passage. A pause. He would have been troubled by that. Frederick believed in the dignity of a proper crossing. He had no choice. No, war rarely offers choices. His gaze moved past her into the dim house. It explains some things. The unrest I sense upon your property. Soldiers who die far from home often linger, especially those who love deeply. Her hand went to the key at her throat. You're saying, Frederick? I am saying only that death is not always the end of presence. Some bonds are harder to sever than others. He turned as if to leave. Wait! The word escaped before she thought better of it. She stepped forward, lowering her voice, glancing toward the staircase where her children slept above. What sort of business did you have for Frederick? I might be able— The work is not suited for you, madam, he said without turning. It requires particular training and considerable endurance. Dangerous work, I'm afraid. I have training. Her pulse quickened. I've been preparing bodies since he died. At that, he turned his head, not fully, but enough for her to see the faintest curve of disbelief ghost across his face. I have no doubt your hands are skilled, Mrs. Harrow, he said softly, but this position involves considerably more than bathing and clothing the dead. He watched her a moment longer, head tilting as if catching a scent the living could not. I smell death upon you, he said at last. Fresh, and embalming fluid. You have been near it tonight, with tools you should not possess. Florence's breath caught. Morrison's, she whispered before she could stop herself. I thought I could help. Prepare the bodies. Frederick taught me mortuary science before the war, but the dead there, they weren't at rest. Thanatos's expression did not change, but something in his voice softened. Yes, that establishment has been troublesome. Too many have lingered too long. He regarded her with new consideration. You saw them, he said, not a question. Not the bodies, the spirits themselves. Florence hesitated. I thought I imagined it. You did not. His tone shifted, curious now. Most mortals may walk through a house of the dead and never truly see them. But you looked into that place, and the veil looked back. That sight cannot be taught. My mother had it, Florence said, and her mother before her. We don't speak of it. Thanatos regarded her for a long moment. Then, almost absently, as if verifying something against an invisible record, he asked, "What was your mother's maiden name?" "Leclaire," she said, startled by the question. "Eleanor Leclaire." His gaze sharpened. Curiosity, then recognition, like the moment a candle's flame steadies in still air. "Ah," he murmured, "the Leclaire line. I wondered if any remained." "You've known others?" "3," he said. "Over the centuries, women who could see what should not be seen. One became a nun and denied it until death. One went mad from trying to save everyone. One," he hesitated, voice lowering, "one walked into the sea and did not return. But she did not drown." Florence's throat tightened. "What happened to her?" "She became what she was always meant to be," he said. "As you will if you choose this path. The Leclaire blood calls to death as surely as death calls to it. It is both curse and covenant." His gaze lingered on her, and in it was something that might almost have been pity, or recognition. "You have seen what waits between," he said quietly, "but you do not yet understand what it asks of those who look back, and what it might take from them." Florence drew a breath. "Then tell me." Thanatos nodded, as if accepting something inevitable. "What you saw at Morrison's, their confusion, their longing, that is my work." He glanced toward the dark window, as if listening to something far away. "When death comes too swiftly, in too great numbers, the path between worlds closes. My task is to reopen it, to guide them through." "I could learn." "You could die." No inflection, a fact stated. "The dead cling to the living. They will drain your warmth, your breath, your life itself if you permit them." His gaze lingered. "You are a woman. You feel too deeply. That is the grace of the fairer sex, and the ruin of the reaper." Her jaw tightened. She'd heard versions of this from every man who'd ever dismissed her. Too soft, too feeling, too much heart and not enough sense. But she'd also heard Frederick say the opposite, that her heart was what made the work holy. "Yet you thought my husband capable." "Because Frederick Harrow possessed a gift rare among mortals. He could ease the dying, make their crossing gentle. The dead trusted him." Regret crossed his features. "But he is gone, and you will not do." Florence straightened. "I prepared Tommy O'Sullivan. His mother said he looked at peace." "Peace is not passage." "Then teach me the difference." He tilted his head. "Tell me, Mrs. Harrow, when you prepare a body, do you see the person they were, or the body they left behind?" "Both." Something shifted in his expression. He studied her as if seeing her for the first time. "That could be either your greatest strength or your undoing," he murmured. "You have already been seen, have you not? At Morrison's? The dead there remember you entered their space. You cannot unsee them, and they cannot unsee you." A chill crawled her spine. "What does that mean?" "It means they will find you, follow you, call to you. Once the dead know you possess the sight, they seek you out." He exhaled, the sound closer to resignation than breath. "Better to guide that calling than permit it to consume you, I suppose. This is not an offer I make by choice, Mrs. Harrow. It is necessity. You have already crossed the threshold." His words settled like dust in the stillness, heavy and inescapable. Beyond the threshold of the open door, an owl passed, the faint whisper of its wings slipping through the dark. Marked. That was what he meant. She thought of her children sleeping above, of foreclosure notices, and of Frederick's empty chair. "What is the offer?" she asked quietly. What would the work entail? Thanatos' gaze sharpened, as if he'd reached a decision. You will be my apprentice. When the work requires it, I shall come for you. Most often at dusk, though death keeps irregular hours. You will go where I send you and remain until the passage is complete. Return before your household wakes, when you are able. And if I cannot reach them all? Then they remain, he said simply. And the next night more will gather. The lost call to one another. Too many unanswered, and the veil begins to thin. She swallowed hard. What else? His eyes met hers. You will sit with the dying. You will ease their fear. You will cut the threads that bind them to the mortal world. When they cross, you will feel it. A piece of yourself goes with them. Night after night. Mortals hollow out like old wood. But you think I can do it. I think you may be desperate enough to attempt it, he corrected, then said almost gently, You require $54 by Friday. Florence's breath caught. How did you? Death keeps its own ledgers, Mrs. Harrow. What you owe the bank, you shall owe me. The difference is that I collect in service, not coin. He produced a leather pouch, but did not immediately offer it. And for better or for worse, you are now one of my reapers. This is an advance against your first week's work. If you succeed, the debt is paid. If you fail, his gaze held hers, then I shall have invested poorly. The words fell like a verdict. Florence stared at the pouch, at the pale hand holding it out to her. I don't truly have a choice but to accept, do I? She asked. The desperate seldom do, he said. She took the pouch, its weight cold and real in her palm. He moved toward the door, but paused at the threshold, turning back to her. One more thing, he said. The work must remain unseen. The living are not ready to know that death requires such management. If you speak of this to anyone, family, priest, physician, the bargain ends. The children will see you leave and return. What you tell them is your concern, but they cannot know the truth of what you do. His tone softened by a hair. For their protection as much as yours. The living who know too much about death often cannot unknow it. And if someone discovers me? His expression darkened. The first time she'd seen anything like emotion cross his face. The work of reapers has been mistaken for witchcraft since humans learned to fear what they cannot name. If you are seen, truly seen, I will not need to punish you. He paused. The world will do it for me, and I shall not intervene. You'd let them. I would have no choice. The boundary between worlds depends upon mortal ignorance. If that boundary breaks... He didn't finish. Tomorrow at dusk, I shall come for you. Bring nothing but your courage. Leave your grief behind, lest you find the voice you miss most. His gaze moved beyond the open door toward Frederick's empty chair. Beware the recently dead, Mrs. Harrow. They are desperate, and desperation makes monsters of us all. Before she could ask what he meant, he was gone. Not walking away, simply absent. The space where he'd stood suddenly and violently empty, like air rushing to fill a void. The candles flared once, then steadied. The cold remained. She understood suddenly that saving her children meant learning to walk in the dark. Florence closed the door and leaned against it, the pouch clutched tight to her chest. She told herself she had made a bargain, not a vow, but she wasn't sure she believed it. Interlude 1. The dead do not sleep. They wait. In the hollow between realms, the air trembled like glass before a storm. Shadows gathered around the throne of forgotten ages, carved from what remained of the first silence. The air smelled faintly of iron and frost. Andromalius stood scowling among them, his jaw set, his face the color of old vellum. "She was not chosen," he said. "You reached beyond your dominion." Across the hall, Thanatos regarded him in silence. His robes carried the residue of earth, the scent of smoke and salt, the faintest tinge of human sorrow. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, almost weary. "She was already halfway across. I merely showed her the path." Andromalius's tone sharpened. "You mistake sympathy for judgment. You forget what the living are. They do not endure the sight for long." Thanatos lifted one hand, and the air rippled with the ghost of light. "Endure or perish. It is the same toll. The scales must be balanced." A murmur moved through the gathered reapers, dry as wind over bone. Somewhere deep within the hall, the scales shuddered in their chains, silver light running through every fissure, each vibration marking a new name added to the ledger of the dead. Andromalius stepped closer. "This woman will unmake you." Thanatos's expression did not change. "Then let her," he said. "The world falters under the existing order. Perhaps a little unmaking is required." The hall fell silent. Only the scales whispered on, counting the seconds between mercy and ruin. Chapter 8. Florence awoke the next morning with her fingers clenched tight around something. For a moment she couldn't remember what she held. Pale light slanted through the bedroom curtains, turning the wallpaper gray. Her neck throbbed from sleeping tensed against nightmares. She uncurled her fingers slowly. The pouch lay there, soft leather damp with sweat, the drawstring wound once around her wrist as if she'd tied it in her sleep. She hesitated before loosening it. A handful of coins slid into her palm, silver, heavy, dull-edged, and colder than they should have been, as though they still carried the night with them. She turned them over, half expecting them to dissolve into dust or dream. The metal stayed cool and real against her skin. The mortgage could be paid. Her children would keep their home. Whatever bargain she had made, whatever price would come due, it was worth that security. Mary's voice carried up the stairs, shrill with argument. "William says I can't have more jam on my bread, but I want more jam." "Always with the jam," Florence murmured as she dressed, tucking the pouch into her pocket, and descended to the kitchen. The coins clinked softly against her hip with each step, small metallic beats reminding her of promises made in the dark. Around the table the children huddled, James scraping butter so thin the bread shone through, William and Mary quarreling over a spoon of preserves. "Good morning, my dears." She kissed each head in turn. "William, let your sister have a bit more jam. We can be generous today." James looked up quickly at her words. Florence added coal to the stove fire. "I'll be going into town," she said in a tone meant to sound light. "Business matters to attend. William, Mary, mind your brother while I'm gone." James's eyes lingered on her, too old for his years. She carried that gaze with her as she tied her shawl, thumbed the pouch in her pocket once more to be sure it hadn't been a dream after all, and set out. The town looked different beneath daylight. Influenza's scars lingered in shuttered windows, and dark veils draped over doorways, as if the houses themselves were in mourning. But the air no longer pressed down with grief. At the corner of Main and Elm, the Mill Brook Savings and Trust rose in red brick. Mr. Edwin Patterson looked up from his desk as she entered, surprise painting his narrow face. "Mrs. Harrow, I wasn't expecting you until Friday." "I've come to settle my account." She set the pouch on his blotter. He loosened the drawstring, spilling the coins into his palm. The silver caught the light, and his brows rose. "This is a considerable sum." His thumb ran over one of the coins, as though testing for forgery. "May I ask where it came from?" Florence's spine stiffened. "I've secured employment." "Employment?" His tone held surprise more than doubt. In Mill Brook? Doing what, if I may ask? Night work, she said evenly, meeting his gaze. His pen tapped once against the blotter. His eyes dropped to the coins, then moved to her worn dress, assessing, not unkindly, but uneasy. Night work, he repeated, the words careful now. And what sort of night work pays like this? Florence adjusted her gloves, smoothing the creases between each finger before answering. Private nursing. The influenza has created opportunities. I see. He set the coins back in their pouch, expression unreadable. When he spoke again, the softness in his voice sounded more like pity than reproach. Florence didn't want to think about where he imagined she had gotten the money from. Your account is current. He slid the paper across the desk and reached for his pen, though it trembled slightly in his hand. Florence tucked the receipt into her coat. Good day, Mr. Patterson. He watched her go, brow furrowed with the unease of a man who'd glimpsed something he couldn't reconcile. Outside, the wind had turned gentler, the morning chill giving way to a pale sun. The light struck the storefront glass too brightly, almost blinding her. But, for the first time in months, she walked past the butcher and the grocer without calculating what she couldn't afford. With what was left from her savings, she bought a small roast, real butter, coffee that didn't taste of chicory. Each purchase felt both reckless and thrilling, though she couldn't shake the sense that she was spending from someone else's purse. By the time she returned home, the light had softened into afternoon. She stepped into a house steeped in the day's small heat. Soap, bread, and something sweeter beneath it, like peace borrowed from another life. The spell broke with a shout from outside, Mary and William bickering again, then laughing. Their voices rose through the open window, bright as birdsong, startling in their joy. James lingered to help her put away the groceries. He stacked the tins in silence, then said, We didn't have this much money yesterday. Florence paused, folding the paper from the loaf. No, she said lightly, we didn't. He watched her, dark eyes probing. Where did it come from? She set the paper aside. I've found work. The same work you've been doing. It's different, she said. Stranger work. And it will mean I'm away in the evenings, starting tonight. His face paled. Every night? I don't know, she said softly. But while I'm gone, you'll look after Mary and William. Can you do that for me? He straightened. Of course, but is it safe? Florence hesitated. Nothing about it seemed safe, but she wouldn't tell him that. I'll be careful, she said finally. And if anyone asks, tell them I'm nursing a sick family. That's all. James nodded, jaw tightening again, the gesture so like his father's it caught at her heart. The rest of the day unfolded as if through glass, everything visible, nothing quite reaching her. Florence moved through her tasks with a strange detachment, peeling potatoes, correcting Mary's crooked letters, listening to William's chatter about a robin's nest, as though she were watching someone else play out the motions of domestic life. When the sun dipped low, she found herself drawn to the parlor. Frederick's chair waited in its corner. On the table beside it lay his mending basket, untouched since he left for the war. She pulled out an old, torn work shirt, threaded a needle, and began to mend. In and out, pulling jagged edges together. The rhythm steadied her. For a moment, she could almost smell pipe smoke, almost hear his patient voice. But the room was empty, and the only sound was the thread pulling taut. William appeared in the doorway. Mama, you're sitting in Papa's chair. Yes, she said softly. It seemed right tonight. You look different, Mama. Do I? Like you're getting ready for something hard. I am. She folded the mended cloth neatly in her lap. Sometimes we mend what is broken before we can move forward. He nodded, shoulders squared in imitation of his brother. I'll be nice to Mary while you're at your new work. Don't worry. I know you will. She smiled faintly. And you'll listen to James. You're a good boy, and your father would be proud. After William's footsteps faded upstairs, she remained where she was, the mended shirt in her lap. Resolve came slowly, like the tide creeping toward the shore. When it finally reached her, she rose from Frederick's chair, pinned her hair back, changed into her black dress, and sat by the window. The parlor clock chimed 6, its echo swallowed by the hour's last light. Beyond the window, dusk took the shape of a man. Chapter 9. The form drew closer until Florence could make out the brim of his hat and the impossible length of his stride. Frost crept across the window pane where his shadow fell. The light seemed to scatter away from him, collecting in dark pools at his feet. She opened the door before Thanatos could lift his hand to knock, mindful of the children sleeping upstairs. Mrs. Harrow. He touched the brim of his hat, his pale eyes studying her face. Are you prepared? Such a simple question, yet it carried the weight of everything she was about to become. Florence glanced once at the staircase, at the warm lamplight that made their home feel safe and ordinary. Then she stepped across the threshold into the March night. I am. The door clicked shut behind her with a finality that echoed in her bones. Thanatos inclined his head, almost approving. Before we begin, he said, reaching into his coat, you'll need this. From his gloved hand hung a slender chain, the pendant at its end glinting like captured starlight. The charm was simple, an oval of black glass, no larger than a thumbprint, polished so smooth it seemed to drink the moon's light. Florence's breath caught. What is it? The Reaper's glass, he said. It strengthens what already stirs within you, the sight you were born with, and shields you from what it reveals. Without it, you could see the dead, yes, but not reach them. And without its barrier, they could reach you. He held it out on his open palm. The glass gleamed with an inner darkness. Put it on. Her fingers trembled as she lifted the chain over her head. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She paused for a breath, steadying herself, then lowered the pendant. The glass settled against her collarbone, colder than she expected. And then, as if responding to her touch, it warmed. The air thickened. The shadows at the edge of her porch began to stir. A whisper brushed past her ear, faint as breath on glass. She startled. What was that? Thanatos's gaze did not waver. Only a whisper from the departed, those already near enough to sense you. His voice carried no alarm, only fact. These are same streets you've always walked, he said, but truly seen. Death in such numbers as this town has seen leaves marks, tears in the fabric between what is and what was. The glass shows you what lingers in those seams clearly. Florence shivered. The room seemed thinner for his words, as if every shadow might conceal a name she'd once known. She couldn't tell if the air had chilled, or if she'd simply stepped closer to something vast and unseen. Come, tonight you'll learn to walk among them. He extended a pale hand. Florence hesitated only a moment before taking it. Then together they stepped into the streets of Mill Brook, and the world shifted. The gas lights burned silver instead of gold. The air shimmered, dense with motion. And there, standing near the bakery window, a young man watched her. It took her only a moment to know him. Tommy O'Sullivan. He wore the same clothes he'd worn at the bakery, cuffs white with old flour. He looked as though he were waiting for someone to open the door and call him in to supper. Florence's breath caught. He's dead. I prepared the body myself. Yes, said Thanatos, and still he lingers. His tone carried no pity, only observation. Unable to accept his time is finished. Observe how he clings to the familiar. Tommy leaned his forehead against the glass, watching his mother inside the shop. His hand lifted once, uncertainly, as if to knock. Florence's throat tightened. She remembered how he'd leave a loaf on her step sometimes, still warm, and pretend it was a delivery mistake. Can't we send him on? In time, but not tonight. Tonight you only learn to see. They walked on. A child crouched in the street, arranging toys that weren't there, her lips moving in a rhyme no one remembered. An old man tipped his hat from a bench long since removed. A woman pegged ghostly linens to an empty line, her gnarled hands repeating chores she no longer owned. Florence shivered. There are so many. The influenza has made confusion of death, Thanatos said. In gentler years, souls passed with prayers and farewells to guide them. Now thousands arrive at once, their death sudden and unexpected. They reached the square. The war memorial loomed, but in this twilight, Florence saw names carved in fresh lines the living could not read. Those claimed by influenza, etched here alongside those fallen in battle. Thanatos' voice took on a measured cadence. The work demands control as much as sight. Most mortals who glimpse the dead lose themselves to what they see. Florence tore her gaze from the stone, her inhalation sharp. The spectral crowd drifted all around her, lost and unheeding. She thought of Frederick, buried in France, and the hollow his absence had carved in her chest. If this was what awaited the lost, endless repetition, unmoored sorrow, then perhaps she had been chosen for a reason. Then teach me to endure it, she said quietly. Thanatos's pale eyes met hers. I will do what I can, but you should know no mortal has endured this work for long, and no woman has ever tried. Florence said nothing, though part of her thrilled at the defiance of it, the idea that Death himself had chosen her for this trial. Yet beneath that spark of pride came something heavier, as if a door had opened inside her and she could feel the dark pressing to be let through. They had left the square behind, but Florence's mind stayed fixed on the names carved where the living could not see. Each step felt heavier, as if those invisible letters weighed her down. Thanatos slowed near the iron fence surrounding St. Mary's graveyard. The rusted gate swung inward at his touch. He gestured for her to follow. Inside, the night was different. Shadows clung thicker between the leaning stones. The silver light pooled strangely, as though the moon had shifted its gaze. Florence shivered. Why here? Because consecrated ground thins the veil further still. It is a place between. The pendant at her throat grew warmer, pulsing steady, almost like a heartbeat. The whispers she had been hearing all night drew closer, no longer fragmented, but softly harmonized. A boy in uniform stepped from between two leaning stones. He couldn't have been more than 19. His cap sat crooked, facing away from them. But when he turned and raised a trembling hand in salute, Florence's knees buckled. He looked like the boys Frederick had written of, barely more than children, buried in foreign mud. His lips moved soundlessly, but the pendant throbbed warmer, and she heard one word as if whispered against her ear. Home. Her throat closed. She reached toward him before remembering, but her hand passed through his sleeve like smoke. Still, she wanted to answer, to promise him he would not be left here, lost and alone. Home, she whispered back, though she could not tell if he heard. The soldier's outline flickered, and for a heartbeat his face shifted, becoming older, the jaw familiar. The uniform darkened, a blood stain forming across the left side. Florence gasped. Frederick? The name escaped before she could stop it. Thanatos's hand clamped on her shoulder, cold enough to burn through cloth and skin. The vision shattered. Only the young soldier remained, still waiting for release. Do not, Thanatos said quietly, call for those who are not present. She trembled under his grip. I didn't mean. The glass amplifies longing as much as sight. If you want to see him badly enough, you will, and then neither of you will be safe. He released her, gaze fixed on the fading boy. Watch. He crossed the distance between them with deliberate calm. The soldier straightened instinctively, as if recognizing rank. Thanatos reached out, not in comfort, but in command, his fingers closing around an invisible thread just above the young man's heart. The air hummed. A faint line of light appeared, thin as a hair, trembling between them. Thanatos drew his hand through the air in a slow, precise motion, and the thread parted with a sound like breath leaving a body. The boy's form wavered, relief softening his face before it dissolved into silver mist that drifted upward, gone before the next stir of air. Florence's hand flew to her mouth. You killed him. I released him, Thanatos corrected. There is a difference. He glanced at the space where the boy had stood. That was a mercy, Mrs. Harrow. To linger is suffering. The silence that followed felt immense. Thanatos studied her. You will learn to listen without losing yourself. Tomorrow night you will attempt your first crossing. For now, go home, and never remove the pendant. Without it, you stand unguarded, and every whisper in the dark will know your name. Florence nodded, unable to speak. Thanatos walked her back through the shifting streets. By the time her own house came into view, the silver light had dimmed, the shadows retreating into ordinary corners. The world felt muted, half returned to itself, though her senses still thrummed like struck glass, and if she'd been tuned to a frequency she could never unhear. At her gate, he tipped his hat. Until tomorrow night, Mrs. Harrow. Then he was gone, swallowed by shadow. Florence slipped inside her house. The children's breathing upstairs was steady, blessedly real. Yet even in the quiet, the pendant at her throat pulsed faintly, whispering a word she could not forget. Home. Chapter 10. Florence woke to the sound of voices. For a moment, she couldn't tell what was wrong, only that the light was not as it should be. It poured through the curtains in golden streaks, the sun already too high, too bright. She had overslept. The bed beside her was cold, as it had been for 9 months, yet the air felt newly inhabited. Shadows clung to the corners, even in daylight, pooling in places the sun should have reached. Twice she thought she heard her name whispered through the brightness, a sound too soft to be real. Her hand flew to the Reaper's glass at her throat. It pulsed beneath her touch, warmth kindling where none should be. The dead were near. She sat up, pulse quickening. The clock on the dresser read 7:30, later than she had slept in years. The children were already awake. She could hear them in the kitchen, their voices raised in the chaotic way that belonged to all mornings. That small break in routine unsettled her more than she expected. Florence had always been the first to rise, the one who lit the stove and set the table. Now, for the first time, the house had moved without her. She dressed quickly and descended the stairs, though the air felt heavy, the boards creaking as if the house itself disapproved. The mirror in the hall rippled when she passed, her reflection bending out of shape, as though another figure moved just behind her shoulder. Good morning, my dears, she said from the doorway, forcing cheer into her voice. Mary sat at the table, eating butter from a spoon, her elbows on the cloth. William dripped milk from his cup onto the table, watching the circles spread. Florence felt too guilty to scold them. I must have been overtired from the late night. She busied herself with the teapot. I see you all found breakfast. James made it, Mary said, as though her brother had prepared a feast. Thank you, James. James looked up at her. You slept late. I won't make it a habit, she said, forcing a smile. The domesticity of the morning should have soothed her. Instead, every sound seemed to echo, carrying something hollow beneath it. She tried to match their rhythm, but the moment kept slipping past. Soon they were gathering books and scarves, calling their goodbyes. After the children left for school, Florence moved through the house like someone half remembering a dream. Morning blurred into afternoon in a drift of small, unfinished tasks. She mended a seam, then left the needle threaded in the cloth. The fire hissed and spat. When she turned toward the hearth to tend it, she froze. A man sat in Frederick's chair. At first she thought her eyes deceived her. The figure was half cast in shadow, head bowed toward the mantel where the family photograph stood. Her and Frederick and the children, all squinting into the summer sun. The uniform he wore was olive wool, dark with mud. The left sleeve hung pinned where an arm should have been. Her breath caught. She knew that uniform, knew the way those shoulders set themselves against grief. The reaper's glass at her throat grew warmer. "Sir," she managed, praying she was wrong. He didn't answer. His attention stayed fixed on the photograph. She stepped closer. "Are you lost?" At that, the figure turned, and her breath left her. "Frederick." It tore out before she could stop it. The glass seared against her skin, bright and hot, warning. And as she spoke his name, the ruin of his wounded body mended. The mud vanished. The sleeve filled. He was whole again, standing in the soft glow of morning light, alive and smiling as he once had. For a heartbeat, she almost believed he'd come home. Then he began to fade. "Wait, please." Florence reached toward him, the glass turning to fire. The air between them shimmered, and she knew, too late, that she had done exactly what Thanatos had warned her against. The figure faltered, half light, half memory, and then began to unravel, his outline thinned to smoke. "No!" she cried. "Frederick, don't go!" The words were still leaving her mouth when a child's voice echoed through the open window. "Mama?" The front latch rattled, the thud of small feet following. Mary stood in the doorway, eyes wide. "Are you talking to Daddy?" Florence turned. The chair by the hearth was empty, the air above it still shimmering faintly where the ghost had been. "What do you mean?" she asked, too quickly. "I heard you outside," Mary said, "all the way from the grate. You said Frederick. Were you talking to Papa?" Florence forced a smile, the heat of the glass cooling painfully against her skin. "You must have heard the echo," she said. "This old house plays tricks with sound." But even as she spoke, the scent of pipe tobacco laced the air, and the floorboard behind the chair gave one soft, familiar creak, like a man rising to leave. Mary frowned, uncertain, then whispered, "I talked to Daddy." Florence's pulse stumbled. Then she caught herself. Mary was a 6-year-old girl, and young children were prone to all manner of fancy. "I'm glad, little bird," Florence said gently. "Sometimes, when we miss someone very much, we talk to them as if they're still here. It helps the hurt feel smaller. I was remembering your father. Sometimes the memories feel so real, I forget I'm alone." She brushed a curl from Mary's forehead, then asked, "Where are your brothers?" "Outside, playing with Mrs. Finch's son." Florence breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't sure why exactly, but she was glad the boys hadn't witnessed their exchange. "Well, go on now. Wash up and we'll play with your doll until they come in for supper." But when Mary had gone, Florence sank into the chair that the spirit that might have been her husband had just left. The cushion still held the faint trace of warmth. She stared at the photograph until her eyes blurred. She had seen him, and the glass had burned to warn her away. Chapter 11. By 6, the sun had gone. and fog gathered along the river road. Florence told herself she'd only stepped out for air after supper. The house felt too full of Frederick's absence, but the air carried other whispers. The longer she stood, the less certain she was that she wanted to hear them. Dusk deepened. Lamps flared. The mist thickened until the world seemed made of breath. Thanatos arrived out of it, his tall form coalescing between the street lamps as though he'd been waiting for her to notice him. "Mrs. Harrow." His tone was even, but his eyes were colder than before. "You called to the dead. Again." The words struck like a verdict. Florence froze on the threshold. "I do not lie." His gaze held on the pendant at her throat. "It still burns with the echo of what you summoned." Shame flared through her chest. "He came to me. I didn't mean to." "Intent is irrelevant." The shadows around him seemed to lean closer. "If your husband's spirit has drawn near, there is only one mercy left to offer him." She shook her head before he finished, a reflex born of dread. "You will reap him," Thanatos said softly, "when the time comes." Her breath caught. "You can't mean—" "I mean precisely that. Affection does not excuse interference." The faintest tremor of disappointment entered his voice. "For tonight, you will turn your compassion elsewhere. A boy, 16, dead of the fever, still lingers near his home. Perhaps tending to another will remind you what your task truly is." Florence steadied herself on the doorframe. "Tommy O'Sullivan?" Thanatos inclined his head. "I thought it fitting that your first task involve a soul you've meddled with once before." Her stomach tightened. "You mean this is punishment?" "I mean it is instruction," he said evenly. "Compassion untempered by discipline endangers both the living and the dead. Tonight you'll learn the difference." "But I can't. His mother still leaves bread at the church," Florence said. "Fresh loaves every morning." "Then she is the tether that keeps him here," Thanatos replied, offering his arm. "You see why attachments are dangerous, for the living and the dead alike." They walked through Mill Brook's sleeping streets, their footsteps echoing between sleeping houses. The lamps blurred, halos lost in the fog. The town felt hushed, part dream, part graveyard. When they reached O'Sullivan's bakery, the shutters were sealed tight. Yet a faint bluish glow leaked through the cracks, pulsing in rhythm with the warmth beneath Florence's collar. "Remain close," Thanatos murmured. Frost latticed the cobblestones, and the scent of old bread lingered beneath the metallic breath of the mill. A shape shifted near the doorway. "Tommy." He turned toward her, not the still, sickly young man she'd washed and dressed, but the lanky 16-year-old who used to deliver loaves to her house. The faint light ensorcelled him, making him seem like a dream or a memory. "You came to see me," he said, wonder softening his voice. "I thought maybe you couldn't see me anymore. I don't think my mother can." His gaze drifted past her, to the tall shadow in the mist. When he looked back, the light in him had changed, understanding dawning slow as dawn on a winter day. "You brought him," he said quietly. Florence swallowed past the lump in her throat and nodded. "You know why I'm here, Tommy." He glanced toward the house. "Mother's inside. She keeps calling me. If I go, she'll think I left her." Florence's heart squeezed. "Your mother knows you loved her. She'll find peace in time." "She won't," he said fiercely. "She doesn't eat. She doesn't sleep. She still sets a place for me." His eyes shone with anguish. "I hear her crying every night." Florence wanted to tell him grief would fade, that the living learn to live again. But the words caught in her throat. Compassion rose before reason, and though she knew she shouldn't speak, the promise formed anyway. "You've already kept your word, Tommy," she said softly. "You took care of her while you could. Let her live now. I promise to look after your mother." His gray eyes searched hers. "You swear it?" "I swear it." Thanatos exhaled, a quiet hiss that steamed in the air. "Do not make promises to the dead," he warned, voice low and terrible in its calm. Florence flinched at the sound, but didn't step back. The boy's eyes were wide, not with terror, but the kind of longing that belongs only to the living. The pendant pulsed hot against her throat, and suddenly she saw it. The faint, silvery thread binding Tommy to the world stretched between his heart and the darkened window where his mother slept. She reached toward him, hesitant, her hand trembling in the air. "It's all right," she whispered. "You can rest now. I'll take care of Catherine." Her fingers brushed the thread, instinctively knowing what to do. It vibrated like the thinnest note of music. Warmth surged through her arm. Grief, love, longing, the smell of bread baking in the morning, Tommy's mother's voice singing him to sleep. And then, as gently as breath leaving a body, she drew her hand across it. The thread parted soundlessly. Tommy inhaled once, his eyes widening, not in peace, but in wonder edged with fear. The light caught in his throat like a cry she couldn't hear. Then his face flickered between boy and echo, between what had been and what no longer was. His lips parted. "Remember your promise." The voice was his, and not his. Something older moved through the words, thin as wind through reeds. Then his outline brightened. The frost recoiled, and he unraveled into light. Not rising gently, but scattering, breaking apart like embers caught in a sudden wind. The street went still. Florence pressed a trembling hand to her pendant, the glass gone cold against her skin. "You have done more harm than good," Thanatos said behind her. "I only gave him my word." "Exactly." His shadow stretched across the cobblestones, deepening the dark around her. "A promise binds you, Mrs. Harrow. The living forget. The dead do not." "I couldn't just let him worry for her." "A promise is virtuous amongst the living," Thanatos said evenly. "Amongst the dead, it's a snare." He stepped closer, his presence dimming the lamp glow. "When you promised him before you released him, you tied yourself to that vow. Part of him will linger in the between, neither gone nor wholly free, until he believes you've kept your word, or until you've broken it. The rest crossed over, but the promise holds a piece of him still." Her pulse stumbled. "You mean he's still here?" "Not here as you are," Thanatos replied. "The between is a place of waiting, a place barred from both the mortal realm and the afterlife, where the dead hover over what they cannot release. They watch, they ache, they listen for the promise's fulfillment. Until it's done, he will haunt its echo, and the thread that bound him will now run through you." Florence's voice had thinned to a whisper when she spoke again. "So he's not at peace." "No," Thanatos said softly, "nor are you. Each vow you make will divide you a little further, half in the living world, half among the dead who wait for you to keep your word." The cold deepened between them, the fog trembling as they walked on through Mill Brook's sleeping streets. When they reached the edge of the town square, Thanatos paused to speak. "You did well enough," he said, "but mistakes like that leave their mark. You'll feel it, in time." By daylight, these same cobblestones would look harmless, but now the world carried shapes she refused to name. The line between living and lost had thinned. until she could no longer tell which side she walked on. Florence knew the ghostly faces they passed when they resumed their slow walk back to Maple Street. Customers, neighbors, so many who should have been at peace, still wandering these streets as though work or worry could bring them back to a life abandoned against their will. She wondered if any soul truly rested now, or if the whole town had forgotten how to sleep. When they reached her gate, Thanatos turned to her. "The boy's gratitude will fade," he said. "His claim upon you will not. And when you face your husband's spirit again, remember, you are not here to placate the dead. Eventually, you must choose to let them go, even the ones you love." He stepped back into the fog. Then he was gone. Florence lingered on the porch, the March night raw against her face. The street lay still, lamplight pooling in uneven intervals, the mist swallowing the rest. She pressed her hand to the pendant at her throat, half expecting it to burn again, but it stayed cool. The wind stirred. Somewhere a shutter creaked open and closed. She thought of Frederick's ghost, turning toward her by the fire, his eyes full of longing and warning both. "I'll keep my promises," she whispered. The Reaper's glass pulsed once like a heartbeat answering her own, and Florence knew the dead had heard. Interlude 2. The balance trembled, metal singing faintly in the hollow air. Across the vast chamber of stillness and shadowed stone, the scales of passing quivered in their suspension. Two shallow basins of beaten gold, veiled in dust and the pale shimmer of unspent souls. For centuries they had hung in perfect poise. Tonight one sank low, spilling light like water. Andromeda stood before them, hands clasped behind his back. The tremor ran through the floor and into the roots of the realm, reaching the hall where the reapers gathered. "The measure shifts again," said a lesser keeper, its voice thin as smoke. "A mortal hand has touched the passage. The weight refuses to settle." Andromeda watched the scales slow sway. "Show me." One basin shimmered with the ghost of light, flickering, hesitant, incomplete. "The soul crossed, but not cleanly," the keeper said. "A fragment lingers in the between, bound by a promise unfulfilled." "Whose promise?" "The mortal's, or perhaps his own. The record cannot tell them apart." Thanatos entered without sound. The scales stilled, then shuddered once more, as if they knew his name. "You see it?" Andromeda said. "The balance falters." "It remembers mercy," Thanatos replied. His voice echoed like wind through a grave. "Mercy is not ours to grant." "Then perhaps that is the flaw." Andromeda's shadow gathered close, a faint ripple breaking the stillness. "This mortal will tear the measure from its chain." Thanatos looked toward the golden basin, where the fractured light still trembled, caught between ascent and oblivion. "The measure was never meant to be perfect," he said softly. "Only endured." The scales tipped once, metal sighing in the silence. Above them the first crack appeared, hairline, luminous, splitting the world. Chapter 12. The alarm clock on the mantel shrilled before dawn. Florence woke already half upright, as if she'd been waiting for it. She hadn't trusted herself to wake naturally, not after Tommy's vanishing light, not with Frederick's ghost still haunting her dreams. The Reaper's glass lay cool against her skin, its stillness a small mercy. Downstairs, she lit the stove and set the kettle to boil. By the time the children's footsteps sounded overhead, the fire was steady. The smell of tea filled the room, and she almost felt like herself again. But the calm didn't last. William came down scowling, his collar crooked, swinging his satchel like a weapon. James says I have to walk with him, he muttered. I don't want to. You'll do as your brother says. Florence set his cup before him, but he didn't touch it. He stared at the table. The boys at school said you were seen at the graveyard, after dark. Florence froze, the teapot halfway to James's cup. They said Mr. Gibbons saw you from the trolley, William went on, his voice shrinking. Said you were standing by the gate in your black dress, just watching. He told Mrs. Dugan you were calling for spirits like the women in Boston. William, her voice came out soft, almost pleading. You know that isn't true. He wouldn't meet her eyes. It's what they said. She forced a small, steady smile. I was sitting with a sick family, that's all. Mr. Gibbons must have mistaken me for someone else. The lie left a faint taste of iron on her tongue. She told herself it was harmless, a mother's duty to keep her children from fear. She was only following Thanatos' rules. But William's frown lingered, and guilt pricked sharper than his doubt. He wanted to believe her. She could see it in the way his hands twisted together, but fear had already planted itself. When they'd gone, Mary clutching her lunch pail, James keeping close to his brother, Florence sank into Frederick's chair. She told herself children's gossip didn't matter. Still, it felt like the first hairline crack in something that could shatter with one careless word. The thought followed her into the cold as she wrapped her shawl tight and stepped out into the still morning. Mill Brook stirred awake, wagons creaking, milk pails knocking, doors opening to sweep out last night's ash. Yet, beneath the familiar noise, the air felt watchful. The fog carried shapes again, but they no longer drifted past her, heedless. They turned toward her. The air pressed close, thin and trembling, as though it remembered the heat of her breath. The glass at her throat throbbed in warning, and the shapes faltered, drawing back. Still, she could feel them, watching, wanting. Thanatos had warned her. Once the dead knew her scent, they would seek her out. Now she felt their hunger brushing against her like cold fingers, their envy sharp as frost. She quickened her pace. The town was both familiar and not. Windows still wore their strips of mourning cloth. Neighbors still nodded from a distance. Yet shadows clung longer to corners than they should. Reflections wavered. When she passed Mr. Parsons' hat shop, she saw him unlock the door with his left hand, while his right rubbed at the fingers, as though searching for a touch that was no longer there. Behind him, faint as breath on glass, a woman's outline lingered and vanished. Her feet turned toward the church before she decided to go. St. Mary stood in its square of frost-burned grass, stone damp with the early spring melt. The bell tolled the first hour as she climbed the steps. Inside, candlelight wavered in ruby cups. The nave smelled of wax, incense, and wet wool. Florence slipped into the second pew and knelt. Her hands were cold and would not warm, even laced together. She tried to pray, but the words snagged and unraveled. Names rose and tangled in her mind. Tommy, Mrs. O'Sullivan, Frederick, James, William, Mary, her own. The prayer she knew slid off the shape of what she had seen and could not cover it. Mercy for the dead, she thought. Mercy for the living who wait, and for those who promise what cannot be kept without cost. Something in the air shifted. The flame nearest her guttered low, as though it doubted her right to kneel there. The incense turned sour, stinging her throat. Across the aisle, Father McKenna paused mid-sweep, his gaze resting on her as if he'd recognized a sorrow without knowing its name. He did not speak. After a moment, he lifted two fingers in a small blessing and began again. bristles whispering over stone. Florence bowed her head. The gesture felt like mimicry. When she rose, she left no shadow on the flagstones. The day steadied itself into motion, though her thoughts did not. By mid-morning, Mill Brook had come fully awake. The street took her down by habit. The post office door flung wide while Mr. Feldman chalked a new schedule. A boy hurrying past with a spool of wire. A woman scattering salt onto her stoop so no one slipped on the slick. She slowed as she neared Morrison's. The yellow notice still clung to the door, its edges curled and rain-streaked. The air around it carried the faint taint of decay. Florence meant to keep walking until she heard voices across the street. Mrs. Hartford, bundled in her shawl, stood gossiping with the postman by his cart. "They say the board's sending men from Worcester to handle the bodies," she told him, lowering her voice but not enough. "Going to use Morrison's new furnace. What do they call it? The crematory? Burn them there instead of hauling them to Pottersfield." The postman made a face. "God help us. Burning the dead like refuse?" "The board says it's the safest way," Mrs. Hartford went on. "Less chance of the fever spreading. They'll start tomorrow morning." "Safer for the living, maybe," the postman muttered. "Not for their souls." Florence's steps slowed. The crematory. She remembered it. The narrow brick chamber Frederick had refused to consider using, calling it unchristian. Now it would be used on the very townsfolk he'd tended. The air near the boarded door felt heavier. She crossed herself without thinking. If the dead were restless before, what would fire make of them? A gust of wind lifted the corner of the notice, snapping it against the wood like a reprimand. Florence turned away quickly. There was nothing she could mend in that doorway now, but the guilt of her past failure followed her down the street like a shadow that had learned to whisper. When she reached the bakery corner, she stopped. The shutters had been unlatched and folded back, letting a thin light spill through the glass. The door stood cracked to the chill, and through it drifted the faint scent of sugar and flour, ghosts of the morning bread that should be warming the street. Inside, the counters were tidied but bare, a kettle waiting cold on the hob. The place looked kept, not abandoned, lived in by someone who still rose each dawn out of habit, but no longer baked, no longer embraced the day. "Mrs. O'Sullivan." Florence pushed the door with her shoulder and stepped in. The baker sat on the stool behind the counter, hands clasped in her lap. Her face looked thinner, as if grief had gathered it inward. Tommy's spare boots stood by the door, polished and set side by side. "Mrs. Harrow," Catherine said, and tried to stand before sinking back with a wince. "I meant to take bread to the church. Father will think I've forgotten." "He will think you are resting," Florence said, "and be glad of it." She took the older woman's hands. They were cold and flour dry, the palms chapped and thinned, like paper. The skin beneath her eyes was grayish, almost translucent. She looked smaller, hollowed out since Florence had last seen her. "I've come to see how you are," Florence said softly. Catherine gave a weary laugh that caught halfway. "How is anyone?" She blinked hard and swallowed. "I sit, I listen for him. I tell myself I am a foolish old woman, and then I listen anyway." Florence squeezed Catherine's fingers, startled by the sharp bones beneath the skin. "You are a mother," she said gently. "That isn't foolishness." Catherine's gaze drifted toward the window. "It's strange, isn't it? You live for someone so long that when they go, you forget how to breathe without them. I keep setting his place, like today will be the day he comes back." Her mouth trembled. "Some nights I wish I'd gone with him. There's nothing left worth staying for. The Reaper's glass burned against Florence's throat, remembering the promise she had made to Tommy. Look after my mother. And here she was, days too late, finding Catherine halfway gone already. Somewhere in the between, was Tommy watching, waiting to see if she'd keep her word? It isn't wrong to love the lost, Florence murmured, but love is meant to carry us forward, not bury us beside those we've lost. Catherine's eyes brimmed. Then God forgive me, she said, tears spilling over, for loving him too much to let go. Florence reached for the kettle, dumped the cold dredges, and set it on the hob. Let me make a fresh pot, and I'll return soon with soup. The children grumbled that I burned it, so you'll be sparing them a great trial. A faint smile touched Catherine's mouth. Your Mary likes carrots? She does. Florence moved about the small space, measuring by eye, leaf, water, patience, and felt something ease in the room, though not entirely. The air warmed, the remembered scent of dough threaded through the sharper tannin of the brew, but beneath it lingered something still and heavy, as though grief had settled into the walls and would not leave. They drank without hurry. When Florence rose to go, Catherine's fingers closed around hers, stronger than expected. God bless you, she said simply. You're the only one who's come. Florence tightened her grip, the ache of bone against bone grounding her. And you, Catherine, she said, the word soft as a benediction. You'll eat something, won't you? Rest a little? Catherine managed a nod. I'll try. I'll come by tomorrow, Florence promised, though the words felt brittle in her mouth. Promises had become a thing of dread to her. We'll see what can be done. Only when Catherine offered a tremulous smile did Florence let her hand go. Outside, the morning had set itself like glaze. Thin sun, blue shadow, the steady doings of a town determined to keep breathing despite all the cruel world threw at it. She stood with her hand on the bakery door, the chill creeping through her boots, and knew the promise was already slipping. Tommy was gone, and his mother stood with one foot in his grave. She turned toward the square, where the market stalls were beginning to open. Wagons rattled over cobblestones, and the smell of the bakery gave way to coffee and smoke. Her pocket had a good weight to it, the kind that promised supper if she could stretch the coins a little further. She kept walking. The day held, but the quiet was fragile, like a skin stretched thin over something waiting to stir beneath it. The pendant at her throat pulsed once. A reminder, or a warning. She couldn't tell which. Chapter 13. The market was already bustling when Florence reached the square. Stalls spilled over with early greens and jars of honey, the air sharp with thaw and wood smoke. She told herself she'd buy something sweet for the children, to prove that small comforts could still hold the world together. She lingered by the dry goods stall, bartering for a tin of cocoa and a twist of barley sugar, when a flicker by the fountain caught her eye. A man stood there, back turned, coat dark against the pale stone. Something in his posture made her breath catch. Florence. Her name reached her through the sound of falling water. She knew that voice. When the man turned, the world seemed to tilt. Frederick stood at the fountain's edge, as he had on summer mornings when the children begged for pennies to toss into the water. He looked whole, handsome, impossibly alive. Her lips parted around his name, but she caught it before it escaped. The glass at her throat seared in warning. Florence, he repeated, then smiled that half smile she remembered, the one that haunted her sweetest dreams. Make a wish for me. She knew she shouldn't, but her hand was already moving, the coin cold and bright between her fingers. She dropped it into the fountain. The splash was small, final. What did you wish for? For you to come back to me, to come home. He stepped closer. The edges of the world blurred as if it had forgotten how to stay solid. That can never be, my love. You know what you have to do. The Reaper's glass throbbed like a heart in panic. She could almost see the thread glinting between them, thin as waterlight, binding her to what wasn't meant to stay. Then she met his eyes. For an instant they emptied. No color, no reflection, only the vast quiet of nothingness. The between stared back through him. She flinched, the market's clamor and spice falling away, replaced by iron and river water, the cold scent of crossing. His form flickered, and when he smiled, it wasn't quite his. Guard the living, Florence. The sight runs strong in the women of your blood. She drew breath to question him, but the truth struck first. Mary? The light broke, scattering through the fountain's spray, and he was gone. Only ripples disturbed the water where her coin had fallen. The world slammed back in a burst of color, the sting of light on her face. Voices surged around her, the haggle, the laughter, the clang of coins. Every nearby face slid politely away from hers. Are you all right, ma'am? Who are you talking to? The egg woman's voice was careful now, her smile thin, as if humoring a grief that had turned strange. Yes, I'm fine, Florence managed, her voice barely more than breath. Just dizzy. The woman hesitated, shifting her basket from one arm to the other. Best get home, then, she said at last. Florence bent for her parcels with shaking hands. Foolish, careless, talking to ghosts in the square, in broad daylight? And still his words echoed through her. Guard the living. The sight runs strong in the women of your blood. As she made her way home, the meaning sank like cold iron through her chest. She thought of Mary, how 2 winters ago, during the viewing for Frederick's aunt, the child had leaned over the coffin and whispered as if to soothe someone unseen. How lately she'd been caught staring at the dim corners of the room, her expression calm, listening. It wasn't only Florence who had inherited the sight, she realized. Her daughter had been cursed with it, too. When she reached the house, warmth and laughter spilled through the doorway. William and James were setting the table, and little Mary knelt by the hearth, arranging her blocks in crooked towers. Mama! Mary squealed. Did you bring anything good? I did, little bird. Florence set the basket down. Milk and cocoa and barley sugar. Real candy? Real candy. Mary's laughter bubbled through the kitchen. Florence stood very still, watching her. The child's cheeks were pink from the fire, her eyes bright with pleasure. Perfectly normal, she tried to convince herself. Perfectly safe. And yet, when Mary looked up, there was something in her eyes that felt too much like her own. Florence turned to the stove, needing something to do with her hands. She set the pot to warm, measured out the milk, whisked in cocoa until the scent filled the small kitchen. The ritual steadied her, the clink of the spoon, the rising steam, the simple proof of the living world. The new work is going well, then? James asked. It is, Florence said simply. The pay is good, and I seem to have a talent for it. The words rang false the moment they left her mouth. A talent for what? For comforting the dead? For breaking promises she didn't understand? Still, James's worried eyes made her hold the lie steady. If she let him see her doubt, it would spill into everything. Their safety, their home, the thin thread that kept them all from unraveling. So she smiled instead, pretending the work was as manageable as sewing a torn seam. When the cups were empty and the children scattered to their chores, Mary lingered by the window, her hand pressed to the glass. "What are you looking at, sweetheart?" Florence asked, drying the cups. Mary didn't turn. "Nothing, Mama." But the child's gaze dropped to her feet, the way it always did when she lied. Florence's breath caught. The Reaper's glass at her throat stirred, warm and warning at once. "Come away from the window now," she said to Mary, keeping her tone light. "We'll have supper soon." Mary obeyed, humming as she went, and the sound should have comforted her. It didn't. She drew the drapes closed, shutting out the last of the light, and told herself it was only the cold that made her tremble. The hours slipped quietly past. Supper came and went. The children's laughter dimmed to murmurs, then to the creak of chairs pushed back and the clatter of dishes drying. Outside, frost filmed the panes, and the clock on the mantel marked the crawl of evening toward night. Chapter 14. By 8, the lamps were turned low, and the house had gone still. The last of the dishes were stacked, the scent of soap and supper fading into the faint chill of the evening air. Outside, frost feathered the window panes. Florence pulled on her shawl, the familiar weight of her work settling over her shoulders like a secret she could neither share nor set down. "Off to bed, my loves," she said softly, wiping her damp hands on her apron, then unfastening it. "It's time I went to work." Her voice was gentle, almost sing-song, the same cadence she used every night since the fever began. "Doors locked, shutters tight, and no opening up for anyone till morning. Promise me. James, take care of the little ones." James nodded solemnly. "I'll mind them." "I know you will," she smiled. William muttered but obeyed, trudging toward the stairs. Mary lingered, clutching her doll. Florence crouched to her level, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Bed, little bird." Mary's voice was small. "I'll miss you, Mama." Florence swallowed hard. "And I'll miss you." She kissed her forehead, then watched her climb the stairs. Something in her chest twisted. Guilt, love, and the memory of Frederick's warning tangled together. Only when Mary's door clicked shut did Florence turn back toward the hearth. James was still by the fire, elbows on his knees, frowning. "Before you go," he said quietly, "I want to know what you're really doing." The clasp of her shawl slipped from her fingers and struck the floor with a metallic ring. She bent to retrieve it, wishing she could gather the right words as easily as the small piece of metal at her feet. "I wish I could tell you everything," she said at last. "But sometimes adults have to keep secrets. It isn't anything wicked or shameful. I promise you that." James looked at her for a long moment. "You're scaring people. Even Father McKenna asked after you." That pierced her composure. "What did he say?" "That he's praying you remember yourself." Florence managed a small smile. "Then his prayers are wasted on worry. Now, upstairs. Watch over your brother and sister." He didn't move. "If something happens to you, what am I supposed to do?" She met his gaze. "Nothing is going to happen to me, James." He hesitated, as if he didn't believe her, then nodded and turned toward the stairs. Florence waited until the echo of his leaving was gone before fastening the clasp at her throat. Her fingers fumbled once on the hook. The reflection in the window showed a woman she almost recognized. Hair coming loose, eyes rimmed with exhaustion, mouth set in a grim line. She pressed her hand to her forehead, willing the tremor out of it. "Just a mother," she told herself. "Just a woman keeping her family fed." But the lie didn't hold. The glass at her throat felt heavier with every breath. Outside, the night was restless. A dog yapped somewhere down the street and was quickly silenced. From farther off came the muffled clatter of the mill's gears catching, then stalling, an echo that didn't sound quite mechanical anymore. Somewhere else, voices flared, an argument cut short, a door slammed. Florence drew in a shuddering breath, squared her shoulders, and stepped beyond the door. Movement at the gate caught her eye. Thanatos stood already waiting, half in shadow, the set of his shoulders tenser than usual. The calm that always wrapped him was gone. The air seemed to bristle with whatever he carried. Mrs. Harrow, his voice, normally even as clockwork, came strained. We've little time. Her pulse quickened. What's happened? The crematory at Morrison's. 6 souls still clinging to the fire. Of course, it would be Morrison's. The name alone brought the hush of that cellar back to her. The rows of covered forms, the scent of carbolic, and that strange sweetness mingled in the dark. The weeping and the struggles of the boy. She had known the spirits there would not rest. Fire would only drive them madder. They've been calling since dusk, Thanatos said. The veils thinned to smoke. Florence's hands tightened around her shawl. Then we go to them. He inclined his head once and turned toward the street. His stride was more hurried than she had ever seen it. Florence followed, each step drawing her farther from the living and closer to what waited between. The night was warmer than it had been in weeks, soft with the promise of thaw. Fog rolled off the river that bordered the eastern road, where the spring melt ran swift beneath a thin crust of ice. The air carried its scent, silt and something older stirring below the surface. They're in an uproar, Thanatos said as they drew closer. The other reapers can't get close for their fury. She glanced up at him, startled. Why me? She asked. Surely the others are stronger, better trained. Thanatos's mouth twitched with something between irritation and reluctant respect. You've known these souls, both in life and death. Perhaps your unusual methods are what's needed. Florence looked ahead, the mist swallowing the road before them. I tried to help them once before. Let's hope they remember that. Morrison and Sons came into view at the corner of Hawthorne and Main, its windows still boarded neatly, the facade still prim beneath the fog. The brass plate beside the door caught what little light there was, dull and cold. A wreath of laurel still hung there, green, though the ribbon had begun to fade, the mourning ribbon pinned beside it. Florence slowed. They've left it just as it was. Grief resists disorder, Thanatos murmured. A shape detached itself from the fog near the side steps. A man, or something very like one. His coat was cut too finely for Mill Brook, his posture too still. When he moved, the mist seemed to move with him. He paused a few feet away, gloved hand adjusting his cuff. You took your time, he said, voice calm but edged. His gaze slid toward Florence, coolly appraising. So, this is the mortal experiment. Thanatos's tone sharpened. She is my apprentice. Ah, the stranger murmured. You've given her the glass. How bold. The faintest hint of a smile touched his mouth. How reckless. Florence, this is Andromalius, Thanatos said by way of introduction. The name settled in the air like the closing of a door. Andromalius inclined his head a fraction, the gesture more parody than courtesy. Charmed, I'm sure. His eyes lingered on her for a moment longer than politeness allowed, as though weighing the soul behind her skin. Then he turned toward the narrow path at the side of the house. It's through here. Thanatos followed without comment, and Florence fell into step behind them, the faint glow between the boards seeming to brighten as they passed. They crossed the narrow courtyard behind the house. The air felt charged, pricking against her skin as if the world itself were holding its breath. The cobblestones seemed to buzz, a low vibration that carried through her soles and into her bones. The door opened without touch, a small sigh of pressure escaping. Heat rolled out first, followed by the smell of scorched lime and something faintly sweet beneath it, like roses baked dry in their vases. Inside, the furnace room gleamed too clean. White tile walls reflected the dull red light from the grate, and the metal tables shone with recent polish. Someone had tried to erase what had happened here. The brushes were stacked neatly, the instruments aligned along the wall. Only the air betrayed it, dense, electric, threaded with ash. A single flame burned low within the furnace, steady and unnatural, as though it had learned to live without fuel. Thanatos's voice came low. They burned at noon. The fire ended their flesh, but not their fury. From the haze above the furnace, 6 shapes coalesced, their edges pulsing red, each tethered to the hearth by cords that writhed like molten wire. Florence flinched at the heat rolling off them. "They're strands," she whispered. "They're on fire." "Anger hardens the thread," Andromalius said. His expression soured as he examined a faint scorch marks darkening his gloves. "They resist the pull. I've already tried." Blue light flickered briefly between his fingers, then guttered out. "None of my usual methods reach beyond their own rage." Thanatos studied the glowing cords, unruffled. "Then perhaps something else will." Andromalius gave a low, humorless laugh. "You think your mortal can manage what I could not?" "I think it cannot hurt to attempt," Thanatos said. Andromalius's gaze cut toward Florence. "By all means," he murmured. "Let her try." Florence's pulse quickened, blood rushing in her ears. The Reaper's glass at her throat throbbed with it, echoing her heart. She stepped closer to the furnace, heat rippling through her skirts. The shapes steadied in the haze. 6 souls, their faces flickering in and out of flame. She knew them. Mrs. Kent from the dress shop. Mr. Finch, whose wife had come to her begging for help. The Morrison boys, and their father. Fear rose sharp in her throat. She had found them laid out in their shrouds, the room haunted. She'd come to speak the words no one else would, to give them the small rights denied by fear and haste. But when the youngest boy's spirit had appeared, she had fled. Now they burned before her, their grief turned inward, molten and terrible. Her instinct was to back away, but she stayed where she was. These were her people, the dead of her town. She would not abandon them again. The cords shone clearer now. 6 burning lines stretched taut between the ghosts and the furnace stones, glowing red gold. "They're afraid," she said. Andromalius's mouth tightened. "They're dangerous." Florence shook her head. "They're suffering." She drew a slow breath, her fear tempering into resolve. Her gaze found Mr. Finch first. His outline wavered, half man, half ember, his features twisted in agony. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I tried to help you." His cord trembled, brightening as if startled by the sound of her voice. "It's over," she said softly. "The fire's gone. The pain can't touch you now." For a moment he didn't seem to hear her. Then his head lifted, eyes of molten gold meeting hers. The threads that bound him flared, straining toward her living warmth. "I know it hurts," she murmured. "Let me bear it a moment. Then you can rest." She laid her fingers to the cord. It met her touch with a hiss, searing hot, singing like a violin string drawn too tight. She winced, then brushed it once more, gentler this time, coaxing a tremor of sound. The vibration shuddered through her bones, rising into her throat. She felt the pull before she saw it, the sudden pressure, the raw need, and knew she'd hesitated too long. The spirit surged forward. For a heartbeat, Florence was inside the fire, lungs filling with smoke, skin splitting from the heat, the glass at her throat scorched, flooding her vision with light. "End it!" Andromeda barked. "Wait!" Thanatos snapped. Florence forced the words past her lips, squeezing the cord tight between her fingers. "Go," she gasped. "Go where you'll be at peace." The red thread snapped with a note like breaking glass. The spirit exhaled and dissolved into motes of silver, leaving a hush behind. The remaining souls wavered, their fury dimming. "See," Thanatos said quietly. "They're listening." Andromeda's gaze lingered on the fading light. "For now," he said. Florence straightened, breath ragged. The air still burned against her skin. The remaining spirits flared brighter, agitated by the first release. Threads lashed across the floor like molten vines, searching for perches. She reached for the nearest, a woman's outline, her face shifting between recognition and flame. Mrs. Kent, who'd stitched Florence's wedding hem. The cord that bound her burned white hot. Florence caught it with both hands. The heat bit instantly, blistering her palms, but she held fast, as if tugging at a stubborn seam. The light resisted, pulling against her like thread through thick cloth. This time, she didn't hesitate. Florence gritted her teeth and drew it taut, steadying her voice. "You've done enough, Mrs. Kent. Rest now." The thread shrieked as it parted. Sparks scattered. The ghost folded inward and vanished, leaving only the faint smell of smoke and clean linen. The heat surged. One of the Morrison sons, the taller of the two, rose half from the haze, fury etched in the red light around him. His tether lashed, striking the wall with a sound like shattering glass. Florence ducked and caught the end, twisting hard. "It's over," she gasped. "You kept them safe here. Now let me give them peace." The cord fought her, every heartbeat a burn, but she held on. When it finally broke, the light burst outward in a spray of gold. The younger Morrison son came next, his outline trembling as though torn between following and staying. The thread wrapped around her wrist, searing deep. She forced her shaking hands together, bracing her weight and pulling it until it snapped. The spirit crumpled into pale light and was gone. Then came the child, the small boy who had frightened her away once before. His form glowed brightest of all, the cord pulsing like a living vein. She reached out, her voice gentling. "You won't be alone," she said. "Your family is waiting for you beyond." The child's hand lifted towards her, light spilling between their fingers as she drew her fingers closed, and the thread dissolved. Only one remained. Old Mr. Morrison stood near the furnace, hat still pressed to his chest, the faint outlines of his sons flickering like memories behind him. His cord burned thicker than the rest. 3 threads wound into one. Father, sons, and child bound together in a single grief. It pulsed with a slow, uneven rhythm, as if the whole of the family's sorrow shared a single heart. Florence's vision blurred with tears and heat. She took a step closer, the soles of her boots sticking to the scorched tile. "I'm sorry," she whispered, "for what they did here, for what was done to you under your own roof." The braided cord trembled, the light along it rippling like breath. "I tried to help them, all of them, and you," she said hoarsely. "Let me finish it now." She caught the braid in both hands. It fought her, The strength of 3 lives cut short, bound in with their fathers. Pain flared up her arms. The Reaper's glass blazed against her skin. She pulled anyway, the strain wringing the air itself to silence. The tether screamed a high metallic note and split, scattering light through the haze. The wraiths of his family exhaled as one. The boys' laughter rang once, bright and brief, before fading into stillness. The furnace guttered to a dull glow, and the air cooled by degrees. Florence staggered back, her hands raw and shaking, the smell of burned flesh mingling with ash. For a long moment she just stood there, chest heaving, the world narrowing to breath and heartbeat. She swiped a trembling hand across her face, smearing soot and tears alike, and forced herself upright. When she finally looked up, Andromalius was watching her. His expression caught somewhere between surprise and disgust, as though he'd stumbled upon something indecent. Foolishness! He scowled, as though the word itself tasted unpleasant. She would burn herself out for one mortal's grief. Thanatos' tone was iron. And yet they all crossed. Andromalius' lip curled, a ghost of a smile that held no warmth. At what cost? Look at her, bleeding, burned, and shaking. You call that mastery? She accomplished what you could not, Thanatos said. By breaking herself? Andromalius replied. Mortals always mistake ruin for devotion. He turned his gaze on Florence. Mercy burns, Mrs. Harrow. Now you have seen how badly. Then he vanished, with a crack like rolling thunder, leaving only the hiss of cooling stone. Florence touched the Reaper's glass. It still beat against her breast, in time with her heart, as if remembering the fire. The skin beneath it was blistered and tender like her hands. Her knees wavered. For a moment she thought she might fall. You should not have survived that, Thanatos said. She almost laughed. I nearly didn't. You chose compassion over command. It's all I know. He exhaled. It might be the death of you, Mrs. Harrow. Then I'll have earned the dying, she said, and immediately wished she hadn't. James's voice rose unbidden in her memory. Promise me nothing will happen to you. Thanatos reached into his coat and withdrew a small leather pouch. It clinked softly as he set it in her hand, heavy this time, the weight of many souls. For your service, he said. She nodded, unable to speak. The coins were warm, as if they still held the heat of the crematory. She thought of what they could buy. Coal, sweets, boots for the children, and of how little it mattered now. The work had outgrown its wages. She closed her fist around the pouch. It isn't about the payment anymore, she murmured, though she wasn't sure whether she meant it as confession or defense. Thanatos' gaze lingered, unreadable. It never was, Mrs. Harrow, he said. She swallowed the rest of her words and started down the street, the glow of Morrison's chimney fading behind her. Interlude 3. The chamber was not meant to feel, yet something passed through it, an old warmth, faint as the vestiges of mortal breath. The scales trembled once, and light spilled unevenly into their basins. Beneath them the threads stirred. They ran through every realm, silver, endless, and taut with remnant life. Each thread held the record of a soul, its joys, its debts, its unfinished hours. When all that was owed had been spent, the thread disappeared, and the soul moved on. When something remained undone, it lingered, vibrating in the dark. Andromalius stood at the dais, gaze fixed on the trembling weave below. This is what your mortal disturbs, he said. The pattern requires silence. You invite noise. Thanatos' lantern burned low, its light steady against the gloom. The noise was always there, he said. The living fill their endings with it. Grief, regret, love left untended. I only listen. Listening is interference. It is witness, Thanatos said. Even the dead deserve to be understood. Andromalius's eyes narrowed. You forget the purpose of the scales. Judgment, completion. Emotion confuses both. The scales weighed what is owed, Thanatos said quietly, but they do not measure the cost. He turned toward the weave, and the light he conjured reached into its threads. Within, faint silhouettes trembled, souls waiting for release, not by law, but by acknowledgement. They are ghosts, Andromeda said. Refuse, proof that mortals never learn to let go. They are echoes, Thanatos answered. Proof that they once existed. A silence stretched between them. Far below, one thread stilled, the faint sound of peace, not rupture. Andromalius exhaled. You think a mortal's kindness can amend law? Thanatos regarded the fading shimmer. Not amend, he said. Remind. The scales creaked, their light flickering. From the motionless thread below rose a pulse of gold that trembled through the air, brushing the chains that bound the law in place. The chamber shuddered. Andromalius turned sharply. You felt that? Thanatos' gaze followed the dying glow. A life ended, he said. A mercy given. The sound that lingered after was neither law nor light. It was the echo of existence itself, and the system did not yet know how to bear it. Chapter 15. By the time Florence reached home, the night was nearly gone. The air still carried a faint acridness, as if the smoke from Morrison's furnace had settled into the town's lungs. The smell clung to her hair, her coat, the soft folds of her sleeves. Her boots left gray crescents on the porch boards. She rested her hand on the latch, steadying her breath. Inside, her children's voices murmured, then a woman's, brisk, familiar. Mrs. Hartford. A cold unease passed through her. Relief should have come first, knowing the children were safe. Instead came shame. She smelled of ruin. Her hands throbbed with every heartbeat. Florence pushed the door open because she had to. The kitchen was warm and bright. Too bright. The lamplight was turned up, striking every surface. The polished kettle, the water glass, the silver cross above the door. Mary sat at the table in her nightdress. James and William hovered nearby, pale and guilty. Between them sat Mrs. Hartford, her shawl drawn close, posture impeccable. Good heavens, Florence! The older woman rose. You look as though you've come through hell itself. Something like it. Her voice startled her. It sounded scraped raw. She tried to brush her skirt clean. Ash still clung to the fabric, drifting down like gray snowfall. Mary ran to her, hand outstretched. Mama, I thought you were gone. Florence dropped to her knees, a small hiss escaping her when her burns met the floor. Mary's fingers were wrapped in Mrs. Hartford's handkerchief, the cloth faintly stained red. What happened? She cut herself, Mrs. Hartford said. A jam jar. She tried to climb up and fetch it from the shelf, and it shattered. Her voice softened just enough to let judgment show through. The boys woke to her crying and brought her to my door. I couldn't leave them alone after such a fright, so I've been waiting. The words landed like stones. Florence gathered Mary close, careful of the bandaged hand. I'm here, little bird. I'm so sorry. Mary's breath hitched against her shoulder. I called and called, but you didn't come. I know. Florence's throat closed. She had nothing else to offer. James's voice cut across the kitchen, thin with worry. Mama, what happened to you? Florence looked up. All three of them were staring. James pale, William's lip trembling, Mary clutching her sleeve. She followed their gaze down to her hands, the soot beneath her nails, the gray smudges along her wrists. Her shawl still smelled of smoke. I was helping someone, she said. In the middle of the night? William's voice wavered. You're all dirty. Were you no fire? I'm all right, she whispered. It's nothing you need fear. But even as she said it, she saw James's jaw tighten, the way he was trying not to cry. To them, she must have looked like she'd come from a battlefield, not a sick room. Mrs. Hartford's gaze lingered on her face, then dropped to her hands. You smell of smoke, she said softly. And your hands. Good heavens, Florence, they're blistered. Florence cringed, tucking them into her skirts. There was trouble with the stove at the home where I was nursing, she said quickly. The kettle boiled over, and I tried to lift it before the fire caught. Mrs. Hartford drew back slightly, frowning. Mary must take after you, she said after a beat, her voice cool. So accident-prone. The words pricked deeper than they should have. The sight runs strong in the women of your blood. Frederick's voice drifted through her mind before she forced it aside. Yes, she said softly, we're much alike. Mrs. Hartford studied her for a long moment, the lamplight catching in her eyes. There's a brightness to you, she murmured, like fever or something else entirely. Florence tried to smile. Just exhaustion. Perhaps. Mrs. Hartford's tone gentled, but the look she gave wasn't pity. It was a strange, measuring, the way one might study a mirror and not like what looked back. Florence drew Mary a little closer, her hand settling over the child's hair. The motion was small, but Mrs. Hartford's gaze followed it. Rest, Florence, the older woman said at last, and consider whether the work you do at night is doing more harm than good for your family. The words were soft, almost kind, but Florence felt the judgment in them all the same, like the brush of a match before it struck. When the door closed behind her, the house fell silent. James returned with the basin, water sloshing over the rim. Florence took it, her hands unsteady. When she'd lowered them into the cool water, pain bit, deep and clean. Ash washed from her sleeves, clouding the surface gray. James stared at it. What is that? Just soot, Florence said, though her voice was hollow. William edged closer to his brother. Neither child looked at her directly. Florence dried her hands and knelt before Mary again, brushing a curl from the child's forehead. Are you sure you're all right? Mary nodded her head, though tears still clung to her lashes. Daddy told me not to climb on the counter, she whispered. Florence froze. What did you say? Mary's eyes were already drooping with exhaustion. He was standing by the stove. I should have been his good girl and listened. Florence glanced toward the corner, but it was empty. For a long moment, she couldn't move. The air in the kitchen felt too still, too aware, as if it were listening with her. A chill threaded through her, settling where the glass touched her skin. He had been here, truly here, not in dreams or memory, but in her home, the space where her children breathed. Outside, St. Mary's bell chimed the hour, each note striking like a toll for something she could no longer deny. Chapter 16. The first light of morning crept through the parlor curtains, thin and cold. Florence had been awake for hours, sitting in Frederick's chair with her hands clasped around an empty cup. The tea had gone tepid long ago. She hadn't slept. Each time she closed her eyes, she saw the crematory spirits again, the orange glow, the smoke writhing upward, the faces of the souls she'd freed, men and women she'd known in life. Then Mary's bandaged hand, her own blistered palms, the washwater gone gray with ash. She tried to lace her fingers together, but the pain made her stop. Even the smallest motion hurt. She set the cup aside and rose with a sigh. Upstairs, the children stirred. The thump of bare feet, a door closing too hard. William's voice raised in protest. "James, leave me be!" Then a crash. Florence sighed and started up the stairs, a dull frustration rising. Could they not manage one morning without quarreling? She found them in the hallway, Mary clutching her doll, James standing stiffly between his brother and the overturned wash basin. Water darkened the floorboards. "William," she tried for firmness, but it came out weary. "Pick that up and mind your tone with your brother." He turned, jaw clenched. "Why should I? You don't even look at us anymore. You're always gone or shut away in your room." "Lower your voice," she warned, glancing toward the stairs. "It's like you care more about your job than us," he whispered. The words struck harder than any shout. Florence stepped forward, her voice breaking. "That's not true." William's jaw trembled. "Then stop acting like it." He pushed past her and fled down the stairs. The front door banged open and shut. For a long moment, she couldn't move. Mary began to cry quietly, muffling the sound in her doll's dress. James went to comfort her, glancing once at their mother, uncertain whether to approach. Florence found her voice at last. "I'll speak with him later." "He's right, though," James said softly. "Isn't he?" She had no good answer. The truth was too heavy to name. "Do you understand why I do this, James?" she asked softly. "So you have food and warmth and a roof that's still ours." He looked down at the wet floorboards. "I understand," he said, "but I think you'd do it even if we didn't need the money." For a long moment she didn't answer. His words struck something in her, small, sharp, and impossibly true. Maybe he was right. Maybe it had never really been about the money. Maybe that had only been the push through a door that had always been waiting. The chill of the floor seeped through her house dress, anchoring her to the moment. She bent to the task of cleaning up the spill because it was something she could do, something that didn't ask her to explain herself. Florence fetched a rag and mopped the water. When she was done, she wrung the cloth and sent James and Mary to get dressed. Downstairs, the kitchen smelled of coal smoke and cold tea. She was slicing bread for breakfast when the knock came. It was polite, almost delicate, yet it carried through the quiet house like a summons. James appeared in the doorway, pale and wary. "Mama, someone's here." "Stay in the kitchen with your sister." Florence crossed the narrow hall, her pulse matching the slow creak of the boards. When she opened the door, Father McKenna stood on the step, coat collar turned against the morning chill. "Mrs. Harrow," he said, inclining his head. "Forgive the early call. Mrs. Hartford stopped me after Mass. She seemed concerned. Said you'd had a difficult night." Florence managed a tired smile. "She worries too much." "Perhaps." His gaze drifted past her into the dim hall. "But others have noticed as well. The town looks to its widows for example. Steadiness, faith. You've borne more death than most in your life, and they admire you for it. Still, he paused, studying her face with gentle scrutiny. When sorrow lingers too long, it can lead even the devout astray. The dead belong to God, not to our keeping. To tarry among them, however kindly meant, invites confusion. She wanted to tell him the confusion had already come, that it had a voice, a scent, a name. But she only said, I'm trying to do what good I can. The Lord asks only that we pray for them, he said softly, not follow them. The word slid beneath her ribs like a cold blade. He noticed her hands then, which she'd rebound in linen. You might have those seen to, he added. The Lord gave us work to do, but he meant us to keep our bodies whole. The urge to hide them returned. A small burn, she said quickly. Nothing worth troubling over. Mrs. Harrow, he paused as if seeking the right words. The town has its burdens, and you have yours. But these late hours you keep, and solitary calls, they're not fit work for a woman alone. See to your home, and let the world manage its sorrows. I'll try, she murmured. Good woman, he said. The words landed like a benediction and a sentence all at once. When he left, Florence leaned against the door until his footsteps faded, then turned back to the kitchen. The children sat where she'd left them, the table laid with bread and butter. Mary's doll lay face down beside her plate. Who is that, Mama? Just Father McKenna, she said, checking on us. The latch clicked before she could say more. William stood in the doorway, hair damp from the cold, his face blotched with tears. I'm sorry, Mama, he said, voice small. Florence rose. For her heartbeat, she couldn't move. Then she crossed the floor and pulled him into her arms. He stiffened, then broke, the sound of his sobs muffled against her shoulder. It's all right, she murmured, though she knew it wasn't. Her own tears stung as she held him tighter. Mary watched in silence, thumb pressed to her mouth. James looked down at his plate, pretending not to see. Florence smoothed her son's hair. What was the right thing anymore, she wondered. What would become of the family she'd once thought unbreakable? When at last he drew away, she kissed his temple and guided him to his chair. He kept his head bowed, ashamed and relieved all at once. Florence lingered a moment, watching the three of them, her entire world gathered at the kitchen table, fragile and flickering like the flame in the stove. Then she rose and gathered the plates, forcing her voice into a brightness she didn't feel. Come, sit, she said. We'll eat before the food's gone cold. They obeyed without protest. James poured milk. William passed the butter. Mary toyed with her spoon but didn't touch her bread. Florence tried to coax them into small talks. Ask about lessons, the weather, the robin that had started singing by the window that morning. But each answer came too soft, too careful. The meal went on in uneasy quiet, the scrape of cutlery louder than words. She told herself it was only fatigue, that the morning's tension would fade as easily as steam from a kettle, but she could feel the truth beneath it. Something in their little household had shifted. When the last crust was gone, she cleared the table, coaxing the house back into its morning rhythm. James began a half-hearted lesson. William fetched wood for the fire. Mary hummed to her doll. For a little while it almost felt ordinary again. Almost. The cup she'd left cooling on the table trembled when she passed, though no one besides her noticed. The reaper's glass lay cool at her throat, until it pulsed once, soft and slow, like a warning under her skin. She pressed her palm against it, more to steady herself than to silence it. Outside, the wind rattled the window latch once, and went still. Chapter 17. Evening settled over Mill Brook like the hush after prayer. Lamps glowed in their frosted shades, supper dishes stacked and cooling. The house felt too still, quiet enough for Florence to hear her own breath. Mary had fallen asleep in her chair halfway through dinner, her doll slipping from her hands. Florence carried her upstairs, tucked her beneath the quilt, brushed the hair from her face, and left the door ajar so the hall light could reach her. Downstairs, the boys sat at the kitchen table with the checkerboard spread between them. William's brow furrowed in concentration. James slouched back, pretending not to care, though his fingers tapped the board's edge. Florence sat nearby with her mending basket, working a tear in one of Mary's nightdresses. Each stitch pulled at the tender skin of her palms, reopening blisters that hadn't yet healed, but she kept at it. The steady rhythm of needle and thread calmed her, order restored by the mundane. For a little while she let herself believe the day's unease had passed. Then the warmth began, spreading from the reaper's glass at her throat. Florence gasped, her needle stilling mid-stitch. "Mama," James asked quietly, "you all right?" She forced a smile and set the nightdress aside. "Just tired, love. Keep playing." The warmth deepened to a steady pulse, and beneath it came a murmur, soft and rhythmic, almost like someone reading aloud. Her head lifted, listening. Mary's voice. The needle rolled from her lap to the floor. Florence rose. "Play on a while," she said, keeping her tone even. "I think your sister's woken." The boys nodded, though they glanced at each other uncertainly. William slid a checker across the board, pretending not to notice the strain in her voice. Florence crossed the kitchen and climbed the stairs. Each creak of the board seemed to summon the sound again. Mary's soft questions, and a man's voice answering her, quiet and tender, as if trying not to wake the rest of the house. The familiarity of it turned her blood to ice. At the landing, she hesitated. The door to Mary's room stood half open, lamplight spilling into the hallway. The air was warmer here, faintly touched with pipe smoke. Her pendant heated, and dread pressed against her chest. She pushed the door open. Frederick sat at the edge of the bed, a book open across his knees. Mary drowsed beside him, smiling in the soft way she used to when he told her stories before bed. He looked up, caught, the tenderness on his face collapsing into guilt. "She asked for a story," he said. "I couldn't bear not to come." Florence's voice wavered. "Frederick." He rose, the book trembling in his hands. "She calls to me, Flo. Every night I hear her, and I come before I can stop myself." Mary stirred. "Papa?" Florence crossed the room and caught her hand before it reached him. "Sweetheart, no, you mustn't touch him." The girl frowned. "But it's Papa." "He isn't meant to be here," Florence said. Frederick's voice broke. "I only wanted to comfort her." "You can't," she said. "You're caught between. If she touches you, if you reach back, you could pull her across without meaning to." He stared at his hands, the faint shimmer unsteady. "God help me." "She misses you," Florence whispered. "So do I, but this can't go on." "I don't know how to stop." She drew a breath that trembled through her chest. "Then you have to choose." He looked up, lost. "Choose what?" "To stay gone," she said. For a heartbeat, he only watched her, his form wavering with every breath she took. "I can't," he whispered. And that was when she understood. It was never his choosing that mattered. It was hers. The reaper's stone beneath her collar turned cold, as if it knew. Her hand rose, shaking. She could feel the pull in the air, the thread that bound him still, thin and silver, thrumming between them. One touch would be enough to sever it, one motion of her will. Frederick's eyes met hers. "Flo," he said softly. "Don't." Tears spilled hot down her cheeks. "Frederick, try your hardest to stay away until I'm ready." Her voice broke. "One day I'll be ready." The light around him wavered, dimming to a thin outline. He nodded once, an echo of the man he'd been. "I'll try," he said, and the shimmer of him began to thin, retreating into the air until only the shape of his absence remained. Silence filled the room. Mary had fallen back to sleep, and she sighed, her small hand still warm in Florence's palm. Florence pressed it to her heart, but her eyes stayed fixed on the empty air where Frederick had been. "I love you," she whispered, "and God help me, I can't yet let you go." The lamplight steadied, throwing its soft glow over mother and child, the living and what was left behind. Downstairs, laughter rose faintly through the floorboards, the fragile sound of life carrying on. "She's been up there so long," William's voice carried from below. "She's fine," James said, though without conviction. "You heard her talking. Maybe Mary didn't feel good." The sound of their small voices trying to explain what they couldn't understand cut through Florence sharper than any blade. She forced her legs to move, leaving Mary's room and descending step by step. The house felt strange now. The warmth from the stove no longer reached the corners. The shadows seemed to gather where Frederick had once walked. When she reached the kitchen, the boys fell silent. The checkerboard still lay on the table between them, half a game abandoned mid-play. James looked up first. "Is Mary all right?" Florence managed a nod. "She's sleeping now." William studied her face. "What was wrong?" She hesitated, then shook her head. "Nothing you need to worry about." It was almost true. The boys exchanged a glance, uneasy but willing to let it go. James reached for a checker, slid it across the board, a small click breaking in the hush. Florence turned to the window. Night had deepened fully now, frost thick on the panes. Thanatos would come soon. She pressed her hand to the place where the Reaper's glass lay beneath her collar. The house had fallen quiet again, but the quiet no longer felt like peace. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying the faint chime of the river ice breaking. She rose, donned her shawl, and stepped outside. Chapter 18. The same smoke lingered below, caught in the wind of the waking world. Florence lingered by the gate, waiting for her night's work to begin. The quiet had settled heavy, the kind that followed breath and dream, yet it did not feel safe. The hour was late. The lamp in Mary's window still burned, its faint glow breathing against the dark. Florence had left it that way, unable to bear the thought of her daughter waking to shadows. She thought of her there, small and dreaming, the soft hitch of her breath when she slept, and prayed Frederick's ghost would not return to her now, not to touch her, not to call her name. The boys would guard their sister if they could, but there were places even love couldn't reach. The world beyond their walls was holding itself too tightly, waiting for something to give. She pressed her hand to the Reaper's glass beneath her collar, feeling for the familiar pulse. Nothing. The night should have stirred, should have shifted with the hush that came before Thanatos arrived. Instead, it turned brittle. A metallic crack split the silence, like the air just after lightning when thunder rolls, tainted with the scent of ozone. The fog recoiled, sucked inward, and a figure stepped through. Not Thanatos. He was carved from stillness. The mist slid from his coat as if afraid to touch him. Even the low whir of the mill by the river went quiet, as though the machinery itself refused to turn in his presence. Andromalius. He smiled without warmth. Thanatos sends his regrets. The veil over Eastern Europe has torn again. Too many unburied from the war. Too many still dying of fever. He's gone to silence them before the wailing reaches across the sea. The fog recoiled from him. Something in his presence bent the air itself. Florence's vision blurred, as though the world were trying not to see him. Instinctively, she craned away from him, the reaper's glass at her throat, ringing like a bell as it struck the chain that carried Frederick's ring and key. The stone went suddenly ice cold, a shock so violent she gasped. Frost crawled outward from the chain before it steadied again. The taste of iron rose on her tongue. Every instinct told her to step back, but her feet refused. "And you came here to—" His tone softened, a quiet parody of reassurance. "To spare you from neglect. Thanatos asks much of you, perhaps more than he realizes. Tonight he's left you to wander between two worlds without guidance, when the veil is thin, and that's dangerous. For your sake and his, I thought it best someone ensure you weren't left adrift." She hesitated. The words slid against her better judgment, smooth as oil. "I don't need," she began. "Of course you do," he said gently, cutting her off. "You carry too much of the living with you. Their grief, their heat, it clouds the work." His eyes, pale and unblinking, caught the faint light like wings. "That kind of sentiment draws attention. There are forces higher than Thanatos who prefer the lines to stay clean." He took a measured step closer. "Come with me. It is your duty to Cole. You wouldn't want to be remiss in that, would you? Not when the higher powers are already watching." She wanted to protest, to claim some scrap of choice, but the floor gave way beneath her. Thanatos always walked. Let her cross the thresholds of the world one door at a time, as if mortal feet still mattered. Andromalius didn't. The air folded in on itself, the light warped, and she was pulled through it as though her bones were paper. Disorientation was his mercy, if it could be called that. The gate, the thawing lawns, the waiting river all vanished. In their place, the edge of town. A small well crouched in shadow. A lantern lay overturned in the mud, its flame drowned to smoke. Andromalius's voice remained calm, almost pleasant. "A simple case. Quick work. For any competent reacher, that is." Florence followed his gaze. A small shape hung against the well's edge, one arm hooked over the stone rim, the rest of her slipping into darkness. The white of her nightdress gleamed faintly through the mist, ghostly against the mud. Dread flooded her before thought could form. "No," she whispered, already moving. The thawing ground gave beneath her boots as she stumbled forward, breath tearing in her throat. The lantern light trembled across the stones, and the soft sound of dripping echoed from below. "That's Mary's friend from school." She dropped to her knees beside the well. The girl's arm was slick with mud and half-frozen water. When Florence touched her, the skin was already cold, the small fingers stiff. "Lily." The name left Florence's lips as both prayer and denial. The water below quivered. The fog broke, and the girl was there. Lily sat a few feet away, drenched and small, knees drawn tight, staring at her own limp body beside the well. A puppy whined and pawed at her ankle, bewildered that it could no longer wake her. "Oh, God," Florence whispered. The spirit turned toward her, eyes wide and shining. I fell, she said. Daisy ran, and I tried to catch her. Florence reached for her before she could stop herself. Oh, Lily. You invoke her name. The words cracked through the cold like a whip. Did Thanatos teach you nothing? The air tightened. You keep bending the rules, he said, voice almost gentle. You call what should be silent. You touch what should be gone. Do you think the between doesn't notice? Every act of mercy leaves a scar. Every hesitation calls attention you do not want. Florence's throat worked. You brought me here on purpose, to torture me. Andromeda smiled, wicked as a knife's edge. I brought you because this is the work. All souls, young or old, are equal on the scales. If you cannot bear that, you are not fit to serve. Lily's spirit began to cry quietly, her small hands covering her face. I want my mother. Florence's knees gave. She'll come, love, she murmured, but you can't wait here. Andromeda moved closer. His coat brushed her shoulder. Do it, he said, or I will. The thread appeared, pale as milk glass, trembling. The air seemed to hold its breath. Florence's hand hovered above it, shaking. She saw Mary in every fragile line of light. The world narrowed to that pulse, that small, impossible rhythm. Then she saw it, the body still warm, the chest still faintly rising. The soul had not yet drifted far. No. The word tore from her like instinct. She pressed her palm against the child's heart. Not yet, she whispered. Not while she's still warm. Do not, Andromeda snapped. His voice filled the clearing, heavy and absolute. You tread against creation itself. She bent close anyway, her breath trembling. Breathe, she pleaded. Please, breathe. For an instant, the world leaned forward as if obeying her. Wind swept inward, curling around her hands, shoving her breath into the girl's still mouth. It was like lightning running backward, life force where life had gone. The body convulsed. The spirit screamed. The air tore apart. The chain at her throat snapped with a metallic cry. The ring and the small iron key fell, spinning through the frost. But the Reaper's glass stayed, burning bright, fused to her skin as if the world itself refused to let her drop it. The thread flared, bright enough to blind her. It twisted, fighting to return to flesh. The sound that followed was not a heartbeat, but a tearing, like the sky splitting in two. Florence staggered back, choking on the breath she could not return. The Reaper's glass burned white-hot against her skin, then split open. Light and blood spilled down her collar. Lily's body jerked once, then stilled. Her spirit flickered beside it, torn between two realms, caught in pain that was neither living nor dead. The puppy whimpered, turned in circles, and vanished as if erased. The silence that followed was monstrous. Even the stars withdrew. And then Andromeda roared. You dare defy the order that made you what you are? His voice struck like thunder against stone. You would unmake the law for a single breath? Florence fell to her knees, clutching the cracked glass, grasping. I only meant to save her. To save? His fury ignited, cold and incandescent. You have undone her. You have pulled her between worlds, and she will never rest. Thanatos' mercy made you weak. You think your compassion is holy? It's vanity in a prettier mask. The ground shook beneath her palms. The fog hissed with heat. The world itself seemed to reject her. You think love absolves you? Andromeda hissed. You think the powers will forgive you for mending what they decreed should break? Enough. Thanatos' voice shattered the night. Frost webbed across the stones, halting the fire's spread. He stepped through the mist like judgment made flesh. You overstep, Andromalius. She defied us. She grieved, Thanatos said, voice low and terrible. And you turned her grief into a spectacle. She broke the covenant, Andromalius hissed. That soul will never find peace. The powers will demand payment. Do not pretend piety now. Frost gathered along Thanatos' shoulders, glittering like armor. That reaping was yours, Andromalius, not hers. I gave you the charge. You disobeyed me. Andromalius's eyes flashed with indignation. If she could not do this, she is unfit. Better she learned failure now than destroy the balance later. You twisted it, Thanatos said, every word sharp enough to cut. You used the girl as bait, and my apprentice as the hook. She chose her own defiance. You forced her hand. Thanatos' power coiled tighter, frost lacing the ground in widening veins. If the powers demand payment, it will be yours to render. Then take it up with them, Andromalius sneered. The two stared at one another, frost and fire, faith and fury, until the air split between them. Then Andromalius vanished, leaving only the scent of metal and ozone. Florence crumpled. Her palms were slick with dew and a strange residual light. Beneath her, the child lay motionless, a faint rim of hoarfrost around her hair. Thanatos knelt beside her. You cannot undo what's been done. She moved, Florence whispered. For a moment, she moved. That was pain, not life restored, he said. You cannot force the thread against its design. Her voice broke. Then what am I for? To carry the ending, Thanatos said, not to rewrite it. She looked down at her hands, at the blood shining faintly where the burns reopened. And now? Now, he said quietly, the Between knows your name. The fog rolled closer, swallowing what life was left. Somewhere far beyond, a child's voice cried out, and did not stop. He touched her shoulder, the motion gentler than she thought him capable of. That is why you were chosen. You still see the living, when others see only their souls. She let out a hollow laugh that wasn't laughter at all. And what good does that do? It reminds the dead that they were loved, he said quietly. It reminds me. Her breath hitched. If this is the work, she whispered, then may God forgive us both. Go home, Florence. But she didn't. She walked until the fog thinned and the lamps burned low, until the cobblestones gleamed wet beneath her shoes. Mill Brook was silent but for the sound of the river loosening its grip on the ice, water running dark beneath. She passed the shuttered windows of the tailors, the blacksmiths, the schoolhouse where laughter would return come spring, all of it waiting, all of it alive in a way she no longer was. Interlude 4. The scales had not stilled in days. Their pulse had become constant, like the heartbeat of something learning to live. Andromalius stood before them, a shadow carved from the law itself. She wanes, he said. Whatever you believe she might become, she will end as they all do, undone by love. Across the chamber, where light from the scales flickered gold, then gray, then gone, Thanatos said nothing. You chose a creature ruled by longing, Andromalius went on. She cannot reap the husband. She will falter. Her grief will rot the chain you forged. The chain was never hers to bear alone. She will break it nonetheless. The scales quivered again. From one basin, a dim light spilled upward, fluttering like breath on glass. It steadied, smaller and brighter, unclaimed. Andromalius turned his gaze to it. Another? Thanatos' eyes narrowed. Not yet, but soon. The child, Andromalius said. A silence gathered between them. Thanatos inclined his head once. A child who does not fear the dark may one day call it by name. Andromalius' mouth curved, not quite a smile. Then perhaps the mother is not the only flaw you've made. The scales shuddered, scattering pale sparks into the air. For the first time, the realm smelled faintly of smoke, a scent the living used for mourning. Thanatos' voice broke the silence. Desperation calls me away tonight, but the balance must be kept. There is a soul that waits, one whose thread has burned too long. Andromalius' eyes flicked toward him. Name it. Lilian Heart, said Thanatos. Guide her gently and do not linger. No other souls are to be taken. A thin smile ghosted across Andromalius' face. As you wish. The scales steadied, their glow dimming to stillness. The between trembled like glass struck once and left a ring. When the light returned, it was warped by what Florence had done. You speak of balance, Thanatos said. His voice was low, controlled, but it carried the quiet fury of something that could shatter worlds. And then you use my apprentice as bait? Andromalius didn't bow. Death was cleaner before her, simple, predictable. Now the dead linger, half bound, half born. You've let mercy infect the mechanism. Death was collapsing before her, Thanatos said. You called it clean because you refused to see the rot beneath it. That rot was mortal made, Andromalius hissed. Their wars, their plagues, their endless hunger. They tore the veil themselves. I only kept the ledgers honest. Frost crept over the scales. You toyed with a child's soul, Thanatos said. You made grief a spectacle. You've drawn the power's eyes down upon us. She broke the covenant, Andromalius snapped. She tried to return life. The powers will demand payment. She'll bring ruin on us all. And you, Thanatos said quietly, made that possible. The light in the chamber contracted, sharpening into a single point. Andromalius' Reaper Stone began to glow through the fabric at his throat. Brilliant, burning. It pulsed once, twice, then cracked. The sound was small, but it carried. He staggered. The glow dimmed until only ash-colored light bled through his fingers. His breath misted white. You would strip me of reaping? He said softly, disbelief scraping beneath the anger. You will still walk the mortal realm, Thanatos said. You will still bear witness. But you will not touch a single thread again. The scales no longer know your hand. Andromalius straightened. The charred remnant of his stone hung dark against his collar, pulsing faintly like a scar. And when the powers come to balance what she's broken, he said, his tone almost tender, remember that you chose to blind yourself first. Thanatos said nothing. Frost crackled underfoot. The scales steadied. One pan burned bright with mortal light. The other sank into darkness. Between them, something fragile still flickered, uneven, human, alive when it should not have been. Chapter 19. When dawn finally came, it found Florence still walking. The morning was too clean for the blemish she felt on her soul. The night's mist had turned to rain, the air damp and rich with thawing earth. It smelled of spring, of things beginning again, and for the first time she hated it. The world looked newly washed, though she knew it wasn't. Beneath the softening soil lay the body of a little girl who'd died believing her mother was on her way. The rain made everything shine. Gutters, cobblestones, even the broken sign above the apothecary. Beauty everywhere she looked, and not a single thing untouched by rot. She wondered if this was what resurrection really looked like, the earth pretending it had forgotten the dead. Her hand rose out of habit to the place beneath her collar, where two weights usually rested, the cold glass and the gold band strung beside it. Her fingers met only the glass. For a heartbeat she thought she'd simply missed it, that it must have slipped against her skin. But no. Frederick's ring and his key were gone. The realization gutted her. She pressed her palm against her throat, as if she could will it back through flesh and memory. The chain swayed once, then stilled, the lone pendant gleaming where love's twin had hung. "No," she whispered. The words fogged in the chill air. She kept walking, but each step felt unmoored, as though she'd lost more than metal. Then she felt it, a tightening beneath her ribs, familiar now, like a hand tugging a rope gone slack. The Reaper stone stirred against her skin, warm and insistent. Somehow, she knew it was Tommy O'Sullivan. Not the boy himself, but the fragment of him that lingered in the between with Lily. The piece that had stayed when she'd promised to watch over his mother. She could almost hear his voice, young and plaintive. "You said you'd look after her." Florence pressed her palm flat against the glass until the warmth dimmed. "Not today," she whispered. "I will keep my promise, but please, not today." The pull didn't release entirely, but it eased, withdrawing like a tide. Tomorrow. She'd go tomorrow. Catherine had survived this long without her boy. One more day wouldn't matter. Every child's voice on the street made her flinch. A girl laughed somewhere behind a fence, and Florence's hands began to shake. "I don't want to be alone," Lily had whispered. "You won't be," Florence had lied. But mercy had teeth. Mercy had damned the child more surely than cruelty ever could. The girl wasn't at rest. She was caught in the between, half alive because Florence had tried to breathe life into what heaven had already claimed. The dead didn't understand boundaries. They only knew what was promised. They waited. They called. And now Lily's waiting had become a summons Florence couldn't silence. Her hand still trembled from the well. The warmth that surged through her palms hadn't been grace. It had been rejection. She'd felt it, the moment creation closed itself against her. The Reaper's glass had burned bright, then gone cold, as if ashamed of her. And somewhere beyond the veil, something had noticed. The between watched now. He could feel it. The hush between heartbeats. The breath held too long by the world. The order she'd broken was watching its fracture walk around in mortal skin. The church spire rose ahead, white stone against pale sky. If she couldn't face Catherine's living grief, maybe she could at least confess the sin she'd just committed against a dead child. She reached the crossroad where Maple Street turned toward the bakery. Catherine would be there, awake by now, or trying to be. The shop would smell of stale bread and grief, the ghost of work that used to fill the mornings. The oven would be cold, the room too quiet for a place built on hunger and heat. Tommy's pull intensified, the pendant warming against her sternum. Florence stood at the corner, one hand on the signpost, breathing hard. She could turn left. She should turn less. Keep the promise, tend the living, be the woman she'd sworn to be. But if she walked into that bakery, she'd have to smile. She'd have to be gentle. She'd have to hold Catherine's grief in her hands, as if her own weren't full to breaking. She turned right instead, toward the church, toward confession, toward the God who didn't demand she save anyone today. The stone's warmth faded with each step, disappointed but patient. The dead, she'd learned, were patient. They had nothing but time, and they never forgot a promise. Tommy's fragment would wait in that gray space, watching for her, believing she'd come. And she would, just not today. She didn't let herself look back. If she looked, she'd see the bakery windows, dark and waiting. She'd imagine Catherine inside, listening for footsteps that wouldn't come. Tomorrow, she told herself again. The word was becoming a prayer of its own. The bells would toll for morning mass soon enough. But for now, the light was dim, the pews empty. For once, she didn't come to arrange lilies or light candles. She came to ask for something she no longer had words for. Father McKenna was sorting hymnals near the altar. He looked up at her with mild surprise that softened quickly into concern. "Mrs. Harrow, you're early for Mass." "I need confession." He hesitated only a moment before nodding. "Of course." The booth was cool and close. The scent of cedar and candle smoke hung thick between them. When he spoke, his voice was gentle. "What troubles you, my child?" Florence folded her hands, though they wouldn't stay still. "I've done something unforgivable," she said, "and I don't know who to ask forgiveness of." "Then start with God," he said softly. "He hears what the world cannot." She almost laughed. "That's the problem, Father. I don't know which God I've been serving." Silence followed. "I've seen things," she went on. "Not dreams, not visions. Real as breath. The dead don't leave me alone anymore. I see the moment the soul loosens from the body." She omitted the fact that she was the one who cut them free. The sacrilege of those words was too great even for God's own ears. Through the screen, she saw his shadow shift, leaning back to put distance between them. He took in a sharp breath. This isn't grief." Her voice cracked, raw and thin. "Grief doesn't burn you alive and call it purpose." Another pause. He lowered his tone, cautious now. "You speak as if death himself had chosen you." Her fingers tightened around her rosary. "Maybe he did." "Blasphemy," he murmured, but without force. "I don't mean to blaspheme." She pressed her palms together until they ached. "But death is orderly, Father. He has rules. He says the names are written long before he comes. If that's true, then whose hand writes them?" McKenna was silent for so long she wondered if he'd left. When he finally spoke, his voice was unsteady. "The Lord writes them, no one else." "Then why does he need death to read them?" Silence. She heard the creak of his cassock as he crossed himself. Once, then again, as if the first time hadn't taken. He drew in a breath, the kind meant to summon patience. "You've seen too much loss, Mrs. Harrow. The mind finds patterns to bear what it cannot change." Florence's throat tightened. "And what if it isn't the mind that sees? What if it is a different sort of sight?" "Then you must resist it," he said. "Do not let sorrow masquerade as prophecy." She leaned closer to the screen, her whisper fierce. "I've resisted, Father. I've begged. I've prayed until my knees bled. But when death calls, I go. What kind of faith is that?" McKenna's tone changed. Distant now, a priest retreating to doctrine. It's the kind born of desperation, and desperation is no place to build belief. I thought belief was all we had. Not when it leads you away from the living. That silenced her. He sighed, the sound heavy and human. Say your prayers, Florence. Rest. God's mercy is vast, but it can't reach where you refuse to stand. She stared at the small window between them. What if the only thing that answers is the shadow between worlds? He didn't answer. The little grill between them caught the light, and for a moment his face seemed carved from ash. When Florence stepped out of the confessional, the air in the nave had changed. The draught from the door had snuffed one of the altar candles, leaving a thin ribbon of smoke curling upward like a question without answer. Behind her, she heard the faint scrape of McKenna's chair. He didn't emerge immediately. When he finally did, his face was pale, his fingers working at his rosary. Mrs. Harrow, he called softly. She turned. I will pray for you. His voice was kind, but his eyes held something else. Wariness. The look a man gives something he can't quite place. But perhaps you should not come to me again. Not until you're certain what it is you're confessing to. Florence left the church, knowing she'd made things worse. She'd come seeking absolution, and given him ammunition instead. Every word she'd spoken would lodge in his memory like a splinter, festering. But at least she hadn't had to face Catherine's mourning today. Outside, the morning was hard and bright. The road home glistened with thaw, slick as glass. Mrs. Hartford was climbing the church steps, wrapped in her worn shawl, a basket of winter apples on her arm. Mrs. Harrow, her tone was polite but watchful. Out early? Florence forced a smile. Couldn't sleep. Mrs. Hartford's gaze lingered, pale eyes catching the light like old glass. For just an instant, her attention dropped, not to Florence's face, but to her chest, where the reaper's glass lay hidden beneath wool and linen. Her pupils contracted as if she'd seen something too bright. Then she blinked and returned Florence's smile with an expression arranged like Sunday silver. Sleep's difficult once you've seen beyond the veil. Florence's heart gave a small, startled beat. I beg your pardon? The older woman's smile deepened, not unkind, but distant. No church can quiet what God didn't call. She shifted the basket on her arm. Best remember that, dear. Some knocks are safer left unanswered. Some gifts best left unopened. Before Florence could reply, Mrs. Hartford slipped past her into the dim nave. Florence watched her go, a chill prickling the back of her neck. The words didn't sound like gossip or warning. They sounded like understanding. But how could she know? And what did she know? The questions followed her down the steps, scraping her thoughts like burrs. She pulled her cloak tighter and kept walking. The road to Mercy was shorter than she'd ever walked it, but she could not bring herself to take the first step. Behind her, in the church, Father McKenna would be standing at the altar and praying for salvation with the congregation. Florence wondered if her soul was still included when he beseeched God for mercy. Or had she followed this path too far and damned herself? Chapter 20. Mrs. Harrow! Mrs. Finch came hurrying from the cross street, skirts hitched from the mud, a prayer book pressed to her chest. Her hat was dark with rain, her cheeks pink from the walk. I thought I'd missed the second bell, she said, smiling, and then, seeing Florence's face, let the smile fade. Mercy, you look as if you've seen a ghost. You're not far off, Florence murmured. The words slipped out before she could stop them. Mrs. Finch reached for her hand. Don't you mind the looks. Fear's been riding this town since the fever. It turns good tongues cruel. She hesitated, glancing toward the church door. There's been talk. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Mrs. Sorensen, across the street, swears she saw you vanish. Vanish, Florence, with a stranger beside you. Florence blinked rain from her lashes. The weariness that had been waiting all morning finally settled on her shoulders, heavy as a soaked shawl. People see what they need, she said quietly, and lately they need monsters. I told them it couldn't be true, Mrs. Finch said quickly, her fingers tightening, but gossip runs faster than the fever ever did. Let it run, Florence murmured. It'll tire before I do. Mrs. Finch's eyes searched her face. Tell me it isn't true, she said at last, the words trembling somewhere between plea and prayer. Florence hesitated. The rain thinned to mist, soft enough to taste. You prayed for Samuel to rest, she said, her tone careful, almost distant. You can stop praying now. The breath left Mrs. Finch as if she'd been struck. You don't ask, Florence said gently. Just keep that comfort for yourself. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Mrs. Finch swallowed hard, her voice steadier than her hands. Then I'll thank you instead, and I'll keep your secret, whatever it is. Florence almost smiled. Secrets have a way of keeping themselves. Rain whispered through the eaves, washing the street clean, though neither woman believed in that kind of cleansing anymore. She squeezed Florence's hand once more, then turned toward the church, leaving her standing in the rain that smelled too clean for what she'd done. Florence watched her go, the church door swallowing her with a hush of old wood. She stood a moment longer in the soft rain, Mrs. Hartford's warning and Mrs. Finch's mercy catching like burrs in the wool of her thoughts. Then she turned for home. The walk felt longer than it should have. Every window she passed seemed to darken as she drew near. The lane emptied behind her. Puddles held pale sky. The elm at the corner dripped a steadied beat onto the hitching post. When her house came into view, she felt a small, foolish relief at the sight of the familiar roofline, the curtained windows, the modest porch that had always felt like a held breath between the world and the rooms where her children slept. Only then did she see it. A bundle fastened to the porch rail, wigs bound with black thread, a scrap of gray cloth tied like a skirt, a single bent nail driven through the middle, a coin pressed where eyes should be. It was almost a doll, almost human, or a heartbeat, she thought. Someone meant to keep something out. The next heartbeat corrected her. No, someone meant to name her the thing that needed keeping. A poppet for the witch who lived among them, a boundary drawn in twigs and thread. She stood there until the cold worked through her gloves. The street behind her was empty, yet she felt watched, by shudders, by silence, by the town itself holding its breath. She had tended their dead, washed their children, prayed over their beds, and now they offered her this, their gratitude bound into a curse. She climbed the steps. Up close, the thing smelled of damp rosemary and lavender, the scent Mrs. Hartford always wore in her gloves. The thread had swollen dark from the rain. When she brushed the corner of the fabric, she saw the faint edge of embroidery, blue silk initials stitched into fine linen. E.H. Mrs. Hartford's hand. The same tidy lettering that marked every church linen, every Sunday handkerchief. Florence's breath caught. It was careless or deliberate. She couldn't tell which. For an instant, she imagined Mrs. Hartford bent over the same stitchwork, lips pursed, prayers murmured as needle met cloth. How easily she'd hidden what Florence could not. There was power in that kind of silence. Power Florence had never learned. She reached for it. and the front door flew open. "Mama!" Mary burst out barefoot, hair loose, nightdress tucked into socks. "Look what someone left us!" "Don't!" Florence caught her wrist. "Don't touch that." James and William crowded behind her. James put an arm across Mary without thinking, the way he'd seen men do at River's Edge and Flood. His face was thin with sleep and anger. Florence raised the doll. Rain ran from the twigs in narrow streams. "Who would, Mama?" James said, stepping between her and Mary, eyes on the thing in her hand. "They say you walk with the dead." The words landed without surprise, only certainty. Florence lowered the bundle, the thread slick beneath her fingers. "People say foolish things when they're frightened," she said, and kept her voice even because his needed hers to be steady. "But we don't answer fear with more fear. You understand?" James nodded once. Mary pressed her cheek to Florence's sleeve, peering around it at the coin-eyed face. "It looks like a toy," she whispered. "Who gave it?" The question turned her stomach. A child could look at a curse and still see something meant for play. Florence's grip tightened until the twigs creaked. This is how it starts, she thought. Innocence learning the shape of hatred. "No one who knows us," she said, and her voice came out thinner than she meant. "Inside." They obeyed, the three of them filing in with backward glances. The house smelled faintly of soap and last night's tea. The hearth was banked. The ash held the ghost of a glow. She crossed to the grate, crouched, and laid the bundle on the coals. For a moment she hesitated. Destroying it felt like answering the accusation, like admitting guilt. The initials glimmered through the soot, blue and unblinking. She thought of Mrs. Hartford's measured voice, her hands folded in prayer. "You knew," Florence thought. "You always knew." She told herself it was foolishness, but her hands moved like someone who believed. She pressed the poker through the bent nail and into the flame. The metal slipped, the handle biting her palm. She felt the quick sting of heat before she drew back. The smell of scorched leather rose sharp as breath. The clock took next, curling in a slow black bloom. The rosemary hissed. Something sharp and sweet rose up, the scent of a cupboard where someone keeps both herbs and horseshoes. Smoke lifted in a narrow rope. For a breath, it braided itself into the suggestion of letters, then unraveled and was only smoke again. The reaper's clasp beneath her collar gave a single muted thrum. Not warmth exactly, but awareness. She told herself it was the heat of the fire. She knew better. When the flame died, a nail gleamed among the ash, black to the head, still whole. She lifted it with the tongs and turned it in the light. A ward, a curse, a warning. She couldn't tell which. She set it on the mantel. The air around her seemed to breathe. Maybe the curse had come with her. Mrs. Finch had told her to pray louder than they whispered. Florence folded her hands and found that prayer had slipped out of them like water. Outside, the rain had stopped. The road shone where the lamps could reach it. When she rose to draw the curtain, the pain gave back her face. Thinner than she remembered, a little older around the mouth. The lamplight made a halo of the moisture still caught in her hair. It looked like blessing until she moved and the shape broke. She checked the latch on the back door, the hook on the cellar, the windows she'd checked 1,000 times without thinking. Tonight, she thought, the house was as she'd left it, and not the same at all. She banked the fire and pared the lamp to a softer flame. The room fell into its familiar shadows, the ones she had learned by hand. Chair, table, shelf, the dip in the rug where Mary's heel had taught it to hold her. She breathed the steady room-shaped air and told herself it was enough. Upstairs, a floorboard settled. The sound was ordinary. It still made her start. She stayed in the armchair until the light had thinned to a dull glow and the last damp in her cloak had dried against her skirt. When she finally blew out the lamp and lay down fully clothed, she let the darkness come all at once. The glass at her throat cooled a fraction and stilled. On the mantel, the nail caught what little light remained, still warm, though the fire had long gone out. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the blue initials, and wondered if they'd been stitched in warning or invitation. Sleep went at her like a tide, slow and heavy. She let it take her until the world went still between heartbeats. Chapter 21. There won't be any bread tomorrow, Mary said. Florence pushed up on her elbows. Why wouldn't there? The baker's gone to sleep, Mary murmured, gaze unfixed. She said the dough won't rise again. The words found the room and cooled it. Florence swung her feet to the rug. Mary, sweetheart. But Mary blinked as if the light had changed, and looked around with a small, startled crease between her brows, the way a child does when a dream sloughs off too fast. She rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand and stepped backward, already turning. I'm tired, she said in her own voice, smaller now. Night, Mama. Back to bed, Florence said gently, though her mouth had gone dry. She waited until the small shadow withdrew and the door eased near closed. Silence resumed, a silence that wasn't the same. The Reaper's glass stirred against her skin, hot and urgent. Not a beckon, a pull, the sort that never meant waiting. She snatched her shawl and went. Her boots waited obediently by the chair, laces coiled like tongues. She passed them for her house slippers instead, the quicker choice. Porter breathed cool against her ankles as she crossed. She paused at the children's doorway. 3 small shapes, 2 sprawled, 1 curled, rising and falling with ordinary breath, the kind that still belonged to the world. She would not wake them, would not say where she was going. There was no way to make the words right. Down the stairs, through the front room where the last coal kept its quiet red, her hand found the latch. Out. Night had washed the street and left it bright as a mirror. Fine rain cross-hatched the lamplight. The mill turned somewhere beyond the houses, a slow, patient sound, like a clock that never needed winding. Shutters were fastened. Curtains let out a thin glow here and there where children had been read to, and lamps put to their smallest obedience. The wind came from the river, clean and sharp. It tasted of thaw and metal and old stone. She kept to the boards where the mud lay shallowest, skirt gathered in one hand, shawl close with the other, the pendant's chain a thin line of heat at her throat. Window glass watched without expression. A sign creaked, thought better of complaint, and settled. She took the corner, and the bakery door found her without her looking for it. Catherine? Florence meant to call stronger. Her voice came smaller, respectful of what a room might have just learned. No answer. The counter wore a fine coat of white, as if snow had fallen where no wind could reach. A bowl lay tipped on its side. A wooden spoon had made a small moon in the flour before it rolled away. A cup sat half drunk, the liquid gone flat with waiting. The air held a faint, cloying scent. Not sugar, but something medicinal, the kind that lingers in sick rooms, half perfume, half decay. She crossed to the back room. Catherine lay on the bed as if she had meant only to rest her eyes. Hands composed by habit, not prayer. Hair drawn back with the tidy finality of someone putting herself in order. The lamp on the table kept a reasonable flame. Beside it, a small brown bottle on its side. The label had gone soft from handling. The letters still said what they were made to say. Laudanum. The cork lay near her wrist. A wet ring clung to the rim, where the last drop had held on, and given up its mind. Florence stood still and listened to the silence stretch too loud. No breath, no heartbeat. She went to the bed and took Catherine's hand. It hadn't fully given itself to cold. "Oh, my dear," she whispered. "I should have come sooner." The Reaper's glass heated against her skin, a stern, bright warning. The air around the bed refined itself, the way air does when the world begins to notice what it's lost. There was no struggle here, no tearing of breath, only the after of a decision. She picked up the bottle. It was light as a lie. For a long moment she simply held it, staring at the lamplight trembling through the brown glass. Her reflection swam on its curve, small, distorted, guilty. The hesitation felt like a held breath the room was taking for her. Better no one see. The town forgave hunger, not despair. They would say cowardice. They would say sin. They would take a woman's last choice and beat it into proof that God had turned his face. In one way or another, they would make it hers. She turned the bottle in her hand, an object, a life, and slipped it into her pocket. The glass at her throat throbbed once, then steadied. "Catherine," she whispered, leaning close, "if you can hear me." Nearness gathered, not sight, not sound, but the hush of a voice choosing gentleness over fear. "I'm going to my boy," Catherine said. Her words were tidy, like her seams. "It's quieter where he is." "I promised him," Florence said. "I told him I'd keep you. You did." There was kindness in it, and the kind of forgiveness that lands like ash. Long enough to hope. It was too long. A beat, then softer. "Mercy doesn't unmake the debt. It only changes who pays it." A faint, silvery thread shimmered above the still body, weary rather than afraid. When Florence raised her hand, the burns along her fingers answered with their familiar electric ache. Still, the hand she'd been given did what it had been taught to do. "I'm sorry," she said, "for every minute I waited." She cut the thread. For one suspended heartbeat, the world stayed mercifully still. Her breath caught on the edge of that stillness. Then the glass at her throat convulsed. It flared white hot, throwing light across the walls, and from inside it came a sound, thin, human, unbearably young. "You promised." Tommy's voice, mournful, distant, already fading, rose through the air like wind through a keyhole. It wasn't accusation. It was grief given shape, a child's cry from the other side of mercy. "Tommy." Florence reached for the pendant, but it burned back. Heat climbed her arm, through her chest, until her ribs thrummed with it. She wanted to answer it, to tell him she hadn't meant to break faith, but the air had already swallowed his name. The glass screamed. The fissure tore through its center like lightning through water. The air shuddered. The flame bent sideways. The wood grain beneath her knees rippled as if remembering another order of things. The world answered. Outside, frost burst sudden across the panes, though the night beyond was still rain. The mill wheel groaned, then turned backward once, time mistaking itself. A tin on the shelf chattered its lid and went still. Something ancient and binding had come undone. Florence stayed kneeling, the broken pendant pulsing at her throat, the echo of the boy's voice receding into silence. Something vast and sorrowful unlatched inside her. The promise was broken, the balance gone. When the stillness finally settled, the air felt rearranged, as if every atom had taken one step back from her. Catherine's face was peaceful, her lips curved faintly, as though the dying had kept its promise to be kind. Florence tucked her hands together properly and drew the coverlet smooth, her motions so practiced they felt borrowed from another life. The bed smelled of starch and old lavender. Flour dusted the cuffs of her dress. The cup on the stand still wore the print of Catherine's mouth. A sound behind her, no more than a borrowed breath where there shouldn't have been one. Mrs. Harrow? Florence turned. Mrs. Hartford stood in the doorway, shawl tight, a small basket at her wrist, face arranged into concern that had been ironed smooth. Rain had speckled the wool. Drops clung like beads that hadn't learned to roll. I saw the light, she said softly. I feared she'd taken ill. She's gone, Florence answered. The two words found the floor and stayed there. Mrs. Hartford stepped inside without waiting to be asked. Her eyes moved through the room with a seamstress's accuracy. Bed, lamp, cup, the order of things that had not wanted to be left in disorder. God keep her, she murmured. Was there pain? She slept, Florence said. Mrs. Hartford's gaze lingered on the body, then on Florence's hand, still curled around the small brown bottle. Laudanum, said, voice even. She was suffering. Of course. Mrs. Hartford's tone was gentle, but the gentleness was thin as paper. She set her basket on the table, smoothing her skirt as though to give her hands something lawful to do. I can fetch Father McKenna. In the morning, Florence said. Let her have the night. Mrs. Hartford inclined her head, as if the night could be gifted. Her eyes swept once more, and in that span they paused a breath too long on the lamp, the unburnt wick, the silence. Then the gaze moved on, polite as a hand smoothing linen. There are things best left unspoken, Mrs. Hartford murmured, but they do have a way of being heard. Florence barely registered it. She lifted the lamp a finger's breadth to see that the wick would hold, and in the lifting the pendant caught the light, its crack a bright vein, quietly pulsing. She pressed her palm to it. The throb that answered was small and contrite, as if the stone had made up its mind about what it was now and would not be argued with. Do you need help? Mrs. Hartford asked. Voice smiled. The beads at her wrist whispered once. Small tally. No, Florence said. Thank you. Mrs. Hartford hesitated in the doorway. You're a brave woman, she said quietly, but bravery and sin often share the same face. Florence didn't look up. Then pray they don't share the same cost. Mrs. Hartford's expression darkened, and then she turned and left. The door closed softly behind her, leaving only the smell of rain and camphor. Florence bent one last time to Catherine, arranging what could still be arranged, then turned down the lamp until it held a patient orange and not a blaze. Outside, rain threaded the dark. The street was not asleep. Two men stood under the lamplight, their voices clipped off mid-sentence. Across the way, a woman with a broom had stopped, with the bristles hovering an inch above stone. Curtains stirred. A shutter clicked, remembered itself, and went still. They used to nod when she passed, a two-fingered lip of a cap, a hello the size of a breath, a shared notice of weather. Now the quiet bent toward her as if it had business. Florence set the latch carefully and drew the shawl close. The pendant lay cold against her skin, its fracture catching stray light and throwing it back, sharp as a blade of mercy. In her pocket, the brown glass touched her knuckles with its medicinal chill. She folded her hand around it as if cold could be warmed by another kind of cold. She took a step. The mill kept turning. Another. The rain asked its small repeating question. Across the street, someone moved behind a blind and stopped, as if stillness might make them invisible. The road toward home had not grown longer, only narrower, as if measured now by a new rule. She walked it. Behind the bakery window, the lamp she had lowered burned obediently on. A line of flour lay along the threshold like frost that hadn't learned to melt. No one spoke. They didn't need to. The rain had turned sweet again, like something tainted trying to pass for pure. Mill Brook had already begun its judgment. Chapter 22. Rain followed her home, a thin silver thread through the lamplight. The streets of Millbrook had gone still, but the stillness felt wrong. Listening, not resting. Every window she passed seemed to hold its breath. She didn't look up. The Reaper's glass at her collar pressed against her throat, warm where it should have been cool. Once or twice it gave a faint pulse, like a heartbeat struggling to remember its rhythm. When she reached her porch, she paused. The curtains were drawn, but lamplight wavered along their edges, unsteady. The house seemed to draw back from her, as though even its walls knew she'd brought something home that didn't belong to the living. She stepped inside quietly. The air smelled of damp wool and soap. The fire had burned low. But the house was not asleep. William sat at the table with a book open before him, though his eyes weren't on the page. James stood by the window, as if caught halfway between closing the curtain and listening for something beyond it. Mary sat cross-legged on the rug, her doll resting against her knee, its face turned toward the fire. They all looked up at once. Florence stopped, one hand still on the door. "What are you all doing awake?" Her voice came out low, too careful. "We couldn't sleep," James said. His tone tried for ordinary but didn't reach it. "The air feels strange." "Like before a storm," William added, not looking up from the table. "But the wind's gone." Florence's throat tightened. "It's just late. Go on back up." "You didn't wake us," William said, studying her. "You've been crying." "I haven't." She crossed to the hearth and knelt, adding a log to the coals. The sudden flare of orange made her flinch. When she reached to stir the fire, her hand trembled. Mary watched her a long moment. Then, softly, "Something's broken in you, Mama." Florence froze. "What did you say?" Mary didn't blink. "You're going to leave us." James straightened from the window, half awake, half afraid. "Mary, don't." But the girl went on, her voice calm, almost curious. "I can see it. It's cracked inside you." William's gaze shifted between them, uncertain, uneasy. "I felt it too," he said quietly, "like the floor moved, but else nothing did." Florence tried to force a smile, but it wouldn't come. "You're all overtired. Bed now, all of you." "It isn't a dream," Mary whispered. "I saw it when you came in. The light's wrong." When Mary's eyes met hers, the air between them thinned. For a heartbeat, Florence thought she felt the same pull that came before a reaping, the hush before a soul slipped loose. Florence touched her collarbone without meaning to. The broken reaper's glass burned under her fingertips, a steady, sullen heat. Mary's eyes flicked to the motion, widening. Florence drew her hand away quickly. "Bed," she said again, firmer this time. The boys obeyed, though they glanced back at her uneasy. Mary lingered a moment longer before rising. She took her doll and went upstairs, each step slow, as if listening to something only she could hear as she went. Florence sat in the chair by the fire once the children were gone. The log caught, flames reached. She watched until her eyes blurred. The crack in the glass pressed against her skin like a truth refusing burial. It beat not with her heart, but against it, out of time. She rose and busied herself with small, senseless things, straightening books, folding a stray cloth, lighting the lamp by the window. Each motion a little spell against the thought forming at the edge of her mind. If her hands had kept moving, perhaps the world would mistake itself for ordinary a little longer. At some point, the fire fell to embers. She might have drifted in the chair. She wasn't sure, until the air changed. The warmth thinned. The silence turned deliberate. A voice came from behind her, quiet as a closing door. She turned. Thanatos stood half in firelight, half in shadow. His cloak smelled faintly of rain and grave moss, as though he'd stepped from soil rather than sky. His face was worn, his eyes dark with the kind of patience that only centuries learn. "I told you what happens when you make promises to the dead," he said. His tone held no judgment, only the gravity of truth fulfilled. Florence's throat ached. "I thought I could keep it." "I know." His gaze dropped to the pendant, to the fissure pulsing faintly beneath her collarbone. "But mercy binds as surely as grief. You crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. The powers above me have turned their gaze your way." She drew the chain from her throat and held the Reaper's glass in her palm. Its crack glowed blue, the light beating slow and wrong. "Take it. Please, let me stay." Thanatos stepped nearer. The flame bent toward him and guttered low. "It isn't mine to take. It's chosen its bearer. It's chosen you." Her voice sharpened. "You gave it to me." "I offered it," he said quietly. "You accepted. And the moment it touched your skin, it began answering to you instead of me." Florence looked down at the trembling shard. "Then what happens to me?" "The same that happens to all who walk too far between." His tone gentled, reverent. "You will rise, or you will burn. Either way, the mortal hour is done." The light from the fire wavered across his face, softening its austerity. "You've done what every reaper fears," he said. "You cared too deeply, and the gods noticed." She stared at him. "You mean to leave me?" "I mean to release you." His words were almost tender. "Apprenticeship binds until the lesson is learned. Yours was mercy, and it broke you. There's nothing left for me to teach." Her voice was barely breath. "Then what am I now?" He studied her as though memorizing what she'd been. "A question the higher powers are already asking." A faint sound rippled through the air, something between wind and the drawing of breath. The glass in her hand flared once, then dimmed. Thanatos turned toward the door. "Rest while you can. The between will come for you soon, but not as it once did. It doesn't reclaim what it already owns." He inclined his head once, a gesture that was both farewell and benediction, and the air folded shut around him. The room exhaled. The fire hissed and bent sideways, then steadied. Florence stood very still, the glass cool against her palm. The crack gleamed. She could feel it sinking to something vast and unseen, a rhythm too wide for breathing. The hearth dimmed, light thinning to amber. When she turned toward the stairs, the air trembled again, gentler this time, almost sorrowful. Frederick stood by the fire, his edges held by the soft shimmer of heat and shadow. His eyes were steady, his smile faint and human. "You shouldn't be here," he whispered. He shook his head. "Neither should you." Her breath caught. "Thanatos told me to reap your soul." "I know," he said gently. "And yet here I am." Her throat tightened. "I can't, even now, after everything. I can't do it." He stepped closer, the air between them softening instead of resisting. "You will," he said, certain, "when the time is right." She met his gaze. "And if it never is?" "It will be," he said. "You'll know." She reached for him. This time her hand met his. His palm was cool, not lifeless. Her pulse stumbled against his until their rhythms mistook each other for one. "It doesn't hurt anymore," he murmured. "Not the way it did." "I thought the between was pain." His mouth twitched, almost a smile. "Maybe it still is. I just can't feel it now." The words landed softly, but something in them didn't settle. A faint scent of iron hung in the air, the ghost of rain on stone. Clean at first, then wrong, as if something beneath the stillness had begun to sour. The Reaper's glass glowed between them, its fractured light painting his face in thin gold. For a moment, impossibly, he looked alive again, warm and fragile, and hers. "Florence," he said, his voice the same as it had been in the mornings before the war. "Whatever you become, remember us." The light faltered. His fingers loosened. "Frederick." But he was already fading, drawn not upward or away, but inward, into the same slow pulse that now beat in her blood. Silence followed. The air smelled of smoke and rain. The Reaper's glass flickered once and steadied. It no longer felt like hers. Upstairs, Mary murmured in her sleep, "Don't go, Mama." Florence looked toward the sound, her hand closing over the cool glass. She understood now what Thanatos meant. The between would come for her, but it would not have to reach far. The pendant pulsed once, almost like breath, and the fire answered with a pop. Outside, the mill turned. The night kept listening, as if the world were holding its breath to hear what she'd become. Chapter 23. Morning tried to look ordinary, but the light faltered when it touched her, as though remembering itself too late. It had that thin winter brightness that makes every surface honest. No shadows deep enough to hide in. The kettle finally took a sharp, overblown whistle, and Florence lifted it off before it cut the room into pieces. Steam rose, then thinned, unwilling to linger. Her hands smelled of flour and cloves no matter how long she scrubbed. Beneath her collar, the Reaper's glass lay cool, the hairline fracture catching light and handing it back wrong, like a truth you'd rather not see. James set out bowls. William fetched wood and stacked it too precisely, as if exactness could keep anything from breaking again. Mary hummed, an uneven tune she used when she feared she'd done something wrong, but didn't want to be scolded for it. Florence spoon-porridged, added a bit of sugar that wasn't called for on a weekday, and tried to make her movements gentle enough to convince the room that everything was all right. The morning paper lay damp on the mat. Ink had blurred at the corners, but not where it mattered. One spare line near the bottom of the front page. Local woman found dead. Constable rules death by misadventure. No mention of flour on the boards. No mention of laudanum. No mention of the sound the air makes when it gives up a soul. No mention of her name. A statement that small never ends a story. It hires the town to finish it. The glass at her collar warmed faintly, then cooled, as if it knew that already. "School," James said, reaching for his cap, always first to say it before anyone could argue. Mary pushed her bowl away, cheeks too pink. "They'll look at me funny again." "Look back," William muttered. "We're going," James said, opening the door. Florence set a hand on Mary's shoulder. In the window's reflection, her fingers looked like they belonged to two different women, separated by the cracks of the pendant's light. "You'll be all right." But Florence wasn't sure her daughter ever would be. If this was what became of her, what would the world do to little Mary? Mary nodded. She took James's hand and lifted her chin one notch too high. The stance Florence recognized from her own mirror. William hovered. "If anyone says anything," he stopped. His jaw worked. "I won't let them." "Don't fight," she said, and winced at herself for asking what she had no right to expect. "I won't start it," he promised, which wasn't what she'd asked. He pulled his cap low and followed, small and furious, and trying not to be either. After they left, the house exhaled once, then seemed to think better of it. The clock ticked out of rhythm for 3 beats before correcting itself, as if it had stepped wrong and hoped no one noticed. She washed the bowl slowly, then washed her hands again until the skin went red. The scent wouldn't leave. Cloves and a scorched sweetness that lived now in the web of her fingers. The rooms listened, still and expectant, as though waiting to see whether she'd confess to them. Even the kettle kept still, pretending it hadn't seen. The spoon in the pail showed a crooked version of her face. The fracture in the glass made a second mouth. By mid-morning, she pulled on her shawl and went to the market. The stalls looked half asleep. Onions sprouting green tongues. Apples gone soft at the edges. The fishmonger's awning shivering in the thawing wind. She'd walked this row every week since before the fever, but people shifted as she passed. The kind that let distance look like happenstance. The woman who sold candles turned her face as though checking her scales. The butcher adjusted his apron without looking up. Catherine's stall sat shuttered, a tidy ghost in the market's mouth. Someone had left a sack of flour against the boards, already damp with meltwater. The smell hit her, a trace of yeast, warm as memory and just as cruel. Catherine will never bake again, Florence thought. I'll never taste her bread again. The rain had darkened the cobbles to mirrors. She saw her reflection split in each puddle. The fracture of the reaper's glass multiplied at her throat. "Potatoes, Mrs. Harrow?" called the grocer from 2 stalls down, a voice too bright for the morning. "Potatoes," she said. "Not bread. Not yet." He weighed them slow, as if time were something he owned to portion out. When she reached for her coins, he set them down on the cloth instead of into her hand, careful not to brush her skin. "Good keepers," he said. "So I have heard." She turned back once as she moved away. The line of shuttered stalls looked like mouths sewn shut. A breeze lifted the corner of Catherine's awning, and for an instant she thought she smelled warm bread again. Then only wet stone. She walked home with the sack tucked close, her hands smelling faintly of yeast she hadn't touched. By the time she reached her gate, the scent had changed to something burnt, like crusts left too long in the oven. Even memory could spoil, it seemed. At home, the light looked sharper than before, and the faint sweetness on her gloves soured as it cooled. She scrubbed her palms against her skirt until the smell was gone. In a doorway down the lane, a child laughed, and the sound snagged on a word tossed too lightly to have an owner. Witch. It wasn't aimed. It didn't need to be. You could build a gallows out of tones if you stacked enough of them. She went inside, made tea, and set the potatoes to soak while she mended the split seam in William's cuff. The needle bit her once, twice. The thread refused to lie flat. She thought of promises pulled tight until they pucker and bleed, and pricked the needle through again. Careful, careful, as if the cloth were skin. Near noon she meant to fetch Mary, but Mary arrived with Mrs. Finch's daughter, both flushed and busy with not showing it. Mary's face had learned a new expression, defiance pretending it was posture. James came later, late enough to have stood somewhere he didn't want her to know about. When she looked at his knuckles, they looked back like they had a story and no intention of telling it. William arrived last, lips split. "I tripped," he said quickly, "on the—" There was no ice left. The pause noticed itself. James cleared his throat. "In the yard," he supplied. "He's fine." Florence dabbed the lip with a clean cloth, and when William flinched, she said, "You're brave, and I hate that it's necessary." And let that be the scolding. They ate in a hush that kept threatening to break. The spoon against Mary's bowl made a sound 1 pitch higher than it should. Florence tried to ignore it and couldn't. Sound had edges today. The knock came mid-afternoon. 3 courteous taps, measured like a catechism answer. Florence sent the children to their rooms to play. She had already seen Mrs. Hartford from the window and had time to wish she could pretend not to be home. Pretending was not a skill Mill Brook allowed. She stood on the stoop with a basket looped over one gloved arm, hatpins exact, face arranged to convey that she had set aside something important to be kind. For the children, she said, and didn't wait to be asked in. Florence cleared a chair that wasn't cluttered to begin with. The kettle's lid clicked cool. In the window glass behind Mrs. Hartford, Florence's reflection looked cut along the collarbone where the pendant lay. "You're very kind," she said, because that was the script. "It is a Christian's duty to be so." She set the basket down with liturgical care. Her gloves gave a small sigh when she folded her hands. "A bit of stew and a loaf and, well," her gaze moved without seeming to. "I know last night must have been difficult. Death touches and everything near it goes strange for a time." "Thoughtful of you," Florence said. Mrs. Hartford's lashes lowered, lifted. "Have you been praying, Mrs. Harrow?" "I try." "Father McKenna told me he found particulars at Mrs. O'Sullivan's he would rather not distress you with." Her eyes held no apology. "I only say it to remind you that grief attracts unwholesome things, the way sugar brings ants. Vigilance is called for." "I understand," Florence said, though she knew Hartford would let that word serve as agreement to whatever charge she preferred later. Hartford's lashes lowered, lifted. "You have a way of being near when death settles," she said lightly, almost fond. "Morrison's, the O'Sullivans, and before Catherine, the Miller girl, Lily, poor thing, the one who fell at the well." She looked toward the window, as if seeing it from here. "They say the water hasn't run clear since. Things keep surfacing when the bucket goes down. Bits of ribbon, coins, sometimes a glint of metal, rings, keys." Her gloved hand slipped into her pocket. Metal caught the light, brief, unmistakable. The small ring, the narrow key. Florence knew them instantly. A shock ran through her like cold water. Frederick's ring, his key. The necklace she dropped at the well's edge when she bent to lift the child. Her pulse stuttered, then began again in the wrong rhythm. She could never ask for them back, not without naming herself. Hartford let the objects fall back into her palm, the faintest clink swallowed by the hush of the room. "Found near the boards," she murmured. "The earth forgets little." Florence's throat tightened. Her hands stayed folded, but her heartbeat fluttered high and thin, like a bird desperate to stay unseen. Hartford's gaze rose again and lingered this time, not on Florence's face, but on the reaper's glass at her throat. The fracture had caught the light, a thin vein of brightness running like a secret too long contained. Something knowing moved behind Hartford's composure. Her voice softened, almost gentled. "I was offered a trinket like yours once. Not the same, of course. Mine was silver, finer work. They said it would help me see what others could not." Her eyes met Florence's. "But I chose differently. I chose the church. You chose your children. We both pay for what we love." For a heartbeat, the room changed shape. Two women standing in the same story, only one having learned how to survive it. Florence saw it then. The calculation behind Hartford's piety, the way her faith was armor, not grace. A woman who had been called strange once, whispered as a witch, and learned to be the one calling names first. Hartford's fingers brushed the rosary at her wrist, beads clicking like a reckoning. The smile that followed was small and deliberate. "The Father would like a word, purely reassurance. A home can fall out of order under sadness. A blessing may set it right." The smile deepened by a thread. "Tomorrow, 7, at the rectory, for the children's sake." "I'll come," Florence said. The answer felt like stepping into a room she had not been invited to leave. "Good." Mrs. Hartford rose without touching the basket again, as if it belonged to the house now. At the door she paused. Her gaze lingered, not at Florence's face, but at the V of scarf and collar. A soft line of brightness must have shown. Florence could feel it like a rumor against her skin. Mrs. Hartford stepped out then, with the same calm. She turned her head as though a trivial thought had just arrived. "There are matters best left unspoken," he murmured, "but they do have a way of being heard." The beads clicked once more, and she went down the steps. After she left, the kitchen regained its shape, but felt rearranged in a way the eye couldn't prove. The stew inside the basket had cooled a little. The loaf under its cloth looked smaller than it should have. Florence put the food away and told herself it was charity, but didn't believe it. The pendant lay cool and obedient, and every reflective thing in the room, kettle lid, clean spoon, the small pane of the cupboard, showed a Florence divided by a seam of light. Toward dusk, James took Mary to the pump and brought her back pink-cheeked and proud of not complaining about the cold. William sat too near the stove, as if to punish his hands for what they had done or not done. Florence darned a heel and listened for bells that were not ringing. The pendant at her throat gave one faint tick, like a clock restarting itself, and then went silent. She didn't know whether to be grateful. When the envelope slid beneath the door just after dark, the paper hissed along the boards as if wary of being stepped on. She knew the hand before she saw the name. "Mrs. Harrow," the outside read, and inside, "Dear Madam, I spoke with Mrs. Hartford, and I'm pleased you've accepted my invitation. I would be glad to see you tomorrow at 7 o'clock at the rectory to discuss certain matters of spiritual welfare and to offer what consolation and counsel I can. Yours in Christ, Father P. McKenna." Consolation and counsel shared a spine with correction. Ink had pooled in the loop of his K, as if the pen had hesitated there before committing to the stroke. In the window pane, her face blurred when she held the letter up. The fracture threw back a thin bar of brightness that cut her reflection where a throat would be cut, if light were a knife. The house had its own small weather. A shutter rattled once, though she had latched it. The mantel clock stopped, and then, without being touched, chose to resume with a single impatient tick. She lifted the kettle for tea. The steam rose in a tall white column, and for a heartbeat made the suggestion of a face before it remembered it was only vapor. She set the kettle down, harder than she meant to, and said the sensible word for such things, "Draught," aloud, as if naming it would pin it to something menders can fix. The scent of cloves returned and sat over the room like a remark no one would claim. She told herself it was bread caught in the seams of her shawl. She washed her hands again. The smell stayed. She tried lemon at the sink. The lemon learned the clove instead of teaching the clove to leave. After the children were in bed, she sat by the stove with the priest's note in her lap and the mended sock turned inside out over her knee. The ink blurred as if she looked too long. The letters unshaped themselves, then snapped back as if scolded. She didn't want to fear a summons. She wanted, absurdly, to tell someone that she had tried to keep her promise and it had not saved anything at all. 9 o'clock tolled from St. Mary's. 1, 2, till 9. On the last bell, the pendant warmed and then cooled like a hand removed. In the ash pan, a cinder popped and went dead without giving light. Somewhere outside, a laugh cracked and faded. Not mocking, not kind. The human sound of two people sharing something, already on its way to becoming a story. She listened until she couldn't tell whether she was hearing the laugh or the shape of it being retold in a different house to a different listener. Until rumor wore the same coat as any other tale, and she could not separate one from the other. For an instant she thought she smelled bread again, but the scent was only the paper in her hands. Even mercy could ferment. She folded the note, placed it on the mantel, and watched her own reflected hand set it down in the glass of the frame behind it. Two hands, slightly misaligned, working at the same task. The clock kept time in small, stubborn ticks. When she rose to turn down the lamp, a draft moved across her ankles. She checked the windows she had already checked. The latch held. The glass at her throat lay cold and empty. For a moment she thought she heard, far off and not in words, the sound a great book makes when a page is turned by someone who already knows where the entry will fall. She stood in the mute room with the priest's letter and the loaf she wouldn't touch, and the fracture that returned light to her in a narrow, unkind line. Then she turned down the flame. Darkness negotiated itself around the furniture and settled where it wanted. Somewhere not far away, a pen was lifted. The ink waited, certain of its task. A space was made for her name. Chapter 24. The cold had returned the next morning. A skin of ice had crept over the puddles in the lane and turned them to mirrors that cracked beneath a careful boot. Florence dressed by the window, buttoning her collar higher than was comfortable. The fabric would not sit right. The fissure in the reaper's glass kept catching light and sending a thin, erratic gleam through the weave. She tugged her scarf into place and held it there for a moment, as if gentleness could teach the glow to behave. On the stairs, the children hovered. Mary's fingers looped the banister. James stood half-turned, as though ready to pretend he'd been reading. William watched the door as if it might move first. "You don't have to go," Mary said, quiet and flat, the way she spoke when she already knew the answer. "Everyone goes to church," Florence replied, smoothing the scarf again. "It's only talk." "With Father?" James asked. "With Father," she said, and tried to make the word mean a man and not a consequence. Mary reached the last step and stopped at her side. "Your light is showing," she whispered, eyes on the V of scarf and collar. Florence lifted a hand and pressed the fabric tighter. "It's just the morning sun," she said, which satisfied no one, least of all herself. "Mind the porridge. I'll be back before the noon bell." William opened his mouth, closed it, then nodded once like a soldier given a poor order. She kissed their hair as if she were going on an errand, as if errands could still be done in this town by a woman who had not learned to disappear. Outside, the air held itself very still. The mill's slow grind carried faintly from the river, a pulse under the frost. Curtains shifted and settled as she passed. A man removed his hat to wipe his brow, though the morning was cold. The milk cart left ruts that filled at once with thin water and showed her face in pieces where the ice broke. At the corner by the apothecary, Mrs. Finch came up short, nearly colliding with her. "Florence," she said, too bright. A wicker basket hooked over her elbow. The brown paper parcel inside was damp at the edges. "You're out early," Florence said. Conversation inside a church sounded safer than truth on a street. Yes, wanted to be ahead of the line for meat." Mrs. Finch lowered her voice, eyes darting past Florence's shoulder, as if afraid to be seen speaking to her. "I heard about the church meeting today. They'll only ask a few questions, I'm sure, to lay the air. It's what they do." Florence went very still. "The church meeting?" Finch's fingers tightened around the basket handle. "Oh, didn't Father send word? He's asked nearly everyone to come, just to put the rumors to rest." She gave a brittle smile that said she didn't believe it either. Florence watched the steam from Finch's breath blow sideways and vanish. The street seemed to lean in, listening. "Air rarely lies flat once it's stirred," she said. Finch's smile flickered out. "All the same, best to be early," she murmured, and hurried on, the paper parcel bumping against her skirt like a heartbeat. Mrs. Finch's mouth trembled into a smile and failed. "I'll be in the back," she said. "Not that it matters, but, well, you won't be alone." They both knew what that meant, and what it didn't. Mrs. Finch touched her sleeve, just above the wrist, then withdrew as if she'd brushed ash. "Go on," she urged. "Better not keep them." The rectory stood behind St. Mary's like a shadow the church had decided to keep. Smoke lifted from its chimney, thin and undecided. At the top step, Florence paused, not because she meant to turn back, but because some old habit demanded account of what she still owned. The steady tick of the mantel clock at home, the sound of Mary's breathing when she slept, the boys' voices angling over a game they pretended wasn't about winning. She touched the scarf once more and knocked. Father McKenna's assistant opened the door with a gentleness that had to be learned. "Mrs. Harrow," he said. "He's waiting in the nave." The corridor smelled of damp stone and beeswax. Her shoes made a careful sound on the tiles, but when she reached the nave, the air changed. It was not empty. A murmur lived in the walls, breathing, whispering, the low thrum of many hearts pretending patience. Candles burned in every bracket, their flames quivering as if uneasy with their duty. The light was too rich for morning, gilded and watchful, like judgment dressed for ceremony. Dozens of faces turned toward her. Familiar, all of them. Women she'd traded sugar with. Men who'd lifted their hats in greeting. The butcher's wife with a drop of blood on her sleeve. And near the front sat Mrs. Hartford, back straight, gloves folded in her lap, the rosary threaded between her fingers like reins on a beast that might bolt. Florence stopped short. She had come to confess. She had not realized there would be so many witnesses. "Florence Harrow," Father McKenna said, his voice shaped for a crowd, not for her. "You wished to speak in the sight of God. We thought it fitting the town should hear your confession as well. Rumor thrives in shadow. Let it be spoken in the light, where no lie can stand." For a moment she couldn't breathe. The sound of her pulse drowned the room. Then she inclined her head, as though obedience could still protect her. "Of course, Father." A chair waited in the aisle, positioned so every eye could see her profile, the better half of her face. She sat, folding her hands to still their tremor. Mrs. Hartford's gaze rested on her like a nail driven slowly through soft wood. "There has been sorrow," Father McKenna began, "and where sorrow lingers, questions gather. We seek only peace. We seek only truth." Peace, Florence thought, looking at their faces. How eager they looked for peace, if it meant choosing someone to blame for its absence. "You were seen at Mrs. O'Sullivan's house," Father McKenna said. "I was," Florence answered. "The night she died?" Florence hesitated. "The morning. She was already gone." He inclined his head slightly, as if the correction were a confession. "And yet they say you touched her hand." Florence's pulse jumped. The phrasing was too precise to be gossip. It had aim, intent. She knew whose whisper had carried it this far. Only one being could have witnessed that moment. "I did," she said softly, to see if she was warm. A ripple moved through the crowd, half prayer, half hunger. Then Father McKenna reached for the linen on the altar and drew something from beneath it. A thin gold ring on a broken chain. It swung gently, catching the candlelight and scattering it across the ceiling like ripples on water. Florence did not flinch. She had known this moment was coming, had even practiced her answer in the sleepless dark. "This was found at the well," he said, voice too mild for what it carried. "Do you recognize it?" "Yes," she said, "my husband's. It broke weeks ago. I must have dropped it near the well. Circumstance that it was found near Lily's body." The word was out before she heard herself say it. 2 syllables, and the room changed shape. The silence that followed was a shift, a low collective inhalation, like the first stir of wind before a storm. Someone moved in the back pew. Someone else whispered a prayer with their open eyes. The candles seemed to tilt toward her, flame by flame, as though drawn to the scent of something burning. McKenna's head lifted. "Near her body," he repeated, the softness gone. "Who told you where it was found? Who told you about the child's death?" The word stuck in Florence's throat. Mrs. Hartford, she mentioned it. She said she'd heard. Mrs. Hartford's voice arrived smooth as honeyed milk. Did I? She said. Rumor travels strangely, Father. I can't recall telling her any such thing. The denial landed like a stone dropped into still water, quiet, and then widening until it touched everyone. The hush filled with breath, with shifting cloth, with the sound of neighbors choosing sides. Florence could feel them turning on her, faces she'd known for years sharpening, rearranging into something that looked like belief. The light on the ring trembled across the ceiling like a verdict already written. Mrs. Hartford rose. You've all spoken to her sins, she said, but not to what binds it. Florence kept her hands folded. Her pulse flew against her ribs, quick, high, insistent, as if testing each slat for a gap. You have all seen the devil's bauble, she said. The light she hides at her throat. It flickers when death walks near. I thought grief had simply unhinged her, but no flame keeps company with corpses so faithfully. A ripple went through the room. Father McKenna turned toward Florence then, eyes fixed on the faint gleam slipping through the edge of her scarf. For an instant the globe pulsed, light leaking through the crack. The Lord's light burned steady, he said. Not strange. Faces had rearranged into something that looked like belief. Father McKenna steadied himself. Color drained from his cheeks. You claim to comfort the dying, he said. His voice shook, but only from conviction. Tell us plainly, Mrs. Harrow, by whose leave do you keep that light? The light isn't mine, she said. Her voice was steady now, low, meant for truth and not defense. It's Mercy's. Mercy, he said, almost spitting the word. Mercy has many faces. Then ask the dead which one they saw. The words struck the air like iron, locking into place before she could draw them back. For a moment, no one breathed. Then a woman near the back crossed herself so fast she dropped her rosary. The beads scattered across the stone like rain. She speaks to the dead, someone gasped. Thomas, the mail carrier. Witch! Lorraine hissed, the word slicing through the murmurs like a thrown stone. Another voice rose, tremulous but eager. We saw her at the graveyard. The sound rippled outward, quick and contagious. Faces turned. Fear made them hungry. In the back, Mrs. Finch rose halfway, her hands twisting in her shawl. For an instant, their eyes met. Florence saw no fear there, only sorrow. Then a man's shoulder blocked the view, and the moment was gone. Florence's throat tightened. She could still feel the children's laughter clinging to her sleeves from that morning, the scent of bread and smoke that made a home. All of it, balanced on the edge of one word. For a heartbeat, she thought of lying, of begging for reason, for mercy, for the fragile safety silence had bought her this long. But she saw her own reflection in the church's glass, split by the lead seams like a theme already cracked. And then she understood. The double life was over. She straightened. Father, she said softly, turning to McKenna, you told me once that confession frees the soul. Her voice trembled, then steadied. So I'll confess. The crowd stilled. Even the candles seemed to wait. I see the dead, she said, the words falling plain and mortal. The moment the soul loosens from the body, I see it. I stay with them so they don't die afraid, so they can cross over peacefully. Gasps scattered like sparrows startled from the rafters. A woman swooned. A man stepped back as though she might burn him alive if he stood too close. I have never called darkness into this world, she went on. Only tried to lead the lost home again. If that's witchcraft, then we've forgotten what mercy looks like. Her voice broke with conviction sharpened by grief. You speak of heaven's gates, and I have seen them struggle to open. Would you have me turn away? Should I let them suffer just to keep my hands clean? No one answered. McKenna's knuckles whitened on the pulpit. His mouth opened to speak, then closed. Florence lifted her chin, tears cooling on her cheeks. I have done only what your God could not bring himself to do. The hush that followed felt infinite. Then, somewhere near the back, a child began to cry. The chain bearing the ring and the key slipped from Father McKenna's grasp and struck the floor with a chime like something shattering. It spun once, catching the light, and in that instant the glow beneath her scarf flared. In the far pew, a figure no one else could see lifted his head and smiled. Andromalius stood half-lit by the votives. His eyes gleamed silver, his smile thin as a blade's reflection. Florence's heart lurched, not just at his presence, but at the silence that should have answered it. Thanatos, she thought, half prayer, half plea. Nothing, not even the faint hum that sometimes marked his nearness. The stillness pressed in, absolute. For the first time, she understood what it meant to be seen by death and not defended. Then Andromalius smiled wider. You didn't learn, he murmured. The scales correct themselves. Always. Florence's breath hitched. You, she whispered. Father McKenna flinched as though struck by the word. Who? She couldn't answer. The others began to draw even further back, skirts brushing benches, boots scuffing the tiles. Mrs. Hartford alone stayed still, her gaze focused not on Florence, but Andromalius. Rosary held loose between her fingers. Her face had gone white, but there was understanding in it. Terrible, certain understanding. Andromalius stepped closer. This is what balance looks like, little mortal, he said, his tone almost tender. You meddled. You promised. You tried to hold what was never yours. Now the world will even the measure. No, Florence said. Catherine's time was written, he interrupted, as was yours. The glow beneath the scarf flared bright enough to light the edge of Father McKenna's cassock. Someone screamed. The priest fell to his knees, one hand raised off as if to ward off what he couldn't name. God preserve us, he breathed. The sound of it, God, made the air tremble, the cracked glass responding with a fissure of light that split across the ceiling, tracing the shape of the old plaster vines above the altar. Andromalius watched with fascination. There it is, the wound you opened when you lied to the dead. Every failure costs the same price in the end. Florence staggered to her feet. Leave, she said, though her voice was smaller than she meant. You've done enough. His smile widened by a degree. I have done nothing but bear witness. They're the ones who'll finish it. He tipped his chin toward the crowd. The living are so eager to clean what they think is dirt. Father McKenna rose unsteadily. Mrs. Harrow, he said, voice trembling between fear and fury. Whatever this is, renounce it. Renounce it now. Florence looked past him to Mrs. Hartford, whose lips moved soundlessly around a prayer that wasn't in the book, and then back to the priest. If I renounce it, she said, who carries them across? Father McKenna's eyes filled, not with pity, but something harder. That is not yours to carry. You are doing the devil's work, my child. Can you not see that? It is the Lord's job to ferry souls, not a woman's. The pendant throbbed once more, then shattered its silence with a clean, crystalline sound. A thin fracture raced through it. Bright, perfect, inevitable. The candles along the wall guttered out one by one. The air seemed to draw a single long breath and hold it. Andromalius stepped back into shadow. So it begins, he said, pleased, and vanished. Florence's knees nearly gave beneath her. The Reaper's glass hung heavy and dim now, its light extinguished except for the faintest thread that pulsed like an afterthought. The scent of ozone lingered. a ghost of stormlight with nowhere left to strike. Mrs. Hartford broke the silence first. "You see?" she said quietly, to no one and everyone. Father McKenna crossed himself, then the room. "Go home, Mrs. Harrow," he said, voice fraying. "Pray. Confess again if you must, but keep to your house until we've spoken further." He did not say until we've decided. He didn't need to. Florence bowed her head and moved toward the door. No one stopped her. No one offered blessing. They parted for her as if she carried plague. Outside, the cold hit like truth. The sky hung low and colorless. She walked the narrow street toward home, the town hushed but listening. Behind shuttered windows, she heard the small, frightened rearranging of lives, bolts sliding, latches catching, someone whispering a prayer that might have been for her or against her. When she reached her gate, she hesitated. Through the kitchen window, she could see the children setting the table, as if nothing had shifted in the world. The Reaper's glass lay against her heart, cracked but unbroken, and with every slow breath she could feel its echo whispering through her ribs. Somewhere in that whisper she thought she heard Andromalius again, faint as smoke. "The scales tip, Florence Harrow. Even love weighs something." She pressed her palm to the cold pane of the door and stood there until the sound of her own name faded from the wind. Chapter 25. The air inside felt heavy, as though the rain had come in with her and couldn't decide where to land. Steam from the kettle curled and hung in the air, unwilling to dissipate into nothingness. The clock's pendulum swung, hesitated short of the mark, then thought better of the next tick. "Ma," James pushed back in his chair, "we kept the food warm for you." "It's only been a little while," William said, trying for ordinary. "It's still good." The air was too close. The lamps hummed, though she hadn't lit them. Every sound, her footsteps on the boards, the breath of the fire, felt newly aware of itself. Mary watched her, not the bowls. Florence unwound her scarf and forced a smile. "Thank you, loves," she said. The words seemed to strike the air rather than settle into it. They ate because habit knew what to do when appetite didn't. The spoon in James's hand chimed once against the tin rim and went quiet. William asked for salt and forgot to use it. Mary turned her bowl so the light wouldn't glare on the surface, as if glare could tell a secret. When the bowls were empty, Florence folded her hands. "People will talk now, more than before," she said, sparing them her true fear, that it would be more than talk. "Some of it will be lies, some will be fear. The truth is this. I sit with the dying so they aren't alone. I listen so they won't be afraid. Sometimes I know when the moment comes. That's all." The table went quiet. Rain trapped once against the window glass and stopped, as if waiting for what came next. William frowned, brow furrowed the way his father's had when trying to read a hard line of print. "What happens to you when it comes?" he asked. "When you see it, does it take something from you?" "Not take," she said after a moment, "but it leaves a mark. You can't watch a soul loosen and not feel it tug. And I have mistakes, but I had only the best intentions." James's voice was low. "Is that why people are afraid of you?" "People fear what reminds them of endings," she said. "They'd rather pretend there's no moment to meet at all." Mary traced the circle in the condensation on her bowl. "You shine different afterward," she murmured, "like the light forgot which side it belonged to." Florence almost laughed. "Maybe it did." James cleared his throat. "Will they come here?" "They might," she said. "If they do, we stay together. We stay calm. We tell the truth." Mary laid her palm flat on the table, sealing the words. And we listen, she said, for the wrong kind of quiet. Florence stood. Movement steadied her. James, boots by the back door, coats on the peg, your satchel packed with bread and the red tin. William, keep Mary beside you. If someone knocks and I don't answer, you count to 20 and fetch Mrs. Finch. Only her. If I tell you to do something, don't question it. Understood? They rose without argument, nodding. James began putting the room in order the way men do before a storm. Latches checked. Matches counted. Chair pulled clear of the walkway. William gathered the clock key and a few spare screws, relics of his experiments, and slid a coil of twine into his pocket, as if twine could steady a world that had come loose. Mary slid onto the bench with a blunt pencil kept for sums and drew 3 loops that met in the middle. A small lily, or the knot used on burial cloth. Where'd you learn to draw that? William asked. I didn't, Mary said. It wanted to be on the paper. Florence crossed to the window to draw the curtain. The glass showed the street stretched thin by rain. On the stoop lay something tied with red. She opened the door. A single black feather, rain dark and sleek, rested on the stone. It was bound with a narrow red ribbon she hadn't seen in years. One Mrs. Finch's girl used to wear at her wrist when the children played in the Finch's garden. The knot was the same, neat, patient, practical. Florence could almost feel the hands that tied it. She set the feather on the table beside the red tin. No note, no need. James watched her face. Should I bolt the door? Not yet, she said. We wait and see what happens. Perhaps things have settled. She knew it wasn't true. He nodded once. When Florence trimmed the lamp, the flame stretched thin and blue. Light pooled in the wrong places. Under the table, behind the stove, anywhere it shouldn't. Ma? Mary stood at the window seat, one finger against the pane. He's here again. A spoon rolled across the table, a small, ordinary sound that felt suddenly foreign. Thanatos, Florence whispered. Relief bloomed sharp in her chest. Where? Mary pointed through the rain. At the edge of the hedge, a man stood very still, hat low, coat dark enough to take the light out of the air around him and veil his form. He might have been part of the evening itself. Thanatos, she called, louder this time. The room did not answer. No steadier pulse. No hum in the glass. The flame did not square itself. The figure did not move. Frederick? She whispered, reaching for the name like a latch that should lift. Nothing, not even the rain. Sound had gone flat, as though the world were holding its breath. Mary's voice was small. It isn't him. He doesn't glow. Florence leaned closer. For a blink, the window doubled the world. Her shadow stood beside a second one, hers upright, his inverted, reaching toward her from under the glass. She knew that stillness. She knew that coat. Andromalius. The name frosted the pane. He tilted his head once, as if he'd heard her name him, even through the glass, and the hedge took him back. The rain straightened, falling in perfect lines, and depth returned to the yard as if reluctantly loaned. Florence kept her hand on the sill until she felt warmth in the wood. The warmth frightened her more than cold would have. Upstairs, she said. Now. James didn't argue. He slipped the satchel over his shoulder, took William's sleeve, and waited for Mary. Mary paused only to fold her drawing and tuck it into her bodice. Stay together, Florence said. If I call and you can't see me, Mrs. Finch. Mary's eyes were steady. He says to spend our hours with the living, she murmured. Florence almost asked which he, but the question felt like reaching into a fire she'd already been burned by. Go, she said instead. Their steps climbed and faded. The second hand on the clock shivered and decided to move again. Florence stood very still, counting her own breaths to see if they could remember their task without help. She crossed to the table and lifted the feather. The red ribbon bled a thin color into her damp palm. She tied it around the handle of the red tin and tightened the bow. The knot sat neat and sure, the kind of knot someone makes when the world is not. She checked the latches. She drew a line of salt across the sill and tucked rosemary into a chipped cup. Not for show, but because hands need a thing to do when words won't serve. Light bent around her fingers and mended itself slowly after she moved away. At the window she waited, listening for the wrong kind of quiet. The rain learned its rhythm again. Somewhere a wheel rolled once in the mud and stopped without a voice to follow it. She put her palm flat to the glass. It was warmer still. For a long moment she watched the hedge. The pane clouded, cleared, and clouded again. In the reflection she counted 2 faces, hers and the one the dark made for her. When that 2 faded, only the red bow on the tin remained, and the clock finally reached its mark. Chapter 26. Evening settled early, the last red smear of sun drowning in fog above the river. Mill Brook blurred at its edges. Windows winked shut one by one until only Florence's lamp remained. She paced the narrow hall, folding a towel that didn't need folding, feeling the weight of the sky pressing against the roof. Even the glass in the windows seemed to tighten in their frames. The children were restless. James argued gently with William over the drop board, and Mary lay on her stomach before the hearth, tracing shapes in the ash. It was only 7, yet the darkness pressed close as midnight. Florence drew her shawl tighter. "Come here, loves," she said, forcing brightness into her tone. "Let's have a story." Mary fetched the little green book from the shelf, The Water Babies, its spine soft from her father's thumb. Florence took it and opened to the first page. "Once upon a time," she began, "there was a little chimney sweep named Tom." Her voice trembled on the name. She steadied it and read on, the rhythm of the words familiar as prayer. Firelight shimmered across their faces. James leaned against her shoulder, pretending not to listen. William traced the pictures with a finger. Mary sat cross-legged, wide-eyed and solemn. Florence read until the letters blurred. "And then," she faltered. The lamplight trembled on the page. She looked up. Beyond the window, the fog glowed faintly orange. Too high. Too many lights for lanterns. Fire. Torches moving in slow procession down the lane. Her voice thinned to nothing. She closed the book. "That's enough for tonight." Mary frowned. "But it isn't finished." "No," Florence said softly, "it isn't." The boys followed her gaze and saw the dull glow crawling through the hedge, the silhouettes behind it. A cough carried through the still air, then the scrape of boots on frozen ground. The smell of smoke reached them, faint and oily. Florence rose, the book still in her hand. "James, put on your shoes. William, your coat. Mary, fetch your shawl." They hesitated, half believing this might still be a game, until they saw her face. "We must leave now," she said. She crossed to the cellar hatch and pulled the rope ladder from its hiding place. The air from below smelled of damp earth and iron. "You'll take the narrow path by the mill," she said, keeping her voice even. "There's a tunnel at the far end of the cellar. It leads out past the hedge. Follow it until you reach Mrs. Finch's gate. Knock. She'll open. Don't look back." James swallowed hard. "You'll come after?" "I will," she lied gently. "Go on." One by one they descended. As each child vanished into the dark, memory rose to meet her. James, 6, polishing his father's boots. William asleep at the table, ink smudged across his cheek. Mary in the garden, whispering to flowers as if they were saints. When the last hem of Mary's nightdress slipped from sight, Florence lowered the trap and set the bolt. The sound of it falling into place echoed like a closing book. For a moment she knelt there, palm pressed to the wood, feeling their warmth fade through it. Outside, men's voices came and went on the wind, uneasy, not yet cruel. "Mrs. Harrow," Hartford called. "We just want a word, all right? Nobody's here to do harm." "Best she come out on her own, Pete," another said. "Folks are all worked up." She rose, smoothed her apron, and drew a breath that trembled on the way out. Her body knew fear even if her heart had forgotten it. Hands damp, breath too quick. Proof she was still, for a little while, among the living. She knew that once a crowd found its rhythm, there was no stopping it. The only thing left was to step into it before it decided who she was. She unlatched the door. The iron handle was cold enough to burn. She opened it to the noise waiting on the other side. Rain had turned to mist, lanterns hissing where the drops struck their chimneys. Faces she'd known all her life blurred behind it. Mr. Doyle from the mill, half his workers buried since January. Young Harland, who'd lost a leg at Bellew Wood. 2 of the foster boys sharing their father's coat. Their mother 6 weeks in the ground. Florence had tended the body herself. Every face wore the same exhaustion, the same need to make the dying mean something. Women hovered behind them, some clutching prayer books, others holding their children back with white-knuckled hands. Mrs. Hartford stood among them, rosary wound tight around her fingers, mouth moving in something that wasn't quite prayer. Her eyes met Florence's once, and Florence saw it. Not hatred, but fear wearing hatred's face. "You ought not keep to yourself so much," the egg woman called. "It's got folks uneasy, seeing you come and go at all hours." Florence met her gaze. "I sit with the sick and the dying," she said. "That's my work. It's all it ever was." A woman near the back, Mrs. Kemp, she thought, called, "Then what about Mrs. O'Sullivan? Folks say you gave her something. A bottle. She never woke again." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Someone else added, "Mrs. Hartford saw it herself. Said you had it in your hand." "It was medicine," Florence said, her voice low but steady. "She was suffering." "Poison's what it was," another man muttered. "She helped my Sarah pass peaceful," someone said. Mrs. Brennan, voice barely carrying. "She was kind." "Kind don't matter if it's devil's work," another shot back. A few shifted, uncertain. Then more voices rose to drown the doubt. "That don't make it right. You keep things in that house, charms and candles. Folks see it." "They see grief," Florence answered, "and they turn it into a story." Mrs. Hartford glanced over her shoulder. "Let her speak," she told them. "Let's not have foolishness." A voice from the edge, higher, anxious. "Then show it, Florence. The thing around your neck. If it's harmless, prove it." For a moment she didn't move. The glass beneath her scarf had gone still, the crack running through it faintly luminous in the lantern light. She touched it without thinking. The glass caught the lantern light and threw it back, a thin vein of brightness running through the crack, blue as corpse light, bright as fever. "There!" someone shouted. "God help us, there it is!" The crowd surged back as one body, and in that instant she understood. They weren't seeing jewelry. They were seeing proof. "She's wearing it now. My brother swore he saw it glow in the graveyard." Mrs. Hartford's hand came up. "That's enough." But the word was swallowed by the noise rising behind her. "Put it away," a man shouted. "For God's sake, put it away." "I can't," she whispered. The lanterns wavered as bodies pressed forward. A child whimpered. Someone pulled him back toward the road. The smell of kerosene thickened in the rain. Florence took a step off the porch. "Go home," she said, voice steady. You'll all catch your death standing in this cold. If I have done wrong, let me be tried by a court of law, not condemned by a rabble." A stone, not thrown hard, almost exploratory, struck the doorframe beside her. She didn't flinch. Someone gasped. Someone else picked up another stone. Mrs. Hartford's voice cracked. "No violence! Nobody throws stones!" For a heartbeat, no one answered. The rain hissed louder, confused, as if it hadn't been given a cue. Then one of the men slipped, trying to pull another back, elbow knocking a lantern from his grip. It struck the stones and burst. Fire ran up the hedge, a sound like wind through dry grass, as though it had been waiting for permission. "Saints preserve us!" Mrs. Hartford breathed. "You men there, help me put it out." She started toward it, but the flames ran faster than reason. The crowd fell back in a single motion, every face lit the same red. And beyond them, at the edge of the light, someone didn't move at all. Tall, motionless, a figure Florence knew before her mind could name him. Coat black against the smoke, eyes like glass catching the fire. Andromalius. He wasn't part of the crowd. The flames bent around him, untouched, waiting, patient. Their eyes met once, and she felt it. Not malice, but a cold satisfaction, the stillness of a verdict carried out. Florence stood in the doorway, watching the light change. The first tongues of flame had moved from the hedge to the porch, crawling through the wet leaves with surprising patience. Smoke rose in ribbons, thin at first, then thickening as the oil took. Someone shouted for water, another for scents. No one moved the same way twice. Another lantern dropped, then a third as people fled. The crowd that had come for judgment scattered like startled birds, shoving and shouting, their courage collapsing beneath the heat. "Christ, the wind's taken it! Get back!" The hedge flared higher, painting the faces nearest her in wild, moving gold. Florence didn't move. She pressed her palm against the doorframe to keep herself steady, to keep from reaching for them. Her children, her neighbors, even the ones who had come to condemn her. She prayed the children had made it through the tunnel by now, that Mrs. Finch's lamp was burning in the distance, a small and ordinary grace waiting to gather them in. The fire crept closer, snapping as it found the porch boards. The sound was not yet a roar, only a steady whisper. The kind a thing makes when it knows exactly what it's meant to do. There'd be no putting anything right now, only keeping them safe from what she'd become. She drew one last breath of the cold, rain-scented air, then turned from the shouting and the light, stepped back over her own threshold, and closed the door. Interlude 5. Silence fell across the realm of the dead. The scales hung crooked in their chains, one basin cracked through, the other spilling light unchecked into the dark. The chamber that had once held perfect stillness now breathed like a wound. Thanatos stood among the ruin, his lantern guttering in his hand. Its flame burned low, uncertain, like the faith of a man who has made a mistake he cannot unmake. Heat shimmered faintly in the air, an impossibility in this place. From somewhere beyond the veil, from the mortal realm, came the faintest sound, the hiss of rain turning to steam, the crack and thunder of timber giving way, screaming. He closed his eyes. "She burns," whispered one of the keepers, its voice a tremor of dust. "I know," he said. He had known it would come to this. Perhaps not fire, perhaps drowning, or the rope, or simply the slow way fear kills a woman a town has named witch. But he had known. The moment he placed the glass against her throat, he had known. She had asked him what she would become. He had not told her the truth, that every reaper before her had been chosen from among the dead, souls already lost, with nothing left to sacrifice. She was the first he had taken from among the living, the first with children sleeping upstairs. the first with flour on her hands, with a husband's ring still warm against her heart, the first who could still be destroyed by what she loved. In the fissures of the ceiling, fire bled downward, slender ribbons of red gold seeking purchase in the colorless dark. He watched them fall, each thread a moment of her dying, the smoke filling her lungs, the heat blistering her skin, the choice she was making even now to stay, to burn, so her children could live. "You did this," Keeper whispered. Not accusation, only fact. "Yes." When the first thread of light reached the stone, the floor blushed with warmth, then ash, then nothing. The mortal woman who had stood before him with terror and defiance in equal measure was gone. What rose in her place? He could not bear to see it yet. "Does it hurt?" he asked, and did not know if he meant her or himself. The flames answered with a sound like sobbing, then singing. "It begins again," he said, and the words cracked. No answer came. The scales creaked once more, then stilled. He looked upon them, law unbalanced, judgment undone, and understood at last what he had broken. Not the scales, not the order. He had broken a woman who trusted him, who believed his promises of purpose and dignity, who thought mercy had called her name. Mercy had not called. He had. "This is the way of things," he murmured, but the words were ash in his mouth. "One breath answers another." The light withdrew, leaving only scent behind. Smoke, salt, and burned flesh disguised as tears. When it was gone, the chamber returned to stillness, but it was no longer peace. It was the quiet of a man alone with what he has done, the pause between murder and its reckoning. In that hollow quiet, the reapers waited, not for orders, but to see if their master would finally break. He did not. He lifted his lantern, its flame no comfort, and turned toward the veil. There was a woman burning. He would bear witness. It was the least he owed her. Chapter 27. Flame licked the walls, devouring the wallpaper in strips that curled like parchment. Smoke pressed low against the ceiling, searching for her lungs. The whole house groaned around her, the timbers warping, the glass shrieking as it cracked. Through the heat shimmer, she saw him where his chair had once been. Frederick. Not the man whose body she'd never buried, but the shape of him, smoke threaded with light, his face softened by the same mercy she had given to strangers and withheld from herself. "You shouldn't be here," she rasped, coughing into her sleeve. "I was never meant to be anywhere else," he said. His voice barely rose above the roar, yet she heard it like a remembered song. She staggered toward him. "The children." "Safe," he said. "You've done enough." The fire surged along the floorboards, heat clawing at her skirt. "I can't leave you," she said. "You already did," he murmured. "Now let me leave you." The Reaper's glass at her throat flared, white, blinding. She felt the pull of it deep in her chest, a tide rising to claim what was owed. "Will it hurt?" she whispered. "Only for a moment. Then it will open." Flames split the ceiling. Sparks rained down between them, each one a warning. The world narrowed to the space of his outstretched hand. "Take it," he said, "before the house takes us both." She reached through the heat. Their fingers met. For a heartbeat, everything stopped. The fire, the sound, even her pulse. Light poured through the seam where their hands touched, spilling over the room like water. The flames bent back, hesitant, as if unwilling to trespass. Frederick smiled, faint and full of release. "You kept them safe," he said. "Now let me go." She tried to answer, but the fire stole the air from her throat. The only sound was the rush as the light left him. His outline dissolved into smoke, then ash, then nothing. For a heartbeat, she almost reached after him, the old reflex of a wife waking in an empty bed. Her hand stopped halfway, trembling. She understood, in a small and terrible way, that there was no calling him back, no voice that could cross this distance. She had released him as she had released every soul before him, and now there was nothing left to hold. She lifted her hand, expecting only emptiness, and saw light clinging to her skin like dust on glass. The glow gathered in her palm, pulsing once, twice, as if trying to remind her of the living heart it had been. She mourned then, for all that had once been hers, and all she had lost. The ache came quietly. It filled her ribs, heavy as breath withheld too long. It wasn't despair. It was love with nowhere to live. The grief opened inside her like a wound and like a door, and the light waiting on the other side stepped in. The reaper's glass at her throat answered that opening. It began to hum, a low, trembling note that rose until the air itself seemed to strain around it. Then, with a sound like frozen glass giving way to spring, it shattered. The explosion was brief but blinding. Shards lifted into the air and hung there, turning slowly, catching the lantern glow until the whole room shivered as if submerged beneath a clear river. From each fragment, a fine thread of gold unspooled, winding around her wrists, her arms, her ribs, until she was held fast in a lattice of brightness. The floorboards beneath her feet still smoldered, the heat reminding her she had not yet escaped the living world. But the fire's heat withdrew, folding back on itself. The air smelled suddenly clean. No smoke, only rain and lilies, and the faint iron tang of the scythe she had never needed to wield. Beneath it, fainter, the scent of her children's hair, already becoming memory. She drew one last mortal breath, felt it scrape the walls of her throat, and waited for the dark to close around her. It didn't. Pain came first. Not the fire's heat, but something deeper. Her bones turned to light, and it felt like breaking. Her blood became gold, and it burned worse than flame. Every cell remembered what it had been: a mother's hand, a widow's heart, a woman who had been loved too fiercely to let go, and mourned its unmaking. She wanted to scream. The sound that came out was a bell's chime, pure and terrible. Something small and stubborn inside her refused the stillness. The space where her lungs had been filled again, not with air, but with light. She inhaled it sharply, colorless, cold at first, then warm, then every temperature at once. It spread through her chest and into her limbs until her own heartbeat lost meaning. The sounds around her slowed, the crackle of beams, the faint rush of wind, the steady hush of her own becoming. She thought of Mary's small hand in hers, of James trying so hard to be brave, of William's laugh that sounded so much like Frederick's. The ache nearly pulled her back, nearly made her try to flee into the night after them, follow the path to Mrs. Finch's gate and drag them home again. But it was too late for that. That was the old mercy, the kind that saved one and lost the rest. The threads of gold sank through her skin and vanished. The dress she wore charred, not in ruin but in transformation, its fabric turning to shadow edged with stars. Her hair lifted as though the fire were drawing it upward, and when it fell again it glinted silver at the ends. The room brightened until edges blurred. The very boards beneath her feet gleamed like water. She looked down, and through the floor she saw the lane, the lanterns, the townsfolk on their knees, every one of them lit from beneath by a small, frightened glow. It hurt. God, it hurt to see them, to love them still. She had wanted to save them all, and instead she had become what they feared. A tear rose but never fell. It turned to stardust against her cheek and vanished. A hush gathered at the edge of the room. From it stepped the tall figure of Thanatos, his hat in his hand, his coat unburned. He looked at her, at what she was becoming, and something in his ancient face cracked. "I should not have chosen you," he said, so quietly only she could hear. "A woman with everything to lose." "You chose right," he answered, though her voice broke. "You just chose cruelly." He flinched, as if the words had struck. Behind him, shadows lengthened and took shape. The others, the keepers of the threshold, faces hidden, forms immense. They stood in still reverence, the fire painting their outlines in gold. "It is done," Thanatos said softly, and the words carried both pride and mourning. She turned to him, voice unsteady but clear. "Not done. It is only just beginning." Then, "My children." "They will live," he said. "That is the mercy you bought in the end." The words should have been comfort. They felt like theft. They would live, but she would never again trace the curls from Mary's forehead, or hear William's quick, sure laugh echo down the hall. She would never braid ribbons through her daughter's hair, or patch James's elbows by firelight. She could no longer kneel beside their beds to whisper the prayers she still remembered by heart. All she could do was watch, from whatever distance the living allowed her, as they grew and stumbled and loved, as they forgot the sound of her voice and mistook her warmth for chance sunlight through a window. And she prayed, with what remained of her mortal heart, that when their time came, they would forgive her for staying, for leaving, for everything she had become between. He inclined his head, accepting everything, her anger, her sacrifice, the price they had both paid. "So mote it be." The floor shuddered once, the ceiling opened like a sky remembered. Through the widening brightness rose the souls she had guided in life, the fevered child, the soldier, the midwife, the nameless ones she had comforted when no priest came. They circled her like moths made of memory. Each bowed its head as it passed. Her body felt weightless, every boundary dissolved. It didn't feel like ascension. It felt like being unmade. Yet, somewhere deep, she still sensed the ache of hands that had washed her children's faces, of lips that had kissed goodnight. She understood at last what it meant to love the living and the dead in the same breath, and how that love could break a body, but forge something greater, and how that greater thing would never again tuck a child into bed or sing her to sleep. She opened her palms. The last of the light from the shattered glass gathered there, a small, pulsing sun. Before her hovered a soul, Mrs. Kemp from the crowd, eyes wide, frightened. The woman had been standing too close when the lantern fell. The flames had taken her as surely as they'd taken Florence. Florence reached out and laid her new, luminous hand against the woman's brow. The soul stilled, then softened into radiance and was gone. The act felt like the work her hands had always known. Comfort given. Suffering ended. The careful tending of what must be released. Behind her, one of the reapers murmured, "I never imagined a mortal's heart could bear this work." Thanatos' answer was quiet as prayer. "And yet she does. One breath answers another. See what mercy becomes." The gold brightened once more, then melted into the air. Where a woman had stood, a reaper stood now, barefoot, eyes lit from within, her shadow gone. The shattered pendant floated back to rest against her chest, its fissures glowing faintly like veins of fire. She looked at her hands, no longer tools of labor, but instruments of release, and understood she would never again belong to either world. She was a creature of the between. Outside, the roof gave way, and the night took the smoke into its keeping. The villagers stumbled back, lanterns falling from numb hands. In the frame that had been a window, a figure appeared. Florence, radiant and terrible, no longer quite human. She lifted her hand, not in blessing, but in farewell, and the crowd fell to their knees, not in worship, but in the awful recognition of what they had done. Only Mrs. Hartford saw her. Not the light, but the woman within it, the curve of her face, the eyes still unmistakably human. The rest of the crowd saw only brilliance, a shimmer too bright to look at, but Mrs. Hartford's vision held. Her rosary slipped from her fingers, beads scattering into the mud. "Florence," she whispered, and the name broke in the air like a confession. Around her, others gasped and covered their faces. Young Harlan, the butcher's boy, pressed his bloody hands to his eyes. Mr. Doyle crushed his hat in trembling fists, whispering a prayer that had no words, only shame. Mrs. Brennan clutched her shawl, remembering the night Florence had sat beside her daughter's sick bed, humming until the fever broke. The egg woman, Mrs. Vickers, crossed herself and began to sob, the sound raw and small against the roar of the flames. But Mrs. Hartford did not move. She met Florence's gaze through the smoke and the ruin and saw what none of them could. The peace there, the forgiveness they didn't deserve. For an instant the light bent toward her, brushing her cheek like a warm wind, and she understood. This was what she had turned away from all those years ago, when death had come to her own door. Tears ran unheeded down her face. "God forgive me," she murmured. "I see you now." The bells from the church began to ring, tolling for a woman who should never have needed to burn. The house folded inward like a page closing, and the brightness carried her upward. From the edge of Mrs. Finch's yard, 3 children watched the light rise above the rooftops. Mary stood between her brothers, her face turned toward the blaze. The fire reached its height and then began to sink, red to gold, gold to smoke. The glow flickered in Mary's eyes, and she did not look away. When the last ember dimmed, only the faint scent of lilies lingered, and a warmth in the stones that would not fade for days. They would tell themselves, later, that she had escaped, that somewhere she still lived. But Mary knew better. Mary had seen the light. Epilogue. The frost came back the week after the fire. It crusted the Finch garden and turned the ash in the road pale, as if the earth itself were trying to forget what it had seen. The neighbors called it mercy. The cold would keep the smell down, they said. But Mary knew better. It was only the world holding its breath. She stood beside the gate where she and her brothers had knocked that night, her hands still knowing the rhythm, though weeks had passed. Mrs. Finch had opened the door before the second knock, pulled them in without questions, and kept them since. Now the house was quiet. James slept near the stove. William mended a button he would never wear. The grown-ups spoke in lowered tones, and when the name Harrow passed their lips, they crossed themselves after. Mary slipped outside when no one was watching. The frost glittered under the thin sun, and the road toward the ruins lay clean and empty. She followed it as far as the lilac bush, what was left of it, and stopped. Smoke no longer rose from the rubble. Only the faint scent of lilies lingered, sharp against the cold. She bent and sifted through the ash. Something small caught the light, a fragment of glass, no larger than her thumb, half clear and veined with gold. When she turned it, it pulsed once, like a heartbeat, or a thought refusing to fade. Behind her, Mrs. Finch's voice carried from the gate. "Leave it, love. The dead don't need their things." Mary closed her hand around the shard. "It's not hers," she said. The older woman hesitated, as if something in the child's voice made the air pause. From the town came the noon bell, thin and far away. The frost on the stones brightened. For an instant, Mary thought she saw a figure in the haze above the ruins. Tall, cloaked, a faint gold shimmer where her heart might be. Then it was gone. She pressed the shard to her chest. The cold sank in, but it did not bite. Mrs. Finch reached her and took her hand. Together, they walked back toward the house, the sky whitening with thaw. As the door closed behind them, the world exhaled, and for a moment the silence seemed to listen. Somewhere between the fading frost and the far edge of the veil, a voice, faint, familiar, spoke her name. Mary did not answer. Not yet. And there we have it. That's the end of Death Comes Knocking by Kate Seeger. I hope you enjoyed this casual reading, and be sure to hit that subscribe button for more horror, thriller, and dark fantasy reads. You can find the book link in the show notes, and if you want to be kept up to date on when we premiere these videos where you can chat live with the authors, then be sure to subscribe to my newsletter. You can also find that note in the show notes. So, leave me a comment. I want to know what your favorite genres are, what the favorite books that I've read so far are, and be sure to check out another story. I've got several more on my channel and many more to come. So, until next time, this has been Tirza M.M. Hawkins, and don't forget, don't turn out your lights.